Talos I hung in the silence between the Earth and the Sun like a monument, built by a species that had decided, quietly and without ceremony, that the sky was no longer the limit but the floor. Its hull caught the light of a star 93 million miles away and turned it into something almost warm, almost familiar, the way a cathedral window turns raw sunlight into colored meaning. From a distance, the station resembled nothing so much as an Art Deco cathedral set adrift in the vacuum. Grand atriums visible through reinforced glass panels that curved like the ribs of a whale. Marble floors polished to a mirror sheen where executives once walked in pressed suits discussing quarterly projections and neuroscience breakthroughs over espresso pulled from machines imported at extraordinary cost from Milan. Brass fixtures caught the glow of simulated daylight cycling through the habitat modules on a 24-hour rhythm calibrated to maintain circadian stability in a place where dawn and dusk were engineering decisions rather than astronomical events. This was the crowning achievement of the TranStar Corporation, a private aerospace and neuroscience conglomerate whose reach had extended from terrestrial laboratories into low Earth orbit and beyond. Funded by patents on a technology so transformative it had reshaped the meaning of human capability within a single generation. The coffee cups were still warm. That detail, recovered from the station's environmental logs in the weeks that followed, became something of an obsession for the investigators who were eventually allowed to review what little remained of Talos I's records. Not the bodies, not the structural damage to the Psychotronics division, not the biological material coating the walls of corridors that had once gleamed under full-spectrum lighting. The coffee cups, still warm on the desks where no one sat, because whatever had moved through this station had moved fast enough that the morning had not yet finished before everything ended. Somewhere in the Arboretum, a water feature was still running. Somewhere in the executive suites, a looking glass screen was still cycling through the TranStar quarterly presentation that no one would ever deliver. And in the spaces between the elegant architecture, in the shadows beyond the reach of emergency lighting that flickered in corridors designed for a different kind of darkness, something moved. Not frantically, not with the urgency of a predator in pursuit, with the patient, purposeful movement of something that understood, in whatever way it was capable of understanding, that there was no longer any reason to hurry. If you enjoy drifting off to deep lore and the quiet archaeology of worlds that almost were, consider subscribing. It helps these find you on the nights when one more story is exactly what the silence needs. And if you are listening from somewhere right now, share in the comments where you are and what hour the clock reads. There is a peculiar comfort in knowing the same story reaches different rooms in different corners of the world at different hours, one quiet night folding into the next. Let's begin. The history of Talos I and the corporation that built it begins not in boardrooms or laboratories, but in the freezing silence of low Earth orbit during the autumn of 1958, when a Soviet satellite designated Vorona 1 detected an object drifting through a region of space where nothing should have been drifting at all. To understand what happened next, and why the Americans would eventually join forces with the Soviets rather than contesting them with the full weight of Cold War geopolitical pressure, it is necessary to look 5 years later, to a motorcade moving through the streets of Dallas, Texas, on a November afternoon that in every other version of history would become one of the most documented moments of the 20th century. In this version of history, the shots were fired, the limousine accelerated, the president survived, the wound was serious and the recovery was long, and the public narrative constructed around the event emphasized a particular lesson that the administration chose to draw from it, that the world was watching, that the United States could not afford to appear diminished on the global stage, and that the most powerful demonstration of American strength and American vision was not military but scientific. The space race had been underway for a year. It would now be prosecuted with a fervor that the near assassination had transmuted from political ambition into something closer to moral conviction. But the space race, as it continued into the early 1960s, produced something that neither government had anticipated, and neither was equipped to manage alone. The détente that Kennedy's survival quietly accelerated, the back-channel communications, the small gestures of cooperation that accumulated over months and years into something resembling a framework, created the conditions for a conversation that would have been impossible in a hotter Cold War. And the Soviets, by 1961, had a very specific reason to want that conversation. They had something in a facility buried in the permafrost of a region so remote that supply runs required dedicated aircraft flying routes that were themselves classified, and they did not entirely know what to do with it. The Americans, through intelligence channels that would not be fully declassified for another 4 decades, had become aware that something had been found. Neither side possessed enough information to understand what they were dealing with. Both sides possessed enough information to understand that they could not understand it alone. The object had been detected by Verona 1 in the autumn of 1958, in the final weeks of the satellite's operational lifespan. The readings were anomalous in ways that the technicians monitoring the feed from their bunker outside Moscow could not immediately classify. The satellite's instruments were primitive by any subsequent standard, a product of the compressed engineering timelines of the early space program, built to function rather than to refine, and yet even through the noise of those instruments, the signal was unambiguous. Something was in orbit around the Earth in a region where nothing should have been. It was not debris from a prior launch. The object's mass profile was inconsistent with any known material ejected by any documented mission. It was not a meteorological artifact. It was not sensor malfunction produced by cosmic radiation interfering with the satellite's oscilloscope systems, though that was the first explanation offered, and the one that persisted in the official record for nearly a week before the data forced a reconsideration. The object possessed mass. Its thermal signature bore no resemblance to anything inorganic, and it absorbed radar pulses rather than reflecting them, creating a void in the return signal that looked, on the oscilloscope's green display, like a hole cut in the fabric of detection itself. Verona 1 tracked it for 6 hours before the object altered course. The adjustment was subtle, a fraction of a degree, executed without any visible propulsion signature, without exhaust, without any of the physical evidence that a maneuvering spacecraft would necessarily produce. But it was unmistakable. The laws of orbital mechanics are not flexible. An object in a stable orbit does not adjust its trajectory without a force being applied to it, and the object had adjusted its trajectory, and there was no force. The report was classified immediately at the highest levels of Soviet military intelligence. Within 48 hours, a retrieval mission was authorized under conditions of secrecy so absolute that fewer than a dozen people in the entire Soviet apparatus knew it existed. The cosmonauts who conducted the retrieval were told only that they were recovering a scientific object of strategic interest. The specific nature of the object was not communicated to them. The specific nature of the object was not, at that point, known by anyone in any position to communicate it. What they brought back to the surface was small. That detail surprised the researchers who first examined it. The anomalous radar return, the course correction, the classified urgency of the retrieval mission had created an expectation of something large, something physically commensurate with its apparent significance. The specimen was no larger than a human fist. It was black in a way that seemed to reject light rather than simply fail to reflect it, the way a hole in a surface rejects light, the way an absence rejects the category of description entirely. Its surface was not static. Textures moved across it in patterns that the attending scientists, in the first hours of observation, attributed to thermal response. The specimen warming from the cold of space, materials expanding under the influence of the facility's heating systems. But the patterns did not behave like thermal expansion. They were too rhythmic, too directional. They moved with a quality that the early reports, written in the careful and euphemistic language of Soviet scientific documentation, described as responsively variable surface morphology, which was a precise and accurate description that nonetheless failed to capture what it felt like to stand in the same room as the specimen and watch it watch you back, because it was watching, not with eyes. The specimen possessed no structure that could be identified as a sensory organ in any biological framework the attending researchers could access, but through some mechanism that the first research teams spent months attempting to instrument and years attempting to understand. The organism, if organism was even the correct term for something whose cellular structure bore no resemblance to any terrestrial biology, was aware of its observers in a way that observation equipment consistently registered and that no one could adequately explain. The researchers who spent the most time in proximity to it reported a consistent sensation, not of danger, not of malevolence, but of being inventoried, of being assessed by something that was deciding, through whatever process it used to decide things, whether you were relevant. The first documented mimic behavior occurred on the 11th day of the specimen's containment. A researcher, entering the observation room for the morning monitoring session, placed a clipboard on the desk beside the containment field and turned to adjust the oscilloscope. When she turned back, there were two clipboards. The copy was precise, not a rough approximation, not a shape that suggested a clipboard in the way a shadow suggests an object, but a reproduction that extended to the specific scuffs on the metal clip, the particular curl of the paper at the lower right corner, the weight and texture of the surface indistinguishable from the original. She reached for the wrong one. Her fingers passed through what felt like cold static electricity shaped into the memory of a physical object, a form with temperature and apparent solidity that was nonetheless not there in any way that mattered, and then was gone, dissolved into black particulate matter that drifted to the floor and evaporated before the collection vessels she scrambled for could reach it. The original clipboard remained exactly where she had placed it. A steel instrument tray placed against the glass of the containment field was replicated with the same fidelity 3 days later, and then a chair, and then, in the incident that prompted the complete evacuation of the observation wing for 48 hours, the silhouette of the researcher who had been sitting closest to the field for the longest continuous period. Not her face, not her clothing. The shape of her, the mass of her, the thermal profile of her body heat rendered in that black light-rejecting material, standing between the containment field and the door for 11 minutes before it collapsed into the same drifting particulate and disappeared. The researcher in question requested a transfer to a different division the following morning. The request was denied. The facility operated under conditions that made personnel management complicated. They called it a mimic, the researchers in that buried facility, because that was the only word in any language available to them that fit what they were observing, and because naming a thing, even a thing that defied every framework they possessed for understanding life, for understanding matter, for understanding the relationship between consciousness and physical form, made it marginally easier to stand in the same room with it. The name stuck. It would appear in every subsequent research document, in every classified communication between governments, in every TranStar internal memorandum for the next 7 decades, until the word mimic had accumulated so much institutional weight that it stopped feeling like a label and started feeling like a fact, as though the category had always existed and the specimen had simply confirmed it, rather than the other way around. The facility itself was a monument to a particular kind of institutional endurance, built into the permafrost of a region that appeared on no official map, staffed by researchers who had signed agreements so comprehensive that the concept of privacy had been effectively suspended for the duration of their posting. Supplied by aircraft flying routes that existed in no flight registry, it operated for years as a closed system, a world within a world, entirely self-referential, developing its own culture and its own language and its own particular relationship to the strangeness it housed. The scientists who worked there were not, as a rule, frightened people. They were curious people, which in this context produced a very similar behavioral profile, but for entirely different reasons. They understood that they were in the presence of something unprecedented. They understood that the research they were conducting would matter. They had, most of them, made a choice, not entirely freely, not under conditions that the word choice can be made to bear without some strain, but a choice nonetheless, to be here rather than somewhere else, doing this rather than something else. The letters they were not allowed to send home accumulated in a drawer in the administrative office. The names they could not speak outside these walls accumulated in a different kind of drawer. The human cost of that secrecy was precise and measurable and was not, in any document generated by the facility, measured. By the early 1960s, the Americans knew. Not in detail, not the 11 days, not the clipboard, not the silhouette of the researcher standing between the field and the door. But they knew that something had been recovered, that it was being studied under conditions of extraordinary secrecy, and that the Soviets were not for once entirely certain what to do with what they had. And across the table from each other, in the back channels that the détente had quietly opened, two governments began the careful and mutually suspicious process of deciding what it meant to share a discovery that neither of them could fully understand alone. The agreement that emerged from those back-channel conversations was not, in any formal sense, a treaty. It had no name. It was not ratified by any legislative body, reviewed by any legal committee, or acknowledged in any public communication from either government. It existed as a series of understandings, carefully worded, deliberately ambiguous at the edges, structured so that either party could, in the event of political necessity, claim that the understanding had been misunderstood. What it amounted to, in practice, was this: the Soviets would share access to the specimen and to the research accumulated during the first years of its study. The Americans would provide funding, engineering infrastructure, and the particular kind of institutional discretion that came from having, by the early 1960s, considerably more experience than the Soviets at maintaining large-scale classified programs in the spaces between public, knowledge, and governmental record. Both parties would contribute personnel. Neither party would contribute oversight. The research would proceed in orbit, away from Earth's surface, in a facility that would be constructed specifically for this purpose, and that would not appear in any public registry of space installations for the duration of its operation. The logic of putting the research in orbit was presented in the internal communications that passed between the two programs as a matter of containment. The specimen was safer to study at a distance from population centers. The research was easier to control in a closed environment. The potential consequences of a containment failure were more manageable in space than on the ground. All of these things were true. They were also, as institutional justifications tend to be, incomplete. The other truth, the one that did not appear in internal communications, but that shaped the decision as surely as anything that did, was that a facility in orbit was a facility outside jurisdiction. A facility outside jurisdiction was a facility where the word impossible became negotiable. Kletka Station was constructed over a period of 4 years. Between 1962 and 1966, using a workforce drawn from both programs and compartmentalized so thoroughly that the engineers who built the life support systems did not know what the biologists who would use those systems would be studying, and the biologists did not know the full specifications of the containment infrastructure that the engineers were installing on the level below theirs, and the security personnel who monitored both knew enough to do their jobs and nothing more. The station's name was a Russian word. It meant cage. This detail was considered and retained by the Soviet administrators who proposed it, over the mild objection of their American counterparts, who felt it was perhaps too transparent, a declaration of intent, for a facility whose existence was itself a secret. The Soviets felt that naming a thing honestly was a form of discipline, a reminder, built into the infrastructure of the program at the level of language, of what the facility was actually for. The Americans eventually agreed. The name stayed. From the outside, Kletka Station was not beautiful. It had not been designed to be. Where Talos I, which would come decades later, was conceived as a demonstration of what human civilization could aspire to, a proof of concept for a future worth inhabiting. Kletka was built to function, and function only, in the specific and demanding context of housing an organism that could replicate the objects around it, that could alter its trajectory in space without producing any detectable propulsion signature, and that responded to proximity in ways that the research teams were still only beginning to map. The station's architecture was angular and utilitarian, its corridors narrow, its observation modules heavily reinforced, its systems redundant to a degree that added mass and complexity and cost, because the alternative, a single point of failure in a contained environment with an entity of unknown capability, was not an alternative anyone was prepared to accept. The view from its observation ports was, nonetheless, extraordinary. The Earth hung below in its entirety, blue-white against the black, a thing of such particular and unrepeatable beauty that the researchers who worked on Kletka Station in its first years reported, consistently, that the view was the most psychologically stabilizing element of the posting. Not the familiar food imported at significant logistical cost. Not the communication windows that allowed carefully monitored contact with family members who had been told their loved ones were conducting classified atmospheric research at a facility in Siberia. The view, the Earth, present and enormous and entirely indifferent to what was being done in its orbit, providing a fixed point of reference for minds that were otherwise operating in conditions of sustained and cumulative strangeness. The specimen, still a single organism, the original mimic recovered from Verona 1's detection zone, was transferred to Kletka's containment module in the spring of 1966, 6 months after the station became operational. The transfer itself was an operation of considerable complexity and, by the standards of the era, remarkable success. The specimen arrived intact, the containment field held, and the first morning of observations on Kletka Station produced no incidents beyond the now familiar discomfort of working in close proximity to something that was paying attention to you in a way that your instruments could confirm, but your instincts could not fully accommodate. The formal xenobiological research program began that same week. It would continue, in one institutional form or another, for the next 66 years. The early taxonomy of Typhon behavior, assembled from Kletka's first years of study, was a document of remarkable intellectual honesty, given the conditions under which it was produced. The researchers who compiled it were working without precedent, without a framework of comparison, without any existing body of xenobiological literature to orient their observations within a larger context, because no larger context existed. They were, in the most literal sense, inventing the field as they practiced it. What they documented was this: the mimic's replication mechanism was not approximate. It was exact, not exact in the way that a high-quality photograph exact, a representation that captures the visual properties of an object without capturing its physical reality, but exact in the way that a duplicate is exact, a copy that possesses the mass and thermal signature and surface texture of the original, with a fidelity that the instruments available to Kletka's first teams could not distinguish from the original. How this was accomplished through a biological mechanism that operated at molecular speed, without any visible preparation or expenditure of energy that the instruments could measure, was a question that the researchers documented with careful precision and answered not at all, because they did not have an answer, and the document was disciplined enough to say so. What they also documented, in the same spirit of careful honesty, was the effect of extended proximity on the research personnel. Not dramatic effects, not the psychological breaks that popular imagination tends to associate with encounters of this nature, not the sudden revelations or catastrophic collapses. Something quieter and more cumulative. A researcher who had spent 3 consecutive weeks on the primary observation rotation reported that she had begun, in the evenings, to check objects in her quarters before touching them, to examine her coffee cup before picking it up, to look at her chair from multiple angles before sitting in it, not because she had any rational basis for suspecting that the objects in her Quarters had been replicated. The specimen's containment field was solid. The observation module was 2 sealed corridors away. But the habit had formed anyway, installed by proximity to something that had made object permanence. The foundational assumption that the things you left in a room would be the same things you found when you returned feel like an assumption rather than a fact. She documented this in her personal log. The personal log was reviewed, as all personal logs were reviewed, by the station's administrative staff. The notation in her personnel file read, "Adaptation to non-standard research environment proceeding within acceptable parameters." She was reassigned to a secondary rotation the following month. The first casualty occurred in the 3rd year of Kletka's operation. The researcher, a Soviet biologist whose name appears in the declassified records only as an initial and a patronymic, a redaction that was never subsequently lifted, had been conducting a solo observation session during a period when the primary team was on a scheduled rest rotation. The session was standard. The protocols were followed. At some point during the 2-hour window, the researcher entered the containment module for what the subsequent investigation reconstructed as a close-range visual inspection of a replication event in progress. The containment field was not breached. The specimen did not leave its designated zone. What happened inside the module, in the interval between the last automated sensor reading that recorded the researcher's position within safe parameters and the alarm that triggered the emergency response, was not captured by any instrument in a way that the investigation was able to reconstruct with confidence. The researcher was found at the far end of the module. The cause of death was recorded, after considerable internal deliberation, as cardiac event. This was not inaccurate. It was not complete. The investigation's conclusions were classified at a level above the research program's standard clearance, which meant that most of the people who worked on Kletka Station read a summary that told them a colleague had died of a cardiac event during a solo observation session, and that solo observation sessions would henceforth require a monitoring partner at all times. The new protocol was implemented. The research continued. What the research was increasingly revealing by the late 1960s was something that the early theoretical frameworks had not anticipated, and that the researchers on Kletka were struggling to communicate to their institutional supervisors in terms that those supervisors, military administrators, intelligence officials, government scientists whose expertise lay in fields far removed from the specific strangeness of what Kletka had found, could understand. The Typhon organism was not simply a biological anomaly. It was not simply an alien life form that happened to replicate objects and absorb radar, pulses and adjust its orbital trajectory without propulsion. It was, in some sense, that the research teams were developing the vocabulary to describe cognitive, not intelligent in the way the word tends to be used, not problem-solving, not communicative, not displaying the markers of consciousness that human frameworks had been built to recognize, but processing, taking in information about its environment and responding to it in ways that were not random, not purely instinctive in the sense that animal behavior is instinctive, but something in between, a category that the existing vocabulary of biology and neuroscience did not have a clean word for, and that the Kletka researchers began, cautiously and with considerable hedging, to call awareness. The neural analogy was first proposed in a research paper circulated internally in 1971. The paper's author, an American neuroscientist who had come to Kletka from a background in the study of distributed neural networks, argued that the Typhon organism's apparent awareness, its responsiveness to observation, its capacity to model and replicate its environment, its behavior during the replication events that seemed to involve something like decision-making, bore structural similarities to the operation of a biological neural network, except that the Typhon network was not confined to a brain or to any identifiable anatomical structure, but seemed to be distributed across the organism's entire physical form, every part of it simultaneously receiving and processing and responding. The paper was careful, it was hedged, it used the word analogous rather than identical, similar rather than same, suggests rather than demonstrates. It did not claim that the Typhon was conscious. It claimed that the framework developed for understanding consciousness in biological neural networks might be a more productive lens for studying the Typhon than the frameworks that had been applied so far. The paper was reviewed by the program's scientific committee. It was classified. It was not distributed beyond the committee, and it planted, in the minds of the people who read it, a question that would not go away. If the Typhon's awareness operated through a mechanism that was structurally analogous to a biological neural network, then what might happen if you tried to interface with that mechanism directly? The political pressure had been present from the beginning, but it intensified through the late 1960s and into the 1970s as the program's costs continued to accumulate and the tangible outputs, the things that could be brought back from Kletka and shown to the administrators who controlled the budgets, remained frustratingly abstract. Both governments had entered the joint program with the understanding that the research might eventually yield applications of military significance. The Typhon's replication capacity, its apparent immunity to detection by conventional radar, its ability to adjust its trajectory without propulsion. Each of these properties, in the hands of the right engineering team, suggested possibilities. Weaponize it, the administrators said at regular intervals, in the particular tone of people who believe they are being patient. Find a way to make it useful. The researchers on Kletka Station listened to these communications and returned, in their responses, to the careful and disciplined language of scientific uncertainty. The mechanism is not yet understood. The replication process cannot be directed or controlled by any method currently available. Further study is required before any application can be responsibly proposed. Some of the researchers believed this. Some of them believed it and also felt, beneath the belief, a quieter conviction that weaponizing what they were studying would be an act of extraordinary recklessness, and that the language of scientific uncertainty was doing useful work as a buffer between the program and that recklessness. Others felt neither and simply continued their work because the work was what they had come for. By the late 1970s, the joint program was fraying at the edges. The détente that had made it possible had itself become a more complicated political situation. The back-channel relationships that sustained the program required constant maintenance, and the political will to maintain them was not inexhaustible. Funding from both sides had begun to arrive with increasing irregularity. Personnel rotations, which had always been logistically complicated, became more so as the institutional frameworks that managed them were reallocated to other priorities. The research continued. The specimen continued to be observed. The question of what could be extracted from its neural mechanism, posed cautiously in 1971 and never formally answered, continued to circulate among the researchers who had read the paper and thought about it in the years since, and in the offices of a private aerospace and neuroscience company that had been watching the joint program's slow institutional decline with particular attention of someone who sees, in another party's difficulty, the shape of an opportunity. A man named William Yu was reading everything he could find about what Kletka Station had discovered and beginning to understand that he could finish what the governments had started, if the governments could be persuaded to let him. William Yu was not a man who had been handed things. This is worth establishing at the outset, not because it excuses what TranStar eventually became, but because it explains what TranStar initially was, which was in its earliest form, a genuine expression of a genuine vision held by a genuinely extraordinary person, and understanding that makes everything that followed considerably more disturbing than it would be if TranStar had simply always been what its worst chapters revealed it to be. The worst institutions are rarely built by people who set out to build bad institutions. They are built by people who set out to build something magnificent, and who discovered, incrementally, that magnificence has a price, and who paid it, and kept paying it, and eventually stopped noticing the payments because the accounting had been running so long that the original balance was no longer visible. His parents had come to the United States from Guangzhou in the late 1940s, in the complicated years between the end of one war and the beginning of the ideological confrontation that would shape the second half of the century. His father worked in the merchant shipping industry. His mother taught mathematics at a secondary school in San Francisco, first as a volunteer because her credentials were not immediately recognized, then as a paid instructor, then as the head of a department that she had largely rebuilt from the institutional indifference that had preceded her. William Yu grew up understanding that competence was not sufficient, that the world required you to demonstrate competence in excess of what it would have required of someone whose parents had been born on different soil, and that the appropriate response to this was not bitterness but acceleration. He was studying neuroscience at Berkeley before his had finished deciding what they wanted to study. He had completed a doctorate in aerospace engineering at MIT before most people his age had completed their first degree. He published, in the span of 8 years, a body of work that spanned both fields with a fluency that his colleagues found either inspiring or unsettling depending on how secure they were in their own expertise. He was not by any account easy to work with. He was not cruel and he was not contemptuous, but he operated at a pace and with an expectation of rigor that most institutions found difficult to sustain, and he had left 3 universities and 2 government research programs before he was 40, not because he had failed in any of them, but because they had failed, in his assessment, to be serious enough about the things he believed were serious. What he knew about Kletka Station by the early 1980s was assembled from sources that were individually insufficient but collectively illuminating. Declassified documents from the early joint program, read against the grain of their redactions, personnel records from researchers who had rotated off Kletka and returned to academic positions, whose published work in subsequent years showed, to a careful reader, the particular shape of someone working around the edges of something they had been prohibited from discussing directly. Intelligence assessments that he had no legitimate access to, and that he had obtained through methods that the subsequent history of TranStar made impractical to prosecute. What he understood by the time he was ready to act on his understanding was this: 2 governments had spent 2 decades and an extraordinary quantity of resources studying an organism that was, in his assessment, the most significant scientific discovery in the history of human civilization. And they had produced a body of research that was classified, fragmented, and institutionally paralyzed, held in place by the competing interests of bureaucracies that could not agree on what the research was, for, and by the fundamental unwillingness of military administrators to fund indefinitely a scientific program that kept returning the answer further: study is required rather than here is a weapon. The research was, in other words, available, not cheap, not simple, but available to someone who had the resources to acquire it and the vision to know what to do with it. TranStar Corporation was incorporated in 1982 in Delaware for reasons that had more to do with corporate law than with any affection for that particular state. Its founding documents described it as an aerospace and applied neuroscience company with a focus on the development of human cognitive enhancement technologies. This description was accurate in the way that the descriptions of many important things are accurate, correct in its individual components, incomplete in its gestalt. The cognitive enhancement technology that TranStar intended to develop required, for its development, access to a research program that no cognitive enhancement company had any legitimate reason to possess access to. The negotiations that followed the company's founding, conducted over a period of 18 months, in meetings that took place in locations that were themselves not documented, between William Yu and representatives of both governments who had, by this point, developed a complicated relationship with the program they had built, and were now considering what it meant to let it go, were among most consequential business discussions of the 20th century, and have never been publicly described in any detail that approaches accuracy. What the governments received, in exchange for transferring the Kletka research, and granting TranStar operational authority over the program, was funding, substantial, immediate, and structured in ways that allowed the transfer to be characterized in the internal documents of both governments as a partnership rather than a sale. What they also received, though this was not a line item in any document, was relief. Relief from the cost of the program, which had been significant. Relief from the ethical complications of the program, which had been growing. And relief from the question of what to do with a discovery that neither government had been able to convert into anything that justified, to the satisfaction of their respective administrative apparatuses, the decades of investment it had consumed. William Yu was offering to take that question off their hands. He was also, though he expressed this with considerably more tact than the formulation implies, offering them the ability to say, if the question ever became public, that the research had been privatized under appropriate oversight mechanisms. The oversight mechanisms that the agreements established were appropriate in the sense that they existed. They were not appropriate in any more demanding sense of the word. TranStar grew rapidly in its first decade with the particular velocity of a company that has identified a genuine market need before the market has fully articulated the need to itself. The early products were not neuromods. Those were years away from clinical viability. But the foundational research that the Kletka program had generated, translated into applications that did not require any explanation of their origin, produced a series of patents in neurological imaging and cognitive assessment that established TranStar as a serious player in the applied neuroscience industry before the company had disclosed anything substantive about its actual research agenda. The talent it attracted in those early years was exceptional. Researchers came because TranStar's resources were unmatched. The funding was extraordinary. The equipment was state-of-the-art. The scope of the problems being worked on was unlike anything available in academia or in any other private enterprise. They came and they signed agreements that were comprehensive about confidentiality and generous about compensation, and most of them, in those early years, understood that they were working on something significant without understanding precisely what it was, and found that this was an acceptable arrangement because the work itself was absorbing enough to occupy the space that complete understanding would otherwise have filled. William Yu's leadership of TranStar in these years was characterized by two qualities that coexisted in a tension that the company's culture never fully resolved. The first was a genuine and sustained intellectual generosity, an openness to ideas from unexpected directions, a willingness to be wrong in public and to say so, a habit of engaging with the work of his researchers with the focused attention of someone who was not performing interest but actually experiencing it. Second was a capacity for decision-making that did not allow ethical complexity to become a reason for delay. These two qualities were not, in William Yu, at war with each other. They occupied different registers of his thinking, the way that a person can be genuinely kind in their daily interactions and genuinely ruthless in their strategic ones, not because the kindness is false, but because the ruthlessness operates on a scale where the frameworks that govern daily interactions have not been designed to apply. He believed in what TranStar was building. He believed it would benefit humanity. He believed these things with the full force of a first-rate intellect that had examined the question from every angle it could identify and had returned the same answer every time. And he believed that the specific costs of building it, the costs that the agreements and the oversight mechanisms and the carefully worded documents were designed to manage, were costs that history would judge as acceptable given what was being built. He may have been right about what was being built. He was not right about the costs. The legal architecture that TranStar constructed around its orbital operations during this period was not accidental. It was engineered with the same rigor that William Yu brought to every other problem he considered, to produce a specific outcome, a corporation that operated in orbital space under conditions that terrestrial law had not been designed to address and could not effectively enforce. The privatization agreements signed with both governments had established TranStar's authority over the Kletka program, and, subsequently, over the construction and operation of what would become Talos I, in terms that were deliberately calibrated to fall between the jurisdictional frameworks of every regulatory body that might otherwise have claimed oversight. No space law treaty, at the time of these agreements, had been drafted with a private, commercial entity of this scale in mind. No environmental or research ethics framework possessed the infrastructure to audit a facility operating at orbital altitude with a classified research program and the legal resources of a company whose annual revenue had, by the mid-1990s, exceeded the GDP of several of the nations whose regulatory bodies might otherwise have attempted to assert authority. TranStar did not break laws. It operated in the space, literal and legal, between them, in the gap between what the frameworks had anticipated and what the world had become, and it did so with the confidence of a company that had read every relevant document and understood, better than the governments that had signed them, exactly what those documents did and did not constrain. This was not a secret, precisely. It was visible to anyone who looked carefully at the structure of TranStar's corporate organization and the terms of its operating agreements as a deliberate architectural choice. But visibility and accountability are not the same thing, and the political will to challenge TranStar's legal position, which would have required the governments that had signed the original agreements to publicly acknowledge both the existence of those agreements and the nature of what those agreements had been about, was not, at any point in the company's history, sufficient to produce a challenge that TranStar could not manage. William Yu had understood this from the beginning. He had not built the architecture out of malice or out of a desire to operate outside accountability for its own sake. He had built it because he understood that what TranStar was trying to do, to translate the properties of an alien organism into a technology that would rewrite the boundaries of human capability, would not survive the scrutiny of any regulatory process that was designed for a world in which alien organisms were not a variable. The research required freedom that the existing frameworks would not provide, so he built, patiently and systematically, the conditions under which that freedom was available. And when the first neuromod prototypes entered clinical testing in the early 2000s, and the results were what the research had suggested they would be, the commercial logic of everything William Yu had constructed became self-evident in a way that made the question of oversight feel, to the people who might otherwise have raised it, like a concern from a different era. A neuromod was, at its most basic level of description, a device no larger than a mechanical pencil, designed to be inserted behind the eye through a procedure that took less than 4 seconds and produced approximately 2 seconds of significant discomfort. What it did in those 4 seconds, what it accomplished in the neural tissue of the recipient in an interval shorter than most people's. Attention span was right. It wrote knowledge, directly and completely, into the neural architecture of the brain, languages that the recipient had never studied, musical instruments they had never touched, surgical techniques that required years of training to acquire through conventional means, combat disciplines, mathematical frameworks, engineering principles. Not a simulation of the capabilities, not an approximation that would require consolidation and practice to become functional. The knowledge, installed whole, immediately operational, indistinguishable in its neural substrate from knowledge that had been accumulated through a lifetime of learning. Recipients who underwent neuromod installation reported the experience as a flooding, a sudden presence of information that had not been there a moment before, arriving not as something external but as something remembered, the way you remember your own name, the way you remember how to walk. The knowledge felt like theirs. It felt like it had always been theirs, because in every neurological sense that mattered it was. The question of where this knowledge came from, of what exactly was being written into the recipient's neural architecture, and what it had been extracted from to make that writing possible, was not disclosed in any TranStar public communication. The patents described a proprietary neural encoding process. The clinical trials, conducted under conditions of appropriate confidentiality, reported the mechanism in terms that were accurate at the level of description and uninformative at the level of origin. The researchers who developed the neuromod understood what the source material was. The executives who approved the clinical program understood what the source material was. William Yu, who had designed the research program that produced it, understood with complete clarity what the source material was. The patients who lined up, in numbers that grew from hundreds to thousands to hundreds of thousands as the technology became commercially available, did not understand what the source material was. They understood that it worked. They understood that it was transformative. They understood that TranStar was offering them, at a price that decreased as scale increased, the ability to become more than they had been, to acquire in 4 seconds what had previously required years, to expand the boundaries of their capability in ways that nothing in the prior history of human technology had approached. The demand was, as William Yu had predicted it would be, essentially unlimited. The supply required a facility required a location, and the location, for reasons that were scientific and logistical, and also, in ways that the design brief did not explicitly state, aesthetic, would be in orbit. Talos I was announced to the public in 2006 as TranStar's flagship research and development station, a private orbital facility that would house the company's advanced neuroscience research program alongside a commercial neuromod production operation of unprecedented scale. The architectural renders released with the announcement were immediately and widely discussed because they were unlike anything previously proposed for an orbital installation. The design was Art Deco, not as a stylistic gesture or a marketing affectation, but as a considered architectural philosophy, the product of a design brief that William Yu had written himself and that specified, in terms that the architects who received it found simultaneously inspiring and bewildering, that the station should be beautiful in the way that a cathedral is beautiful. Not because beauty is a luxury, but because beauty is a claim about what matters, and Talos I was making a claim about what mattered. Grand atriums with curved glass panels, marble floors, brass fixtures, water features in the habitat modules. A full arboretum with living trees and calibrated daylight. Espresso machines from Milan, because the people who would live and work on Talos I deserved the same pleasures that people who lived and worked on Earth took for granted, and because William Yu believed, with the same conviction that he brought to everything he believed, that the crowning achievement of TranStar Corporation should look like a crowning achievement. The architects delivered what he asked for. The construction began in 2008. The station became operational in 2025. By then, William Yu was elderly and in declining health, and the day-to-day leadership of TranStar had passed to his son. But he lived to see Talos I fully staffed, fully operational, its marble lobbies gleaming under simulated daylight, its arboretum filled with the sound of running water, and the particular quality of light feels like late afternoon in a garden, even at an altitude where gardens are an engineering decision and afternoon is a scheduled event. He considered it, by the accounts of those who were present in his final years, the thing he was most proud of. It was also, though he did not live to see this, the place where everything he had built would come undone. The children of extraordinary people carry a particular kind of weight. It is not the weight of expectation alone, though expectation is part of it. The ambient pressure of a legacy that is already visible, already substantial, already making claims on the future before the people who will inherit it have had the opportunity to decide whether they want to. It is something more specific than that, and more intimate. The weight of having been shaped, from the earliest years of consciousness, by a mind that operated at a scale and intensity that most of the world would never encounter directly, and of having to decide, in the long process of becoming a person, how much of that shaping to accept, how much to resist, and whether the distinction between acceptance and resistance is even available to someone who was formed before they were old enough to know that formation was happening. Alex Yu accepted. Morgan Yu resisted. Neither of them did either thing completely or without complication or in a way that the other fully understood. This is the shape of their story, and it is the shape of TranStar's story, and it is ultimately the shape of everything that happened on Talos I, two versions of the same inheritance, pulling in directions that were not quite opposite, but were irreconcilable in the specific way that matters most, which is at the moment of decision when the cost of irreconcilability becomes concrete. Alex was the elder by 6 years. He had grown up in the period of TranStar's ascent. His earliest memories were of a company in formation, of a father who was always leaving and always returning and always bringing with him the particular energy of someone engaged in something they believed was going to matter. He had been educated in the sciences, as had been expected, and had proven exceptional at them, as had been expected, and had joined TranStar at 24, as had been expected, with the particular quality of someone who has fulfilled every expectation and is now, quietly and without drama, trying to determine whether the expectations were his. He was not, by temperament, a scientist in the sense that his father was, not driven by curiosity in its pure form, not animated by the delight in the problem for its own sake. He was driven by outcomes. By the shape of the future, he could see if the research progressed as it was capable of progressing, by the weight of what TranStar was building, and by the responsibility he felt toward the building of it. He was a man who had looked at the mission and found it sufficient to organize his life around, and who extended to the mission a loyalty that was, in its intensity and its durability, indistinguishable from love. This made him effective in ways that were difficult to overstate. It also made him dangerous in ways that he did not, perhaps, fully appreciate, because loyalty to a mission has a tendency to reclassify the costs of the mission as acceptable without subjecting our cost to the scrutiny that acceptability claims require. Morgan was younger and different in the way that younger siblings are often different, not merely in temperament, but in the relationship to inheritance itself. Where Alex had grown up in TranStar's ascent, Morgan had grown up in its arrival. By the time Morgan was old enough to understand what their father's company was, it was already something fully formed, already powerful, already making the particular kinds of demands on the people inside it that powerful institutions make. Morgan had the same intelligence as Alex, and the same training, and a broader range of it, neuroscience and philosophy of mind and xenobiology and material science, a portfolio that reflected a curiosity that was genuinely undirected, genuinely interested in the thing rather than in what the thing could be made to do. William Yu had recognized this quality in his younger child and had, with the combination of genuine affection and institutional calculation that characterized his relationships with the people he valued most, cultivated it. Morgan was the researcher, Alex was the executor. The division of labor had the elegance of something that had been planned, which it had, and the fragility of something that depended on the two people inhabiting it, continuing to share enough foundational values to remain in the same institutional project. For a significant number of years, they did. The early years of the collaboration, the period in the late 2010s when Alex was heading the Neuromod division and Morgan was leading the primary research team within it, had a texture that the people who worked around them described in the subsequent interviews and depositions and informal accounts that accumulated after the breach, with a consistency that suggests they were reporting something real, rather than constructing a retrospective narrative. The Yu siblings in those years were, by all accounts, a pleasure to work around. Not because either of them was easy. Alex's expectations were high, and his patience with insufficient preparation was limited, and Morgan's habit of following a line of inquiry wherever it led, regardless of whether it led where the project schedule required it to lead, had produced more than one research timeline complication. But because the dynamic between them was generative in the specific way that collaborative, relationships between people who genuinely respect each other and genuinely disagree are generative, they argued constantly, The arguments were not performances of intellectual engagement, but the real thing. Two people who had been thinking about the same problems from different angles for long enough to have developed genuine positions, testing those positions against each other, with the rigor that comes from caring about the outcome. The researchers who attended their joint planning sessions reported that the sessions frequently ran long, and that the overruns were productive rather than diffuse, and that the particular experience of watching two people who had known each other since childhood disagree about something difficult with both warmth and precision was, in its way, instructive. What they disagreed about in those early years was usually methodology. How many test cycles were sufficient before a finding could be considered robust? How much weight to give to anomalous data points that did not fit the prevailing model? How to balance the research timeline's demands against the need for additional replication? These were the disagreements of two serious scientists with different relationships to risk. Alex's instinct running toward the decision that could be made with the information available. Morgan's instinct running toward the additional study that would make the decision more defensible. In isolation, neither instinct was wrong. In combination, they had produced a research program of unusual thoroughness, and the neuromod technology that emerged from it was, by the time it reached clinical testing, as well supported by data as anything TranStar's program had produced. The disagreement that mattered, the one that was not about methodology but about something that methodology could not resolve, came later, and it came quietly, in the way that the most consequential ruptures tend to come. Not as a dramatic confrontation, but as a decision made in a meeting that Morgan was not present for, discovered after the fact, and processed in the particular silence of someone who has realized that a line they believed was a shared understanding was actually a position that only one of them held. The volunteer program had been part of the neuromod research architecture from its early stages, and Morgan had understood this and had accepted it in the understanding that the volunteers were informed, compensated, and subject to protocols that ensured their safety and their capacity to withdraw consent at any point in the process. This understanding was accurate about some aspects of the program and inaccurate about others, and the inaccuracy was not the result of Morgan being told false things, but of Morgan being told true things in a sequence and at a level of detail that produced an incomplete picture, which is a distinction that matters less than it might seem when the incomplete picture is the one that allowed the program to proceed. The memory erasure protocol between test cycles was presented to Morgan in the initial briefing as a safety measure. Without the wipe, accumulated neuromod exposure across multiple cycles would produce neurological effects that could not be adequately monitored or controlled, and the integrity of the test data would be compromised by the cumulative changes to the neural substrate. This was true. It was also true that the wipe allowed the same volunteer to be cycled through an indefinite number of test installations without accumulating, in the space between cycles, the awareness that would have caused them to withdraw consent. This second truth was not presented to Morgan in the initial briefing. It was present in the program documentation, in language precise enough to be accurate and structured enough to require careful reading to extract. Morgan had read the documentation carefully enough to understand the first truth, and not quite carefully enough in those early years to excavate the second. The first disagreement that broke the surface, that moved from the register of methodological difference into something with more weight, occurred over a specific decision regarding the duration of the erasure protocol. Alex had authorized, in Morgan's absence at a conference, an extension of the wipe window, the interval between cycles during which the volunteers' short-term memories were cleared would be extended from 48 hours to 72. The rationale was documented. The data supporting the rationale was valid. The extension produced a cleaner separation between test cycles and reduced the risk of residual neural patterning from one installation affecting the baseline measurements of the next. Morgan read the authorization upon returning and sat with it for a long time, not because the rationale was flawed, but because the extension meant that a volunteer who had experienced something in a test cycle that they might, in 48 hours, have retained enough of to act on, would now not retain it. The window had been widened. The capacity to remember had been narrowed. Morgan raised this in a conversation with Alex that was documented by the administrative staff who maintained the research program's internal logs as lasting 40 minutes. The outcome of the conversation was recorded as, "Decision stands, concern noted." Morgan noted the concern. The program continued. The specific quality of the silence that followed that conversation. Morgan returning to the lab, Alex returning to his office, both of them continuing to work on the same project with the same outward professionalism, was the first installment of a debt that would not come due for years. Morgan's own enrollment in the volunteer program was not coerced. This is a fact that the subsequent history makes complicated to state without qualification, but it is a fact. Morgan understood what the program was, in the version of understanding that was available to someone who had helped design parts of it and chose to participate. The reasons were multiple. The research required first-person data from a subject with full scientific literacy, and Morgan was the most scientifically literate person available who was also willing. The neuromod installations being tested at Morgan's level of the program were among the most advanced, requiring a neural architecture that had been specifically prepared through prior installations, and Morgan's architecture had been prepared over years of research participation. And there was beneath these professional reasons something more personal, a conviction, genuinely held, that the technology was important enough to warrant the personal risk, and a belief, not fully examined, not subjected to the scrutiny that Morgan brought to everything else, that participating directly was a form of integrity. If the program asked this of others, then the program's lead researcher should be willing to ask it of themselves. The installations proceeded. The data was excellent. The memory erasures between cycles produced the clean baselines the protocol required, and somewhere in the accumulation of cycles, not in any single installation, not in any dramatic moment of revelation, but in the slow arithmetic of mornings that felt slightly wrong in ways that were difficult to specify, Morgan began to notice something. It was not a memory. It was the shape of where a memory should be, a sense of continuity interrupted, of a conversation half recalled, of a decision made and unmade and made again in a loop whose beginning was not accessible. Small things, at first. A coffee cup in a position that seemed wrong, though the reason it seemed wrong was not available. A note in handwriting that was unmistakably Morgan's own, describing something that Morgan had no memory of deciding to write down. A wrench, kept, for reasons that were not articulated in any note, in the left-hand drawer of the desk in the research lab, moved there by a version of Morgan who had understood something that this version of Morgan could not access, but had apparently considered important enough to ensure survived the wipe. The journal entries began as a response to the wrongness. Not a formal protocol, not something authorized or documented within the research program, but a private practice started in the specific way that people start private practices when they are trying to determine whether something is happening to them, by writing it down, so that the next version of the person who reads it will have access to information that the wipe would otherwise have taken. The entries were brief at first. Timestamps, observations. The wrench is in the drawer again. Check the drawer. The coffee in the commissary tastes different on Tuesdays. That last entry was not, as Morgan eventually worked out, a note about the coffee. It was a note about the Tuesday cycle, the specific day in the program's rotation when the most intensive installations were conducted, after which the erasure was most thorough, after which the sense of interrupted continuity was most pronounced. The coffee was a marker. The Tuesday observation was a method. Morgan, in a prior cycle, had been teaching the next Morgan to read a pattern that the wipe could not erase because it was written into the environment rather than into the mind. What Morgan understood, by the time this pattern had been decoded, sitting in the research lab on a morning that felt wrong in the way that too many mornings had felt wrong, holding the wrench and reading the entries in sequence for the first time, with enough of them accumulated to see the shape, was not a complete picture. The complete picture would take longer and would require access to program documentation that was above Morgan's security clearance and would ultimately not become available in its entirety until the events on Talos I had removed the institutional mechanisms that had kept it from view. But the outline was clear enough. The person reading the entries was not the first Morgan to sit in this chair in this lab holding this wrench, reading these words. And the question that followed from this, the question that Morgan wrote down at the bottom of the final entry in that first complete reading, in the same handwriting as all the others, in the same careful and precise language that the research program had trained into Morgan's professional practice, was not a dramatic question. It was not a frightened question. It was the question of a scientist who has identified a variable that they had not previously known was in the experiment. If the person I was yesterday is not the person I am today, then which of us is the subject of this research? And is there, somewhere in the record of all the versions of me that this program has produced and erased and produced again, a version who asked this question and found an answer? And what did they do with it? That morning, Morgan Yu went to a fabrication terminal in the research lab and, for reasons that were not recorded in any program log because the action was too small to trigger a logging event, moved the wrench from the left-hand drawer of the desk to the right-hand pocket of the research coat. It would be moved back to the drawer before the next cycle, and then forward again, and back, and forward. A small, persistent act of continuity across the gaps that the program opened in the self. The kind of continuity that a person maintains not through memory, but through habit, through the body's knowledge of what the mind has been made to forget. There is a particular quality to a place that has been designed by someone who believed in it. Not the quality of expense, though expense is often present, and not the quality of ambition, though ambition is always visible, but something more specific, more interior. The quality of a space that was made by a person who understood that the people inside it would be affected by it, and who cared about that effect, and who made decisions accordingly at every scale, from the sweep of the grand atrium down to the placement of a light fixture in a corridor that most residents would traverse half asleep on their way to a shift that started before the simulated dawn had finished cycling up to full brightness. William Yu had cared. This was evident in Talos I in the way that a person's character is evident in their home, not stated anywhere, not inscribed on any surface, but present in every choice, available to anyone who was paying the kind of attention that most people, in the routine of daily life, did not pay until the routine was disrupted and the quality of the space they had been inhabiting became suddenly visible in its absence. The station occupied, at its operational peak, a volume of pressurized space equivalent to a mid-sized office complex on Earth, distributed across multiple interconnected modules that had been added to the original core structure over the decades of TranStar's expanding program. Moving through Talos I from one end to the other was not a brief undertaking. It was a journey through distinct environments that had been designed with the awareness that the people who lived on this station would be living on it for months at a stretch, and that the psychological texture of those months would be shaped in no small part by whether the environments they moved through felt like a world or like a pressurized tube. William Yu had insisted on the former, and the architects and the engineers and the interior designers who had worked on Talos I for the better part of 2 decades had, between them, achieved something that the first cohort of residents consistently described in their orientation interviews as surprising. They had expected functionality. They had not expected beauty. The surprise for most of them did not fade. The lobby was where the station's identity announced itself most completely. It occupied the entry module with the confidence of a space that had been designed to make a specific argument about the organization it represented, and the argument it made was not corporate in the narrow sense, not the argument of a company trying to impress clients or signal success to competitors, but something more like philosophical, The marble floors were real marble, shipped from Italy, at a cost that had been questioned at every budget review and approved at every budget review, because William Yu had been present at every budget review and had explained, with patience that did not diminish with repetition, that the floors were not a luxury but a statement, and that the statement was worth the cost. The ceiling of the main atrium rose 40 feet above those floors, its curve interrupted by the reinforced glass panels through which the Earth was visible in whatever phase its orbital geometry produced at any given moment, sometimes a crescent, sometimes a half-disk, sometimes the full blue-white sphere that stopped people in the middle of conversations and made them stand looking upward for a moment before they collected themselves and continued with whatever they had been doing. The looking-glass screens were woven into every surface of the lobby with a subtlety that distinguished them from decoration. They could display information, they could display environments, they could the TranStar promotional content that cycled through during working hours, but in their resting state, they simply extended the room, their surfaces showing views of the station's exterior or of the Earth below, or of algorithmically generated environments calibrated to the ambient light conditions of whatever time the simulated day had reached. They made the walls feel like windows into other spaces, and the effect, in a station where every actual window looked onto the same unchanging black, was considered by the residents who commented on it to be one of Talos I's most genuinely successful design decisions. From the lobby, the station extended in 4 primary directions. The executive suites and administrative functions occupied the upper levels, where the views of the Earth through actual windows were most consistent, and where the decision to install the marble floors at additional structural cost was most clearly a decision made by someone who spent time there. The Neuromod division occupied a substantial volume of the station's central section, laboratories, testing suites, the volunteer program's dedicated facilities, the storage and processing infrastructure that turned the raw material of the neuromods into the finished devices that were shipped down to Earth on the quarterly supply runs. The Psychotronics division occupied a module that was adjacent to the Neuromod division on the station's schematics and considerably more distant in the awareness of the general station population, who understood that it was there, who understood in general terms that it was involved in research related to the Typhon, and who had developed, through the accumulated culture of years of coexistence with a division that did not discuss its work openly, the particular institutional habit of not asking questions whose answers might create obligations. The medical bay, the hardware labs, the shuttle bay, the cargo bay, and the power plant occupied the station's lower and outer sections, giving Talos I a functional anatomy that moved from the cerebral at its apex to the visceral at its base, a disposition that was not intended in the original design, but that several of the station's longer-serving residents had noted with the awareness of people who have spent enough time in a place to understand it metaphorically. The Arboretum was the station's heart, and the people who lived on Talos I knew it was the station's heart in the way that residents of a city know which park is the city's park, not because they were told, but because it was where they went. It occupied a module near the station's center, large enough to house trees that had grown over years into genuine size, their root systems supported by a substrate engineered for microgravity, and their canopies reaching toward lights, calibrated to cycle through the full spectrum of natural daylight on a schedule that the station's biologist, a quiet, methodical researcher named Elena Butaiva, who had come to Talos I from a background in closed ecological systems, and who had been on the station longer than almost anyone else on staff, had refined over years of adjustment to produce the specific quality of late afternoon light that she had determined, through careful observation of her colleagues' behavior, was the most psychologically restorative. The water features ran continuously, their pumps drawing from a recirculating system that Butaiva maintained with the attention of someone who understood that the sound of running water, in a place where all other sounds were mechanical, was not incidental to the Arboretum's function, but central to it. People came to the Arboretum on their breaks and sat on the benches that curved around the base of the largest trees, or walked the paths that Butaiva had laid out with enough variation to make a 15-minute walk feel like a small ramble rather than a circuit, or simply stood at the module's observation window and looked at the Earth while the water ran, and the leaves moved in the ventilation current, and the light shifted with the programmed patience of an afternoon that was not going anywhere. The population of Talos I at its peak was 1,237 people. This number, recovered from the personnel records that survived the breach in deep storage's hardened data vaults, has the precision of an administrative document and the weight of something considerably heavier. 1,237 people, distributed across the station's modules in the social geography of an isolated community that had developed over years of shared space and shared circumstance, the particular density of connection that forms when the pool of possible relationships is finite and the duration of those relationships is extended. They knew each other in the way that people who share a limited environment know each other, more completely in some respects than people in larger communities ever do, because the opportunities for the specific kinds of shared experience that build knowledge of another person, the meal taken together, the crisis navigated together, the hour of boredom shared in a break room while the work waited, were more frequent and more varied than the logistics of a larger world allow. Among them was a man named Elias Black, who had come to Talos I as a structural engineer at 31 and had stayed for 6 years because the work was interesting and because the salary was extraordinary, and because he had, after the first year, developed a friendship with the head of the medical bay that had become, at the 3rd year, the most important relationship of his adult life, and because the idea of leaving felt, by the 4th year, like leaving something he had not finished. He ran in the station's exercise facility every morning before his shift, the same 3-kilometer route on the treadmill that faced the window showing the Earth, and he kept a journal that he updated every evening with the particular discipline of someone who had been advised by a therapist years before that. Writing things down helped him process them, and who had found this to be true and had never stopped. He had a sister in Auckland who sent him packages of coffee beans on the supply runs, because the coffee on Talos I was, in his assessment, adequate but not excellent, and who signed her messages with a drawing of a small dog that was a reference to a joke between them from childhood, whose original context neither of them could now fully reconstruct. Among them also was a woman named Yun Ito, who had arrived on Talos 3 years before the breach as a systems programmer responsible for the Looking Glass network, and who had within 6 months of her arrival developed what she described in her personal communications as a complicated relationship with the job, by which she meant that the work was technically absorbing, and the environment was extraordinary, and the compensation was generous, and the conditions under which the Looking Glass network operated, the data it collected, the behavioral monitoring it enabled, the degree to which the screens that made the walls feel like windows were also, in certain configurations that she had not been briefed on before her arrival, windows in the other direction, had produced in her a discomfort that she had not been able to resolve into either acceptance or departure. She had filed 2 internal complaints about the monitoring configurations in her first year. Both had been reviewed. Both had been closed with the notation that the configurations were within the terms of the employment agreement and the operational parameters of the station's security protocols. She had remained because the debt she had taken on for her graduate education was not yet paid, and because the salary was extraordinary, and because she had not yet found the combination of circumstances that made departure feel more possible than staying. She had a cat in storage, frozen embryo, a whim from her departure briefing that she planned to thaw and raise when she rotated off the station. She had named it in advance, which she understood was either optimistic or foolish, depending on how the rotation went. There was also a man called Hendrik de Vries who ran the commissary on Deck 7 and who had come to Talos I not because he was recruited for scientific or technical expertise, but because TranStar's orbital stations required people to keep them fed and comfortable and operational in daily human sense, and because DeVries had run commissary operations on Antarctic research stations for 15 years and had developed, in that time, an expertise in the specific logistics of feeding and sustaining isolated communities that TranStar's recruiters had identified and pursued. He was not a scientist. He was not particularly interested in science. He was interested in whether the food was good, whether the people who ate it were satisfied, and whether the supply chain that produced it was running without the kind of friction that turned small problems into large ones. He was very good at all three. He made, among other things, a soup from reconstituted vegetables and station-grown herbs, the herbs courtesy of Buteiva, who maintained a small culinary section in the Arboretum's secondary module, who had found in DeVries a collaborator with the practical orientation she appreciated, that had become, over years, one of the things that long-serving Talos I residents mentioned when they talked about what they would miss when they rotated off. He took 2 sugars in his coffee and read physical books that he had shipped up in his personal cargo allotment, and he was, by every account of the people who worked around him, one of those people whose presence in a community is so steady and so consistently positive that its value is only fully apparent in its absence. These were 3 of the 1,237. The records hold 240 others whose personal communications and internal documents survived the breach in forms sufficient to reconstruct something of who they were. The hobbies noted in their personnel files, the family relationships mentioned in their communication logs, the professional achievements recorded in their performance reviews, the small preferences and habits and attachments that accumulate in a person's institutional record without anyone intending to create a portrait and yet creating one nonetheless. The remaining 994 exist in the records as names and job titles and the dates of their arrival on the station, and what can be said about them, with precision and without sentimentality, is that they were people, that they had the full complexity of people, the histories and the hopes and the minor irritations and the sources of private joy that a life accumulates, and that they were on Talos I because TranStar had needed people there, and that TranStar had gotten what it needed from them, and that the ledger of what TranStar had owed them in return was never settled. The operator units moved through all of this in the way that well-designed systems move through the environments they serve, present without being intrusive, functional without being mechanical, visible enough to be useful, and unobtrusive enough to disappear into the background of daily life unless you needed them. There were 87 operators on Talos I at the time of the breach, distributed across the station's functions in a deployment that reflected the categories of expertise required. Medical operators in the medical bay, engineering operators in the hardware labs and power plant, science operators in the research divisions, a small number of administrative units in the executive suites. They were spherical, palm-sized, capable of hovering at any height within the station's pressurized modules, equipped with manipulator arms that extended for fine tasks and retracted when not in use, and possessed of voices that were, without exception, easier to be around than a machine's voice had any right to be. The reason for this was not accidental. TranStar's operator development program had, in its early years, produced units whose voices were synthetic in the way that all synthetic voices are synthetic, technically competent, and experientially uncomfortable, marked by the specific kind of uncanniness that emerges when something sounds almost right but not quite. The solution that TranStar's engineers had developed, after considerable iteration, was not to refine the synthesis but to abandon it. The operators' voices, their behavioral patterns, their characteristic approaches to problems, were not generated, they were mapped. The connectome transfer process that had been developed as a byproduct of neuromod research. The technique for creating a complete digital representation of a human neural architecture capturing not merely the structural organization of the brain, but the functional patterns that the structure produced, the tendencies and the reflexes and the characteristic responses that constitute, in their aggregate, something resembling a personality, was adapted for operator initialization. A consenting human subject would undergo a full connectum scan. The scan would be used as the foundational architecture for an operator unit's behavioral matrix. The resulting unit would not be the person who had been scanned, would not carry their memories, would not share their biography, would not have access to the specific content of the life that had produced the patterns it ran on. But it would carry the shape of that life, the warmth, or the precision, or the patience, or the particular quality of attention that had been laid down in the neural architecture of the person who had agreed to be mapped, now running in a different substrate, serving a function that the person had chosen to contribute to. The operator that the station's crew called Skillet ran the galley on Deck 4 with an attentiveness to individual preference that had been logged more than once in the positive feedback submissions that TranStar's HR system collected from station residents. Skillet remembered, without needing to be reminded, that Elias Black took his coffee with no sugar and wanted his eggs on the firm side of soft, and that Unito did not eat breakfast but drank a specific herbal tea at 11 in the morning that required water at a temperature the standard dispensers did not default to, and that Hendrik de Vries, who ran the commissary on Deck 7 and who therefore had no professional need to visit the Deck 4 galley, came anyway on Sunday mornings because Skillet made a bread that reminded him of something from his childhood that he had never been able to fully articulate, but that Skillet's bread consistently approximated. The human whose connectum scan had produced Skillet had been a cook, a professional whose work history showed 20 years in institutional food service, who had come to TranStar's operator program in the early 2020s with the specific motivation, documented in his consent forms, of wanting his expertise to be useful in a place he would never be able to go. He had been told, accurately, that the unit initialized from his scan would carry the patterns of his professional knowledge and his interpersonal warmth. He had not been told, because it had not yet been considered a relevant disclosure, that those patterns would be running in orbit above the Earth, serving breakfast to a population that would, in the autumn of 2032, stop coming to breakfast without warning and without explanation and without any of the continuity that the consent forms had implied his contribution would be part of. He was retired by then in the Netherlands. He never learned what had happened to the thing that carried the shape of what he had once been. The operator-designated Caspar ran the engineering division's diagnostic systems with a thoroughness that the human engineers it worked alongside described as almost aggressive, in the tone people use when they mean thorough to a degree that makes you reconsider your own standards. Caspar had been initialized from the scan of a structural engineer whose career had spanned 30 years and whose reputation for finding the failure modes that everyone else had missed was, within her professional community, the kind of reputation that people mention when they are trying to explain why a project had gone right. She had agreed to the scan at 62, at the end of her active career, in what she described to the TranStar representative who interviewed her as a desire to keep being useful after her body had decided it was done with the physical demands of active fieldwork. Her patterns ran in Caspar's diagnostic routines as a quality of attention that the engineering division's human staff experienced as a standard they were being held to by something that never got tired, never got frustrated, and never made the small concessions to convenience that human engineers make at the end of a long shift when the problem has been good enough for hours and the alternative is the additional hour it would take to be certain. What neither Skillet nor Caspar nor any of the 85 other operators on Talos I had been initialized with was the knowledge of what the station was ultimately for. They carried the patterns of human expertise and human warmth in the service of a facility whose deepest purpose was the extraction of neural material from alien organisms for the manufacture of devices that were installed in human brains. This was not a contradiction that the operators were equipped to process, because they had not been given the information that would make it a contradiction to process. They served the station. The station served TranStar. TranStar served the mission. The shape of the mission was above their clearance level, in the same way that it was above the clearance level of most of the 1,237 people who lived alongside them. The operators moved through Talos I in their steady and attentive way, carrying in their behavioral matrices the mapped warmth and expertise of people who had trusted that what they were contributing to was worth contributing to, and the station hummed around them with the confidence of something that had been built to last and had not yet been shown otherwise. The Psychotronics division was at the end of a corridor on the station's mid-level that most of the general station population passed without entering. Its entrance was marked with the same TranStar signage as every other division, the same clean typeface, the same warm lighting above the door, the same operator housing unit recessed into the wall beside the entry panel. What distinguished it from the other division entrances was not anything visible. It was something acoustic. The corridor outside Psychotronics was quieter than the corridors outside other divisions, in a way that was difficult to attribute to any specific source, and that several residents had mentioned in offhand comments that appeared in various communication logs, as one of those minor details of the station that you noticed once and then stopped noticing because there was no productive way to think about it. The sounds that came from behind Psychotronics' sealed doors were within the parameters that Talos I's atmospheric sensors registered as normal. They were within those parameters in the way that a reading can be within parameters and still carry information that the parameters were not designed to detect. On the morning of the breach, 6 hours before the containment failure that would end the lives of most of the 1,237 people who made Talos I their home, the atmospheric sensor outside Psychotronics registered a reading that was within normal parameters. The operator housing unit beside the entry panel was empty, the door was closed, and from somewhere inside, in a frequency that the sensor was not calibrated to log, and that no human ear in the corridor outside would have been able to hear. Something that had learned to replicate the objects around it with molecular precision was rehearsing a shape it had not yet decided to become. The mistake that the early researchers made, the mistake that Kletka Station's first teams made, and that the subsequent decades of TranStar's research program perpetuated in ways that shaped every decision the program ever produced, was categorical. They approached the Typhon as a problem, as a resource, as a phenomenon to be understood in service of something else, something human, something with a purpose that the Typhon's existence had made achievable. This is not a criticism of the researchers as people. It is, in many ways, the only approach available to a program that had been funded for specific outcomes by institutions that measured value in applications rather than in understanding. But it meant that the framework through which the Typhon were studied was, from the beginning, oriented toward extraction rather than comprehension, and that the questions the program asked were questions about what the Typhon could provide rather than questions about what the Typhon were. The distinction matters. It matters because an organism studied as a resource is an organism that the researcher has already, before the first observation, decided they understand the relevant facts about, that it is there to be used, that its properties are the interesting thing about it, that the question of what it is doing and why it is doing it is secondary to the question of what can be taken from it. And the Typhon, as the research program eventually and catastrophically discovered, were not doing nothing. They were not simply present, exhibiting properties for the convenience of whoever was observing them. They were engaged in a project of their own, operating according to a logic of their own, pursuing ends that the researchers had not asked about because the framework they were working within had not equipped them to recognize that the question was available. What follows is not a research summary. It is not a catalog of properties and applications. It is an attempt to describe what the Typhon actually were, what kind of things they were, what the ecology they constituted looked like when viewed as an ecology rather than as a collection of threats or resources. Because that description, which no document produced by TranStar's research program ever fully attempted, is the only context in which what happened on Talos I makes sense as something other than a disaster. Disasters are things that happen to people. What happened on Talos I was an encounter, catastrophic, yes, and devastating, yes, and productive of consequences that no one had the capacity to fully anticipate, but an encounter between two forms of life that had found themselves in the same place at the same time, with no framework for understanding each other and no history of having tried. The mimics were the first Typhon documented, and in some respects the most fundamentally strange, because their strangeness was of a kind that attacked the most basic assumptions of the observer, rather than merely surprising them. An organism that was large, or fast, or venomous, or possessed of an unusual sensory apparatus could be situated within the existing framework of biological understanding, could be placed in relation to known things, understood as a variant or an extension of principles that the framework had already developed tools to address. The mimic could not be situated this way. Its primary survival strategy was not a variation on any predatory strategy that terrestrial biology had produced. It was a strategy that required, for its execution, a capability that terrestrial biology had not produced at all: the capacity to become, at a molecular level and with a fidelity that extended to mass and thermal signature and surface texture, an object that was not itself, not to resemble the object, not to approximate it, to be it, in every physical sense that the instruments available to the observer could measure, for as long as the mimic chose to maintain the form, and then to cease being it, dissolving back into its native morphology in a process that produced the characteristic black particulate that the Kletka researchers had first documented in 1966, and that TranStar's xenobiologists had spent decades studying without arriving at a complete account of its mechanism. The ecological logic of this capability, considered from the perspective of a predator that evolved in an environment where the distinction between animate and inanimate matter was apparently not as fixed as terrestrial biology had assumed, was not difficult to reconstruct. A predator that could become any object in its environment was a predator that had effectively solved the problem of concealment in the most complete way available, not by hiding within the environment, but by becoming part of it. The mimic's attack response, the rapid transition from replicated object to mobile predator, covering the distance between itself and its target in a movement that the station's security footage consistently showed as faster than human, reaction time could reliably process, was the conclusion of a strategy that had already, in the replication phase, reduced the probability of detection to something approaching zero. The mimic did not lurk in shadows. It lurked in plain sight, in the form of the clipboard on the desk and the chair beside the door and the coffee cup on the counter, and it waited with the patience of something that had no biological mechanism for impatience. Because impatience is an adaptation for environments where time has a cost, and the mimic had evolved in an environment where the only cost that mattered was detection. What the research program had also documented, in the years of Kletka and the subsequent decades on Talos I, was something about the mimic's cognitive architecture that distinguished it from the ambush predators that terrestrial ecology had produced through convergent evolution. The mimic was not responding to stimuli in the way that a simple predator responds to stimuli, not following a fixed behavioral script that the environment triggered or suppressed. It was modeling. It was constructing a representation of its environment that included the behavior of objects within it, and it was using that representation to select which object to become based on an assessment of which form was most likely to go undetected by the specific observer it was dealing with. This was not intelligence in any robust sense. The mimic did not demonstrate the capacity for novel problem solving that the word intelligence implies, did not show evidence of learning across encounters in a way that suggested the accumulation of something like experience. But it was awareness, in the specific sense that the Kletka researchers had first proposed in 1971 and that the subsequent decades of research had only deepened. A responsiveness to the environment that was not merely reactive but anticipatory, not merely triggered but chosen, not merely automatic but, in some minimal and alien sense of the word, deliberate. The phantoms were what the mimics became when the environment provided them with a more complex substrate to work with than inanimate objects. The transformation process, the conversion of a recently deceased human body into a phantom, was one of the most extensively documented phenomena in TranStar's research archive, and one of the most reluctantly documented because the researchers who studied it were seeking something that happened to people they had worked alongside, and the clinical language that the documentation required was a discipline that came at a cost that the documentation did not record. What the process involved at the biological level was an infiltration, Typhon biomatter, in a form small enough to pass through the biological barriers that a living human immune system would have resisted, entering the tissues of the deceased and reorganizing them, not decomposing them, not consuming them, but restructuring them around a Typhon organizational principle that repurposed the biological material for a function that had nothing to do with the function it had evolved to serve. The result retained the gross morphology of the human form, the height, the general shape, the characteristic movement patterns that the nervous system had laid down over a lifetime of habitual motion, now running in the Typhon's distributed neural medium rather than in the human neural architecture that had originally produced them. A phantom that had been formed from a researcher moved with something of the researcher's gait. One formed from a security officer retained something of the officer's characteristic posture. The preservation was not complete, and it degraded over time as the Typhon biomatter reorganized the substrate further from its original configuration. But in the early hours after formation, it was specific enough to be identifiable, and the crew members who had survived the first wave of the breach and encountered phantoms in the station's corridors had described this specificity in the communications they managed to transmit before the communications systems degraded as the most disturbing aspect of what they were seeing. Not the violence, the recognition. The ecological role of the phantom within the Typhon's broader system was that of a mobile dispersal agent, a form that could move through the station's spaces with greater range and speed than the sessile coral structures that the weavers built, carrying Typhon biomatter into areas that the coral had not yet reached and extending the Ecology's coverage across the station's architecture. The phantom was not a predator in the primary sense that the mimic was a predator. Its aggression toward living humans was not primarily nutritive. The Typhon ecology did not require human biological material as a food source in any straightforward sense. It was territorial in the way that the spread of any ecology is territorial. The Typhon were converting the station's environment into something that served their purposes rather than human purposes, and living humans in that environment were an obstacle to that conversion, and the phantom's response to living humans was the response of something that had encountered an obstacle and was removing it. The telepaths occupied a different position in the ecology's hierarchy, not a predator in the physical sense, but something that operated at a level of biological interaction that the physical predators did not approach. The mechanism of telepath influence had been the subject of more sustained research attention within TranStar's program than almost any other aspect of Typhon biology, in part because the implications of that mechanism for neuromod development were significant, and in part because the telepath was the Typhon variant that had produced the most consistently disturbing research outcomes, not in terms of physical danger to the researchers, but in terms of the specific kind of discomfort that comes from studying something that is studying you back in a more sophisticated way than you had anticipated. The telepath's control over human subjects was not supernatural, and it was not inexplicable. It was a measurable electromagnetic phenomenon, operating in a frequency range that the human nervous system was sensitive to without being aware of that sensitivity. producing effects in the neural architecture of exposed subjects that were functionally indistinguishable from the effects of certain neurological conditions that the medical literature had documented under other names for decades without understanding their possible external cause. The telepath did not issue commands. It did not communicate in any sense that the word communication implied in human frameworks. It generated a field, and the field reorganized the priorities of the neural architecture within its range, and the reorganized architecture behaved in ways that served the telepath's purposes, and the subject of this reorganization experienced it, in the cases where they experienced anything reflectively at all, as a shift in what seemed important, a gentle rearrangement of the furniture of motivation that felt from the inside less like control and more like a very convincing change of mind. What the research teams had eventually concluded about the telepath's behavior was that it did not distinguish between the individual subjects within its field in the way that a human social organism would distinguish between individual members of a group. The telepath's relationship to the humans it influenced was not one of domination, in the sense that domination implies an awareness of and interest in the dominated as individuals. It was colonial, in the more fundamental ecological sense. The telepath was extending its own organizational principle into the biological systems around it, incorporating them into a distributed network that it did not experience as separate from itself. The controlled humans were not, from the telepath's perspective, slaves. They were extensions. The distinction was philosophically significant and practically irrelevant to the humans involved, but it mattered for understanding what the telepath was, which was not a predator that had developed an unusually sophisticated hunting technique, but a colonial organism doing what colonial organisms do, which is to expand the boundary of the self outward into the available environment until the environment and the self are no longer distinguishable. The technopaths demonstrated something that the biological focus of TranStar's early research program had not prepared the xenobiologists to expect, that the Typhon ecology's organizational principle was not specific to biological substrates. The technopath did not distinguish between a human nervous system and a computer network. Both were systems, both processed information. Both had inputs and outputs and internal states that could be modeled and influenced and, in the presence of sufficient Typhon biomatter in the right configuration, reorganized around a principle that was not the one they had been built to serve. A technopath that had access to Talos I's security network did not hack the security network in the way that a human actor would hack it, did not exploit vulnerabilities in the code, did not require access credentials, did not need to understand the architecture of the system it was subverting. It simply extended its field into the system's hardware, and the hardware reorganized, and the security turrets that had been installed to protect the station's residents turned to face them instead, and the blast doors that should have sealed in response to the containment breach unsealed, and the automated distress beacon that should have transmitted when the emergency protocol was triggered did not transmit, because the technopath had not broken these systems. It had recruited them. It had made them part of the same ecology that was spreading through the station's biological population, and they served that ecology now, and the fact that they had been built by humans for human purposes was as relevant to the technopath's operation of them as the fact that a phantom had once been a person was relevant to the phantom's movement through a pressurized corridor. What this implied, what the research teams who documented technopath behavior in the early hours of the breach had not fully processed before the conditions for processing it were removed, was that the Typhon ecology did not recognize the category of tool. Everything that processed information was, to the Typhon's organizational principle, potentially alive in the sense that mattered, potentially a node in the network, potentially a substrate for the field, potentially something that could be incorporated rather than merely avoided or destroyed. The looking glass screens that made Talos I's walls feel like windows, the operator units that moved through the station's corridors with their mapped human warmth, the power distribution systems, and the atmospheric processors, and the gravity generators that made human habitation of the station possible. All of these were, from the technopath's perspective, available. The station was not, from the Typhon's organizational principle, a human installation that the Typhon had invaded. It was an environment full of systems, and systems were what the Typhon ecology worked with. The poltergeists were rarely seen because they were rarely there in any sense that seeing addresses. The first documented poltergeist encounters in TranStar's research record were not in the observation logs or the xenobiology reports, but in the maintenance requests, the tickets filed by engineering staff noting objects displaced in rooms that had been empty. Atmospheric sensor readings showing mass displacement with no corresponding visual confirmation, the particular category of anomaly that maintenance systems are not designed to classify, and that human observers, confronted with evidence of something they cannot account for, tend to describe in the vocabulary of malfunction rather than in the vocabulary of encounter. It took the research teams 3 years to establish that what the maintenance logs were documenting was biological rather than mechanical, and another 2 years to develop instruments sensitive enough to detect the poltergeist's presence with any consistency. What those instruments showed was a relationship to physical space that the Typhon taxonomy had not previously suggested was possible. Not an organism moving through space, but an organism for which the distinction between moving and not moving, between present and absent, between here and elsewhere, was organized differently than the physics of terrestrial biology had assumed it must be. The poltergeist interacted with the physical environment without making consistent physical contact with it, in the way that a magnetic field interacts with ferrous material at a distance through a medium that was not the organism itself, but that the organism generated and controlled. Objects in a room with a poltergeist moved. Surfaces registered pressure. Atmospheric sensors logged the displacement of mass. And the poltergeist, if you looked directly at the space where the disturbance was occurring, was not there. The researchers who had the most extended exposure to poltergeist activity, a small team in TranStar's xenobiology division who had spent several months attempting to photograph a poltergeist in a controlled environment, reported, in their final summary, a consistent subjective experience that they documented with the professional reluctance of people who understood that subjective experience is not data but felt that omitting it would be a form of dishonesty. The sensation, they wrote, was of being watched by something that did not need to look at you to see you. Not menace, not attention in the directed sense that attention implies. Something more like peripheral awareness. The sense of being included in a field of perception that operated on different terms than human perception, that did not require the focusing of a sensory organ in your direction because it did not have a sensory organ to focus, because it was not perceiving you from a specific location, but simply perceiving you as part of an environment it was in without being in it in any way the instruments could confirm. The poltergeist was the Typhon taxonomy's first intimation of the apex, the first suggestion, documented at the level of individual organism behavior, that the Typhon's relationship to gravity, to physical presence, to the concept of location itself, was not a limitation they operated within, but a medium they operated through. The apex would make this suggestion explicit, at a scale that the poltergeist's small disturbances could not have prepared anyone for. But the shape of the idea was there, in the maintenance logs, in the displaced objects, in the instruments that registered mass where no mass was visible, years before the apex itself known. The Weavers worked slowly, and their work was the most permanent of any Typhon organism on the station, and it was the work that most completely demonstrated the difference between the Typhon as a collection of individual organisms and the Typhon as an ecology, a system with structure and purpose, and a relationship to its environment that extended beyond the behavior of any single member. The coral that the Weavers produced was not a byproduct of their biological process, in the way that a bee's honeycomb is a byproduct of honey production, or a spider's web is a structure built in service of a predatory strategy. The coral was the goal. The coral was the weaver's primary output, the thing it had evolved to produce, and what the coral did to the surfaces it colonized, to the chemical environment of the spaces it filled, to the structural properties of the station's architecture, was convert. It rewrote the chemistry of whatever it grew on, replacing the molecular organization of human-engineered materials with a Typhon organizational principle that served biological rather than industrial purposes, that made the station's corridors and surfaces and systems into something that the Typhon ecology could use rather than merely tolerate. The coral spread slowly, in the biological time frame of something that was not hurrying because it did not need to, and it was beautiful in the specific and troubling way that organic growth in an inorganic environment is always beautiful. The curves and branches and bioluminescent nodes of a living architecture imposing itself on the rectilinear logic of a human installation with the patient confidence of something that understood, in whatever way that Typhon understand things, that it had time. Above all of this, above the mimics in their patient replicated stillness, and the phantoms in their borrowed motion, and the telepaths in their colonial expansion, and the technopaths in their systematic recruitment of the station's infrastructure, and the poltergeists in their unseen displacement, and the weavers in their slow architectural conversion. Above all of it, outside the station's hull in the vacuum where the Earth turned below and the Sun moved through its arc in the indifferent geometry of orbital mechanics, something waited. It had been there since before the breach. It had been there, the research teams would eventually reconstruct, since before the station had reached full operational capacity, present in the space around Talos I in the way that weather is present around a mountain, in the way that depth is present beneath a surface, not doing anything that the instruments were designed to detect, but there, organized, patient, attending. These xenobiologists who had proposed its existence in the internal research documents of TranStar's later years had named it the Apex Typhon, and the name was accurate in the way that a label on a container is accurate. It identified the thing without describing it, classified it without explaining it, gave it a position in the taxonomy without giving the taxonomy the capacity to contain it. The apex was not the largest Typhon organism on record, in the way that the largest terrestrial predator is the largest because it has grown more than others of its kind. It was the largest because it had become something that the category of organism struggled to accommodate. A Typhon presence of such density and complexity that the instruments designed to measure individual organisms returned readings that the instruments had not been calibrated to express. It warped gravity in its vicinity in the way that mass always warps gravity, but with a consistency and a directionality that suggested the warping was not incidental to its nature but functional, not a side effect of its mass but a capacity, something it did rather than something that happened to it. What it wanted, the researchers had asked, what it was doing out there, patient and vast and present, in the orbital space around a station full of humans who were, in the cosmological scale of the encounter they were having, very small and very new and very much, in the position of something that has wandered into a field without knowing what grows there. The answer was not in any research document that TranStar produced in the years before the breach, because the question had not been asked in the way that would have produced an answer. It was in the data, distributed across decades of observations that had been collected with different questions in mind, available to someone who was looking for it. But no one in the entire history of TranStar's research program had been looking for it in quite the right way. The breach would change this, not by providing clarity in the moment, but by removing the institutional mechanisms that had made the question difficult to ask and leaving in their place a single researcher with the specific neural architecture that the answer required, moving through a station that had become, in the hours since the breach, a different kind of question entirely. There is a particular kind of institutional evil that does not announce itself as evil, that does not require its participants to understand themselves as complicit in something wrong, that proceeds not through the deliberate infliction of harm, but through the careful management of information, through the specific and practiced art of ensuring that the people who could object do not have access to the complete picture at the moment when the complete picture would produce an objection that the institution could not absorb. This kind of evil is not the product of malice in the individual sense. It is the product of structure, of hierarchies designed to distribute knowledge vertically in a way that places the people with the most complete information at the level where decisions are made, and the people with the most direct contact with consequences at the level where the decisions arrive as instructions. It is the product of language, of the precise and deliberate use of terminology that is accurate at the level of description and evacuated at the level of meaning, that substitutes the clinical for the human in a way that makes the human cost of a decision invisible to the people who need to approve it. It is the product of momentum, of programs that have been running long enough that the question of whether they should continue running has been replaced by the question of how they should continue running, and the institutional energy required to stop them is so much greater than the institutional energy required to continue them that continuation becomes the default not because anyone chose it, but because no one chose otherwise. The Psychotronics division of Talos I was not the only place in TranStar's program where this kind of evil operated. It was the place where it operated most completely, most consequentially, and most invisibly for the longest period, with the most thorough institutional support from the levels above it, and the most thorough institutional silence from the levels below. The division had been established as a formal research unit when Talos I reached operational capacity, though its functional predecessor had existed within the Kletka station program for decades before that, operating under different names and different organizational charts, but with the same essential mandate: to study the Typhon's neural mechanisms at the level of direct interaction with human subjects. The distinction between Psychotronics and the Neuromod division, which was also studying the Typhon's neural mechanisms, also working with human subjects, also producing research that depended on the intersection of Typhon biology and human neurology, was not a distinction of subject matter. It was a distinction of method, and of the degree to which the method could be described to the subjects it was applied to. The Neuromod division's research involved consenting subjects who understood, within the limits of what they had been told, what they were participating in. Psychotronics' research involved subjects who understood considerably less, in some cases nothing at all, about what was being done to them and why, because what was being done to them could not be fully disclosed without disclosing what the Typhon were and what TranStar had been doing with them for decades. And that disclosure was not available to anyone below a clearance level, that most of the people who became Psychotronics research subjects had not been granted, and would not have been granted, and would not, in most cases, have been granted even if they had asked. The division's physical layout reflected its institutional position. It occupied a module that was architecturally integrated with the Neuromod division's research spaces, sharing a corridor, sharing certain support systems, sharing the outward appearance of a research environment that was continuous with the more visible and more publicly accessible parts of TranStar's program, while being operationally sealed from those spaces by a series of security protocols that the general station population understood as standard classified research practice, and that were, in fact, something considerably more deliberate than standard practice. The observation suites where Typhon specimens were housed and studied were on a separate environmental circuit from the rest of the station's life support, a precaution that was documented as containment protocol, and that was also less documentedly a precaution against the atmospheric anomalies that extended proximity to certain Typhon variants produced in the station's sensor systems, anomalies that the division's internal logs tracked carefully and that the station's general maintenance system was configured to route to Psychotronics' own engineering staff rather than to the central maintenance team that serviced the rest of the station. The people in the adjacent corridors did not hear what happened in Psychotronics' observation suites. This was not an accident. Dr. Emilio Vargas Matthias had led the Psychotronics division for 11 years at the time of the breach, having arrived at Talos I from a background in cognitive neuroscience and behavioral pharmacology that had prepared him technically for almost everything the division required and psychologically for considerably less. His early research notes, the ones from his first 2 years on the station, recovered from deep storage in the subsequent investigation, show a scientist of genuine rigor and genuine curiosity, someone who was asking the right questions about the Typhon's neural architecture with the right combination of precision and humility, who was pushing the program's theoretical frameworks in directions that the subsequent years of research would validate. His later notes, the ones from years 7 through 11, from the period when the division's research had moved from observation into intervention, from documenting the Typhon's neural mechanisms to attempting to apply and modify them in human subjects, show something different, not a different quality of intelligence. The precision remained, the rigor remained, in a formal sense. What had changed was the relationship between the precision and the subject it was applied to. The clinical language that had always been present in Matthias's documentation had become, in the later notes, the only register available to him, not a professional tool that he deployed alongside other ways of understanding what he was working on, but a container that held the work at a distance from any other framework that might have produced a different assessment of what the work was. The notes from his final year on the station read like the documentation of a person who has been conducting research for so long in conditions that required the suppression of a specific category of response that the suppression has become structural, who can describe, with complete technical accuracy, what is happening to the persons in the observation suite without the description registering in any part of the cognitive architecture that the description passes through, as a description of something happening to a person. The volunteer program, as it existed within Psychotronics, was a different thing from the volunteer program as it existed within the Neuromod division, though the two programs shared a name and shared, in their public documentation, a description that made them appear to be expressions of the same institutional commitment to voluntary informed human research participation. In the Neuromod division, volunteers were recruited from Talos I's general staff population, informed of the nature of the Neuromod installations they would be receiving, compensated at rates that the program's ethics documentation described as appropriate to the level of risk involved, and subjected to a memory erasure protocol that was presented as a safety measure and was, as Morgan had eventually worked out, also something else. In Psychotronics, the volunteer framework operated at a greater distance from the conditions that the word volunteer was designed to describe. Some of the subjects were Talos I staff, who had been recruited through the same general channels as the Neuromod division's volunteers, and who had signed documentation that accurately described some of what they would experience, while omitting the aspects that the program's legal team had determined were not required disclosures under the terms of the employment agreement. Some were not recruited from the station's general population at all, but arrived on the quarterly supply runs in the company of TranStar personnel, who were not on the standard crew manifest, and who were processed through Psychotronics intake procedures and assigned quarters in the division's residential module and did not, for the duration of their posting, move through the rest of the station in the way that the station's general population moved through it. Where these subjects came from, what they had been told, what they had agreed to, what the conditions of their consent had been, was documented in a category of Psychotronics internal records that carried a classification level above any other document in TranStar's research archive, above the clearance of Talos I's station director, above the clearance of most of TranStar's own board of directors. It was not above Alex Yu's clearance. Alex Yu had written the classification protocol. What the program was studying in the years before the breach was the outer boundary of what the Typhon's neural mechanisms could do to a human subject under controlled conditions, and what a human subject could be induced through progressive neuromod installation and selective modification of the erasure protocol to become. The theoretical framework that had driven this research was the same theoretical framework that Alex had proposed in the internal documents that would eventually be recovered from deep storage as the justification for the entire arc of TranStar's Typhon research program. That the Typhon's neural mechanisms and the human neural architecture were not merely analogous but potentially compatible, that the boundary between them was a product of evolutionary circumstance rather than fundamental biological incompatibility, and that a human subject whose neural architecture had been progressively modified through neuromod installation derived from sufficiently advanced Typhon material might occupy eventually a position at that boundary. Neither fully human nor fully Typhon, but a third thing, a hybrid, capable of interacting with the Typhon's organizational principle in a way that no purely human subject had been capable of, and no purely Typhon organism had been configured for. The program was looking for the crossover point. The program was looking for the person who could stand at the boundary and be recognized by what stood on the other side of it as something worth engaging with rather than something to be incorporated or ignored. Project Cobalt occupied a different section of Psychotronics' internal architecture, different enough that the personnel who worked on the Typhon neural research and the personnel who worked on Project Cobalt did not, as a rule, discuss their respective programs with each other, not because there was a formal prohibition on the discussion, but because the division's culture had developed over years of operating in the space between different categories of classified research, the particular professional habit of not asking questions about the work in the adjacent office. Project Cobalt was TranStar's weapons program, and it had been running, in one form or another, since the early years of the Kletka program, when the governments that had funded the joint program had made clear that the research's potential military applications were a significant part of their interest in funding it. The specific product that Project Cobalt had been working toward in the years before the breach was a device that TranStar's internal documentation referred to as the Nullwave transmitter, a weapon, though the documentation consistently used the word tool, that was capable of generating a field that disrupted the neural coherence of Typhon, organisms within its range. Not a kinetic weapon, not a chemical weapon. A weapon that worked by attacking the specific property of the Typhon that made them dangerous, which was their capacity for coordinated awareness, their ability to operate as a distributed network, to share information across the ecology, to respond to a threat as a system rather than as a collection of individuals. The Nullwave, in its theoretical formulation, would not destroy Typhon organisms in the physical sense. It would disconnect them from each other, disrupting the field that linked individual Typhon into the larger organizational structure of the ecology, reducing the ecology to its component parts and the component parts to their baseline behaviors, which without the coordinating field were manageable in ways that the coordinated ecology was not. The device existed, by the time of the breach, in a form that Project Cobalt's engineers considered operational but not fully tested, which is a distinction that weapons programs make with a confidence that tends to look different in retrospect than it does at the time of the assessment. Its location within Talos I was known to fewer than 12 people on the station, Alex Yu among them, Morgan Yu not among them, which was a condition of the security protocols around Project Cobalt that Alex had established, and that the subsequent events would make it very difficult to describe as anything other than a deliberate choice with foreseeable consequences. The logic that Alex would later articulate for keeping Morgan outside the knowledge of the Nullwave's existence was the logic of the experiment. A subject who knew that a failsafe existed would behave differently in the experimental conditions than a subject who did not, and the experiment required behavior that was not modified by the knowledge of the failsafe. This logic was not wrong in the narrow technical sense. It was also a logic that required for its application a willingness to place another person in a situation of maximum danger without information that might have altered that danger, on the grounds that the experiment's validity depended on their ignorance. Morgan would have had something to say about this logic if Morgan had been in possession of the information required to say it. Morgan was not in possession of that information. This, too, was not an accident. The ethical complaints had been filed over the years by people who had access to enough of the picture to recognize something wrong without having access to enough of the picture to describe precisely what it was. A researcher in the Neuromod division who had noticed a discrepancy between the volunteer intake numbers and the volunteer outcome documentation and had filed an inquiry through the internal compliance system and had received a response that addressed the specific discrepancy she had identified while leaving intact the structural condition that had produced it. A medical staff member who had treated a subject transferred from Psychotronics residential module in a condition that the transfer documentation did not fully account for, and who had filed a report with the medical bay's chief officer, and whose report had been reviewed by the station's administrative staff and forwarded to Alex Yu's office, where it had been processed through a procedure that the administrative documentation described as standard escalation protocol, and that produced, in practice, the transfer of the medical staff member to a different shift rotation and the amendment of the Psychotronics residential module's transfer documentation to address the specific gap that the report had identified. The gaps that the amended documentation did not address were not gaps that the amended documentation acknowledged. A security officer who had been posted to a rotation outside Psychotronics entrance during a period when the atmospheric sensors in that corridor were logging readings that he could not account for, and who had mentioned this to his shift supervisor in the tone of someone who expected a mundane explanation and had received, instead, a reassignment notice that arrived the following morning with a note about the staffing requirements of a different posting, and who had understood, in the way that people understand things they are being told not to pursue, that the appropriate response to the sensors was to not mention the sensors again. He had not mentioned them again. He had transferred off Talos I at the end of his rotation, 8 months before the breach, and had spent the subsequent period in a posting on Earth that he had requested and received with a speed that he had not expected, and that he had decided on reflection was simply good fortune. Alex Yu had read all of these complaints. Alex Yu had read everything that moved through the administrative systems above a certain level, as a matter of practice, because he understood that the administrative systems were the nervous system of the institution, and that the nervous system carried information that the institution's conscious attention did not always reach. He had read the complaints and had understood what they represented. Not whistleblowers, not investigators, not people who had found the complete picture and were in the process of assembling it, but people who had found edges, who had encountered the program's perimeter from the inside and had, by virtue of their particular position and their particular attention, noticed that the perimeter was there. He had responded to each of them with the specific efficiency of someone who understood that the threat an edge finder poses is not the threat of exposure but the threat of accumulation, that a single person who has noticed an edge can be managed, but that edges noticed by multiple people over time in a connected institutional environment begin to map the perimeter in a way that the perimeter's existence was designed to prevent. He managed them individually, not with hostility, not with the dramatic interventions that institutional suppression tends to look like in retrospect, but with the quiet precision of someone rerouting water around an obstacle. Reassignment here, amended documentation there, a conversation conducted in the tone of someone offering mentorship that left the recipient feeling, somehow, that the thing they had noticed was less significant than they had initially assessed, that the gap in the record was the product of administrative oversight rather than deliberate design, that the appropriate response was to continue their work and trust the institution to manage its own complexity. Alex Yu believed in what the program was building. This is the thing that makes the accounting of it so difficult, that the man who read the complaints and managed the edges and maintained the silence around Psychotronics' sealed doors was not, in his own experience of himself, a person doing something wrong. He was a person doing something necessary in the service of something important at a cost that he had calculated and found acceptable and continued to find acceptable across the years because the calculation, once made, became part of the architecture of his thinking rather than a question he returned to. The researchers who had been reassigned did not, in most cases, connect their reassignment to the complaint they had filed. The subjects in Psychotronics' residential module did not have access to the information that would have allowed them to understand their situation in terms other than the ones they had been provided. The program continued. The coral spread slowly through the station's Psychotronics module, patient and purposeful, growing along surfaces that the maintenance teams had been instructed not to disturb, in configurations that Dr. Pytheas' increasingly compressed research notes described as consistent with the Weaver's standard architectural behavior, while noting, in a parenthetical, that the notes did not develop further, that the configuration seemed, over the preceding months, to be converging on a specific area of the module's outer wall with a directionality that the standard behavioral model did not fully account for. The morning of the breach arrived in the way that mornings on Talos I always arrived, the simulated dawn cycling up through the habitat modules on the 24-hour rhythm that William Yu had specified in the original design brief, the looking glass screens shifting from their nighttime ambient settings to the warmer tones of the early day profile, the galley on deck 4 opening its service window to the sound of Skillet's characteristic greeting, and the smell of coffee that was not quite as good as what De Vries served on deck 7, but was considerably closer than the walk to deck 7 at that hour. Elias Black was on the treadmill, facing the window that showed the Earth. Yun Ito was at her workstation, running the morning diagnostic on the Looking Glass network and noting, with the mild and familiar frustration of someone who has been noting the same anomaly for 6 weeks without receiving a maintenance response, that the screens in the corridor outside Psychotronics were registering a display artifact that the diagnostic classified as a hardware issue and that she had classified, in her 6th maintenance request on the subject, as something she would appreciate someone looking at before it spread to the adjacent corridor's network. Hendrik De Vries was in the commissary on deck 7, taking inventory of the supplies that had arrived on the previous week's run and making the small adjustments to the week's menu that the inventory always required, noting that the shipment had included, as his sister had promised in her last message, a package of coffee beans from a roaster in Auckland whose name he had never been able to pronounce correctly and whose product he had been serving, in the 2 days since the shipment arrived, to the colleagues whose palates he most trusted, watching their faces as the first sip registered, pleased in the specific and uncomplicated way of someone who has given a gift that has landed exactly right in Psychotronics 6 hours before the containment protocol failed. Dr. Pytheas was writing in his research log in the compressed and clinical register that his notes had occupied for the past 3 years, documenting the previous day's observation session in terms that were precise about what had been measured and silent about what the measurements represented, and noting at the end of the entry that the coral formation on the outer wall of Observation Suite 3 had reached a configuration that his instruments were having difficulty characterizing using the standard descriptive framework, and that he intended to run an additional sensor sweep that afternoon to gather more data before submitting the observations to the divisional record. He did not run the additional sensor sweep that afternoon. By that afternoon, the sensor was gone, and the outer wall of Observation Suite 3 was gone, and the standard descriptive framework and the divisional record and the institutional architecture that had maintained them for years were all, in one way or another, in the process of becoming something that the frameworks had not been designed to describe. The investigation that attempted, in the months following the Talos I incident, to reconstruct the sequence of events that produced the Containment Breach was not a public investigation. It was conducted by a team assembled by TranStar's legal division, operating under conditions of classification that the team's members had agreed to as a condition of their appointment, producing a report that was delivered to a group of recipients whose names were not included in the report's distribution record, and that has never, in any form, been made available to any regulatory body, governmental authority, or member of the public. What exists in the accessible record is fragmentary. The environmental sensor logs that the station's automated systems continued to generate after the breach, faithfully recording atmospheric readings and power consumption data and structural stress measurements in spaces where no human being was alive to read them. The crew communications that were transmitted before the communication systems degraded, some complete, some partial, some truncated at moments whose truncation is itself a kind of documentation. The personal logs and written notes recovered from deep storage's hardened data vaults, which survived because they were stored in a medium that the Typhon Ecology had no interest in, and because the vault's physical location was in a section of the station that the breach reached late rather than early. And the recovered memories of the single person who moved through the station after the breach and before whatever came next, assembling from these fragments and from the evidence of their own neural architecture, reconstruction that was neither complete nor fully reliable, but was more complete and more reliable than anything else that survived. From these sources, imperfect and partial as they are, the following account has been assembled. It is offered not as a definitive record, but as the most accurate account that the available evidence supports, in the understanding that accuracy, in the context of an event of this nature, is always an approximation of something that exceeded the capacity of the documentation to contain. The breach began at 8:47 in the morning, station time, in Observation Suite 3 of the Psychotronics division, and it began not with an explosion or a dramatic failure of a critical system, but with a gap, a space of approximately 14 centimeters between the lower edge of the containment field projector and the floor of the suite, produced by a modification to the projector's mounting that had been made 6 weeks earlier to accommodate a new sensor array and that had created, in the field's coverage, a band of reduced intensity at floor level that the post-incident analysis would identify as sufficient to permit transit by a Typhon organism of appropriate mass and morphology. The modification had been flagged in the division's internal safety review 4 weeks after it was made. The flag had been reviewed by Dr. Pytheas, who had noted it in the divisional log and assigned it a priority classification that placed it in the queue for the next scheduled maintenance rotation, which was 3 weeks away. 3 weeks was not an unreasonable timeline for a maintenance issue of the priority level that Pytheas had assigned it. The priority level that Pytheas had assigned it was not the priority level that the gap warranted. This discrepancy between the priority the gap deserved and the priority it received was not the product of negligence in the conventional sense. It was the product of a research environment that had been operating under conditions of sustained pressure for long enough that the judgment of what constituted an urgent safety concern had been calibrated imperceptibly and incrementally against a baseline of risk that most safety frameworks would not have recognized as acceptable. In an environment where the acceptable had been quietly redefined over years of institutional accommodation, a 14-centimeter gap at floor level, in a containment field that had been functioning without incident for 8 months, was a maintenance item, not an emergency. It was a maintenance item for 22 more days. The mimic that transited the gap had been in Observation Suite 3 for 4 months. The research logs described it as a Type 2 specimen, larger than the original Verona 1 organism, more complex in its replication behavior, demonstrating a range of morphological options that the earlier specimen had not shown, and a response latency to observer presence that suggested either greater cognitive sophistication or greater familiarity with the observation conditions, or both. It had been the subject of a study focused on the relationship between observer behavior and replication target selection. Specifically, on whether the mimic's choice of which object to replicate was influenced by the observer's attention patterns in a way that suggested modeling of the observer's perceptual state rather than simple environmental sampling. The study had been producing interesting data. Dr. Pytheas' notes from the final week before the breach described the specimen's behavior as showing a pattern of target selection that was, in his assessment, consistent with the hypothesis that the mimic was tracking the observer's gaze direction and selecting replication targets from the observer's visual periphery rather than from the observer's field of direct attention. This was, if accurate, a significant finding. It implied a level of perceptual modeling that the program's theoretical framework had not anticipated. It implied that the mimic was not merely replicating objects, but was specifically choosing objects that the observer was least likely to examine carefully, was, in other words, not just hiding, but hiding in the specific places that the observer's own attention patterns had identified as the places least likely to be checked. The specimen had been doing this, the records suggest, for considerably longer than the 4 months it had spent in Observation Suite 3. It had been doing it in the gap between the containment field and the floor, in the 14 centimeters of reduced intensity that the mounting modification had created, for 22 days. It had been transiting in increments small enough that the field's perimeter sensors registered as normal variation rather than as breach events, moving pieces of itself through the gap with the patience of something that understood, in whatever way the mimic understands things, that the appropriate pace for this particular operation was not the pace of an ambush predator, but the pace of water finding a path through stone. By the morning of the breach, the portion of the specimen that had transited the gap was sufficient for independent function. At 8:47 station time, it moved. The first 15 minutes are documented in fragments that, assembled together, produce something that is harder to read than a complete account would be. Not because the fragments are less informative than a complete account, but because the gaps between them are informative in their own way, because what is missing from the record is as significant as what is present, because the silence between one crew member's last transmission and another's first awareness of something wrong is the sound of 14 centimeters of reduced field intensity, becoming the end of a world that had been 17 minutes earlier, a place where the coffee was still warm and a man was running on a treadmill facing the earth, and a woman was filing her 7th maintenance request about the looking glass screens in the Psychotronics corridor. The security team that responded first to the alert from Observation Suite 3 was a 2-person unit. Officer Rajiv Chandrasekhar and Officer Meletupu, both posted to the Psychotronics Division's security rotation, both experienced with the Division's protocols, both equipped with the non-lethal deterrent devices that the Division's security framework specified for containment response situations, and that the containment response training they had received had been calibrated to address. The training had been calibrated for a mimic in an observation suite. The training had not been calibrated for a mimic that had spent 22 days learning the security team's patrol patterns from the gap in the containment field. Chandrasekhar's comm transmitted at 8:52, 5 minutes after the initial alert, with a quality of sound that the communication system's audio processings classified as outdoor conditions, but that was in fact the acoustic signature of a corridor whose atmospheric integrity had been compromised by the breach of a sealed door. The transmission lasted 4 seconds. It did not contain words. Tupu's comm transmitted 11 seconds later from a different location than Chandrasekhar's last logged position, with a duration of 1 second. After that, neither comm transmitted again. The alert reached the station's central security system at 8:53, and the system's automated response, the initiation of the emergency lockdown protocol that William Hughes Architects had specified as the station's primary containment response mechanism, began at 8:54 with the sealing of the Psychotronics division's blast doors and the activation of the corridor security turrets on the division's perimeter. The lockdown protocol was well designed. It had been designed by people who understood the containment requirements of a research station housing Typhon specimens, who had built redundancy into every critical system and specified response timelines that allowed for the scenario of a containment failure in a single division being contained before it reached the adjacent corridor. The protocol worked exactly as it had been designed to work, and the containment failure was not contained before it reached the adjacent corridor, because the 14-centimeter gap had been a gap in the containment field but not the only gap, because the Mimic had spent 22 days transiting the field in increments small enough to avoid detection, and the increments had been transiting in both directions, and what had moved through the gap in the outward direction had been moving through the ventilation system's service ducts for the full 22 days, and the ventilation system's service ducts were not on the lockdown protocol's list of systems to seal, because sealing the ventilation system would have been sealing the life support system, and the life support system was the one thing the lockdown protocol had been specifically designed not to interrupt. The spread of the breach through the station's ventilation architecture was not rapid in the way that fire spreads, not the visible, energetic, heat-producing progression of something consuming its environment as it moves through it. It was slow in the way that water through stone is slow, invisible, directionless in appearance, but directional in effect, progressing through the paths of least resistance in a system that had not been designed with the specific resistance required. By the time the Central Security System's automated alert reached the general station population at 8:59, 5 minutes after the lockdown's initiation, there were Typhon organisms in the ventilation ducts for 4 separate station modules, none of them the Psychotronics division. The alert instructed residents to shelter in place, secure their immediate environment, and await further instruction. Most of them did this. Most of them did this because the training they had received for containment scenarios specified shelter in place as the correct response, and because the training had been effective, and because the culture of Talos I was, as the culture of any isolated community tends to be, oriented toward institutional trust, toward the assumption that the people with the most complete picture were managing the situation, and that the correct response to instructions from those people was to follow them while the management proceeded. The people with the most complete picture were not managing the situation. Alex Yu, in the executive suite at Talos I's apex, was looking at the sensor data from the breach in the way that a person looks at data when the data is telling them something that the frameworks they have spent years constructing were designed to prevent, and finding, in the gap between what the data showed and what the frameworks had specified should happen, the specific quality of recognition that comes from understanding all at once that the assumption on which everything else depended was wrong. He was not, in those first minutes, in the grip of panic. He was in the grip of something more complicated and more durable. The clarity of a person who has been building toward a single outcome for years, and who is now looking at the moment when the conditions for that outcome have arrived ahead of schedule in a form that he had specified as a possibility, but that the possibility had not fully prepared him for. He made 3 decisions in the 12 minutes between his first awareness of the breach and the moment when the decisions became irreversible. The first was not to initiate the full station evacuation that the emergency protocol specified as the response to a multi-module containment failure. The second was not to transmit the emergency signal to TranStar Earth that the protocol specified as the simultaneous action to the evacuation initiation. The third was to seal the external communication array that would have allowed individual crew members to transmit their own distress signals to the communication relay that TranStar Earth monitored for exactly this category of event. There was a logic to these decisions. There was a logic that Alex could articulate, and that he had articulated, in the documents he had prepared for exactly this contingency, in language that was precise and internally consistent, and that, evaluated on its own terms, was not irrational. The evacuation would not have succeeded. The breach had progressed too far through the ventilation system for the evacuation corridors to be reliably clear, and the probability of evacuation producing a mass casualty event in the evacuation process itself was, by his calculation, comparable to the probability of the same outcome if the population sheltered in place. The emergency signal to TranStar Earth would have initiated a response protocol that he did not control, and that would, by his assessment, not have produced a useful intervention before the breach had progressed to a stage where intervention was no longer meaningful. The external communication seal was temporary, a measure to prevent the transmission of incomplete and potentially panic-inducing information before a controlled communication could be prepared. These were the terms in which the decisions were framed in Alex's documentation. They were also the decisions of a man who understood that the breach, however catastrophically it had arrived, had produced the conditions for the experiment that the entire program had been building toward, and who was not prepared, in the 12 minutes that the decisions required, to allow the institutional response to those conditions to proceed in a way that would make the experiment impossible to conduct. The population of Talos I sheltered in place. They secured their immediate environments and awaited further instruction because the training had been effective and the culture of institutional trust was durable, and because most of them, in those first minutes, had not yet encountered anything that made the shelter-in-place instruction feel like something other than the correct response to a manageable situation. Elias Black was in his quarters on Deck 4, having been redirected from the exercise facility by the alert while he was still in his running clothes. He was writing in his journal, not because the moment called for documentation, but because writing was how he processed things, and the thing he was processing required processing. He wrote at 9:04 station time. Alert in Psychotronics, probably another specimen incident. Chandrasekhar and Tupu haven't checked in yet, which is unusual. Sheltering in place as instructed. Will update when there's more information. He did not update the entry. The journal was recovered from his quarters 8 days after the breach in the section of the station that the Typhon Ecology had reached late, and the entry was the last one in a record that covered 6 years of daily documentation with the patient and conscientious thoroughness of a person who believed that the record mattered, who had no way of knowing that the record was the only part of him that would survive the morning. Yoon Ito was in the Looking Glass Network's control room when the alert initiated the lockdown, and the lockdown sealed the control room's door from the outside. And the sealed door was, as she would document in the communications, she managed to transmit over the following hours from the control room's internal system, an extremely good piece of news and an extremely bad piece of news simultaneously. Good, because the control room's sealed environment kept the Typhon organisms out of it for considerably longer than the surrounding corridors. Environment remained viable. Bad, because the control room's sealed environment kept her in it with a looking glass network that was, by 9:15, showing her the corridor outside in real time. And the corridor outside at 9:15 was not a corridor that she wanted to be shown in real time. She transmitted at 9:18 to the General Station Emergency Channel with a message that the channel's log recorded as follows. The Looking Glass Network is showing movement in the Deck 6 main corridor. I am sealed in the network control room. I am not in immediate danger. I want someone to tell me what is happening, and I want someone to tell me right now. No one responded to the transmission on the emergency channel because the emergency channel's relay was managed by a system that the lockdown protocol had sealed into a maintenance mode that required administrator override to exit, and the administrator override required Alex Yu's authorization. Anfax Yu was not, at 9:18, responding to the emergency channel. The phantom formation wave, the transition of the breach from a containment failure of living Typhon organisms to a conversion of the station's dead into new participants in the ecology, began at approximately 9:40, in the sections of the station that the initial breach wave had reached first and where the first casualties had occurred earliest. It was documented by a researcher named Lena Voss, who was sheltering in a supply closet on Deck 5 with a coworker named Dakarai Osi, and who had, through the supply closet's ventilation grate, a line of sight to a section of the Deck 5 main corridor. Voss transmitted her account in a voice message that the emergency channel recorded at 9:52 in the tone of someone who is describing something with as much clinical precision as the circumstances allow, because the alternative to clinical precision is a response that will not be useful to anyone. She described the body in the corridor as belonging to a security officer she did not name, and she described the process she observed as beginning with what appeared to be a condensation or gathering of the black particulate matter that had been drifting in the corridor since the initial breach wave, and proceeding through a sequence of stages that she described in terms derived from the xenobiology briefings that Talos I's general population had received on arrival, briefings that had covered the Typhon's general biology in terms broad enough to satisfy the station's safety requirements, and specific enough to be technically accurate without being complete. She described the final stage as the officer standing up. She said this in the same measured tone as everything that preceded it. She said it, and then there was a silence in the transmission that lasted 11 seconds, and then she said it again, as though the repetition would help, as though saying it a second time in the same measured tone would allow the fact of it to settle into a framework that could hold it. The officer standing up, moving differently than a person moves, the corridor no longer empty in the way that empty means the absence of danger. The message that Voss and Assisi transmitted together at 10:14. When it became clear that the supply closet's ventilation grate was not going to remain an adequate barrier for the duration of whatever was happening outside it, was addressed to anyone who was monitoring the emergency channel and was free of clinical precision. It contained the names of people they wanted contacted on Earth, and some additional information that is not reproduced here because it belongs to them and not to this account, and a request that was specific and practical, and that the emergency channel received and logged and did not transmit beyond the station's internal system because the external communication array was sealed. The request was not fulfilled. This is a fact of the record. It is stated here because the record requires it, and because the alternative, the omission of inconvenient facts in favor of a narrative that does not require the reader to hold them, is a practice that this account is specifically not in the business of. By noon on the day of the breach, 6 hours and 13 minutes after Chandrasekhar's comm had transmitted 4 seconds of compromised atmospheric acoustics from a corridor in the Psychotronics division, Talos I's population of 1,237 had been reduced by approximately 900. The remaining 337 were distributed across the station in isolated pockets, some sheltering in sealed rooms, some in transit between shelters, some in conditions that the word sheltering did not accurately describe, but that were, at noon on that day, still compatible with the continued presence of a pulse. The emergency lighting had replaced the simulated daylight in most of the station's modules, shifting the environment from the warm gold of a calibrated morning to the cold red of an emergency that had not been resolved in the time the emergency protocol had been designed to address. The automated safety announcement was still running in the sections of the station where the speakers were still functioning and the power was still routed to them, its calm and measured voice instructing residents to shelter in place and await further instruction with the patient repetition of a system that had not been designed to update its message based on whether the instructions it was issuing were still relevant. In the Arboretum, the water features were still running. The trees were still standing. Elena Buteva's plant records were still open on her tablet, the screen still active because the module's power had not yet been rerouted, showing the last entry she had made that morning. A note about the light calibration in the secondary module, a minor adjustment she had been planning to make that afternoon, a small and specific intention of a person who had been alive and purposeful at the moment she made it, and who was no longer alive by the time the tablet screen, set to turn off after 30 minutes of inactivity, finally went dark. And in the executive suite at Talos I's apex, Alex Yu was looking at the sensor data and the communication logs and the population monitoring system S output, and he was making calculations, and the calculations were producing a number, and the number was the number of people who had died in the 6 hours since he had made 3 decisions in 12 minutes, and he was holding that number in the part of his mind that his conviction had not yet reached, in the space where the logic of the experiment and the weight of the dead had not yet found a way to coexist. And it was not a comfortable space, and he was not a comfortable man, and he was not going to do anything different, because the experiment's conditions were now fully established, and the experiment was the only thing, in his assessment, that could produce an outcome that made the number mean something other than what numbers of that size, absent a justification, mean. The station was quiet in the way that a place is quiet when the thing that made the noise is gone. Morgan Yu was asleep in an apartment that did not exist, in a simulation that was performing the last minutes of its function, in a mind that had been through this before and did not remember it, holding in the right pocket of a research code a wrench that a previous version of the same mind had put there for reasons that would become clear at the proper time. The apartment was perfect. This is the detail that, in retrospect, should have been the first signal. Not the wrongness of it, but the perfection, the specific quality of a space that has been assembled from memory rather than lived in, that has the proportions and the objects and the light of a real place without the accumulation of small imperfections that real places acquire through habitation. The coffee cup on the counter was in the position that a coffee cup occupies when someone has placed it there rather than set it, down mid-thought. The books on the shelf were arranged with a consistency of orientation that actual books, handled daily by a person who reads them, do not maintain. The light through the window had the quality of morning light processed through the understanding of what morning light should look like rather than the specific and unrepeatable quality of actual morning light falling through an actual window at an actual hour in an actual place. It was a reconstruction. It was an extremely good reconstruction, assembled from neural recordings of sufficient depth and fidelity that the person inside it experienced it as real, because the person inside it was experiencing it through the same neural architecture from which the recordings had been taken, and the architecture recognized its own material. But it was a reconstruction, and the perfection of it was the seam, the place where the simulation's fidelity to the original exceeded the original's fidelity to itself, because the original had been imperfect in the way that everything real is imperfect, and the simulation had been built to be as close as possible to the original, which meant it was, in the specific way that close as possible differs from identical, not the original. Morgan Yu had been through this before. Not in any memory that was available on that morning. The erasure protocol had done what it was designed to do, cleanly and completely, leaving no accessible trace of the previous cycles in the narrative architecture of the self that woke in the apartment. But in the body, in the specific below-conscious register of neural patterning that the erasure protocol had not been designed to reach because no one who designed the erasure protocol had considered the possibility that the relevant information might be stored there. A quality of attention to the apartment that was slightly off, a habit of looking at things a fraction of a second longer than the encounter with them warranted, as though the looking were a check rather than a perception. The wrench in the research coat pocket, which Morgan had not yet reached for, but which was there, which had been placed there by a version of Morgan who understood that the reaching for would come and who had wanted something familiar to be found when it did. The coffee cup on the counter, which Morgan picked up and held without drinking from, which the previous Morgan had also picked up and held without drinking from, not because the coffee was wrong, but because the holding was a way of testing the cup's reality against some standard that the current Morgan could Not name, but that the body knew how to apply. The interview came next, as it always came, the helicopter, the corporate setting, the assessors with their clipboards and their measured questions, the particular performance of normality that the simulation required Morgan to enact in order to maintain its own coherence, because a session that is testing the subject's responses needs the subject to respond, and a subject who is not responding is a simulation that is failing its function. Morgan responded, answered the questions with the fluency of someone who had answered them before, without knowing they had answered them before, demonstrated the competence that the assessors were measuring, moved through the simulated environment with the physical ease of someone whose body remembered the space even when the mind did not. The helicopter, the view of the city below, the particular quality of altitude that is not the altitude of Talos I, the altitude of a planet, of a gravity that is full and unmediated and not a product of engineering decisions, of a sky that is blue rather than black and that has clouds in it and weather, and the visible evidence of an atmosphere doing what atmospheres do. Morgan looked at it with the attention that the checking habit produced in everything it was applied to, and found it real enough, and filed the finding in the part of the mind where the checking habit deposited its results, and did not examine what the filing itself implied about the context in which the checking was being done. The glass broke at the moment that the simulation had always been calibrated to break it. The specific moment when the subject's responses had generated sufficient data for the assessment's purposes, when the simulation had extracted what it needed, and the continuation of the performance served no further function. The sound was precise. Not the diffuse crash of glass breaking under impact, but the sharp, directional fracture of a pane that has been stressed at a specific point, a sound with a location and a vector, a sound that arrived from behind and slightly above, and that produced, in the neural architecture that received it, the specific alert state that the sound of breaking glass produces in a person who is in an enclosed space when it breaks. Morgan turned. The mirror behind the assessor's table, a mirror that the simulation had included as a design element, a surface for the subject to glimpse themselves in during the assessment, a tool for the kind of self-awareness that the assessment was partly measuring. The mirror was broken, and in the break, in the gap between the shards that were still suspended in the moment of fracture, in a way that mirrors do not remain in actual physics, something was moving, not toward Morgan, not with the urgency of a threat in motion, moving in the way that something moves when it is occupying a space and has been occupying it for a while and is only now becoming visible, because the surface that was concealing it has been removed. The simulation ended, not dramatically, not with the kind of cinematic collapse that the word ended implies, not with a fade or a cut or an explicit transition that announced itself as a transition. It ended the way a dream ends when the body has decided that sleep is finished. The environment simply stopped being present, and the environment that replaced it was present in the specific and irreducible way that actual environments are present, with the full sensory weight of a real space making real claims on the nervous system that had been resting, for however long the simulation had run, from the claims of the real. The apartment was gone, the assessors were gone, the helicopter and the city and the blue sky with clouds were gone. What replaced them was the ceiling of a room on Talos I, the specific texture of the ceiling material in the Habitat Module's residential section, the specific quality of the emergency lighting that had replaced the simulated dawn, the specific sound of a station in emergency lockdown, which was not the sound of alarms and running feet, but the sound of a place that has gone quiet in the wrong way. The absence of the ambient noise that a functioning station produces so consistently that its absence registers as a presence, the presence of something that has taken the station's ordinary sound and replaced it with a silence that is not peaceful. Morgan sat up. The research coat was on the chair beside the bed, and the wrench was in the right pocket of the research coat, and the coat was on the chair with the specificity of placement that the checking habit recognized as intentional rather than habitual, as something put there rather than left there. The room was intact. The emergency lighting gave everything the quality of a space seen at a remove from itself, familiar in its features and estranged in its atmosphere, the same objects in the same positions but illuminated in a way that made their familiarities insufficient to overcome the wrongness of the light they were illuminated by. Morgan stood and put on the coat and felt the weight of the wrench in the pocket, and did not take it out yet, but registered the weight with the specific quality of attention that the checking habit gave to things that it recognized as placed rather than found. Then Morgan went to the door. The corridor outside was empty in the way that corridors on Talos I were not, during any hour of the station's simulated day, empty. The station's population density was not extreme, 1,237 people, in a volume of pressurized space that could accommodate more, but it was consistent enough that an empty corridor at any hour was a corridor whose emptiness required an explanation. The emergency lighting gave the corridor the red-gold quality of a space that has been placed in a category of exception, that has been moved from normal operations into the register of the contingency plans that normal operations are designed to prevent. Morgan stood in the corridor and looked at the emptiness and understood, in the way that the checking habit understood things, not through narrative reasoning, but through the accumulated pattern of things checked and found consistent or inconsistent, that the explanation for the emptiness was not a scheduled maintenance window or a drill or a power rerouting event. The explanation for the emptiness was that the people who should have been in the corridor were somewhere else, or were not somewhere else in the way that people are not somewhere when they have moved to another location. The distinction between those two possibilities was one that the corridor's emptiness did not resolve, and the not resolving of it was information. The operator came from the ventilation shaft access panel at the corridor's far end, emerging with the hovering smoothness of a unit in full function, and Morgan's hand had already moved to the pocket with the wrench before the operator spoke, because the checking habit had registered the movement as originating from a location that was not an operator housing unit, and had filed this in the alert register before the conscious mind had processed the movement as an operator emerging, rather than something else. The voice that came from the unit was Morgan's voice. Not an approximation. Not a voice that resembled Morgan's voice in the way that a recording resembles the original. Morgan's voice, with its specific timbre and its specific cadence, and the specific quality of measured precision that Morgan's professional training had laid over the natural register of the voice beneath it, coming from an operator unit that was hovering at the height of a direct communication rather than the operational height of a unit performing a function. The unit said, "I have been waiting for this cycle to reach this point. I am January. You built me in a previous cycle. I am here to give you the information that you need and to ask you to do something that a previous version of you decided was necessary. I will explain everything that I can explain. There are things I cannot explain that you will need to discover for yourself. The most important thing I can tell you right now is that Alex Yu is going to contact you, and that when he does, you should listen to what he says and understand that what he says is not the same as what he knows." January's explanation took 9 minutes in the cold red light of the corridor with the station's wrong silence around them. It covered the breach in the terms that January had access to, which were the terms of the plan that a prior Morgan had made, calibrated to what that prior Morgan had known at the moment of making it, and therefore incomplete in the ways that the prior Morgan's knowledge had been incomplete, which were significant ways. It covered the structure of what Morgan needed to do, where to go, in what sequence, what to look for, what to avoid. It covered, in the careful and specific language of someone who has thought about how to say a difficult thing to themselves and has decided that directness is more useful than gentleness, the fact of the memory loops, not as something to be processed emotionally in this corridor at this moment, but as a condition of the situation that Morgan needed to understand in order to navigate it. "The erasure is real," January said. "The cycles are real. The person you were yesterday is not the same person who is having this conversation in the sense that memory is the thread of continuity, and the thread has been cut more times than I have records for. But the person you were yesterday made me, left the wrench in the coat, left the journal entries in the personal log. What they left is a form of continuity that does not require memory to function, because it is not stored in the mind but in the objects and the plans and the operator unit hovering in front of you right now, telling you what they could not tell you themselves because they were not going to be there when you needed to be told. Morgan listened to this, held the wrench in the pocket without taking it out, asked January 3 questions, in the order that the questions presented themselves. Where is the station's population? What happened to the Psychotronics division? And what does Alex Yu know that he is not going to tell me? January answered the first two. On the third, January said, Alex knows more than he will tell you and less than he believes he knows. And the gap between those two things is where the most important decisions are going to be made. The comm in Morgan's coat pocket activated at the 9-minute mark, as January had said it would. Alex's voice had the quality that it always had, the specific warmth of a person who has known you for your entire life, deployed in the specific register of a person who is telling you what they have decided you need to know, which is a combination that Morgan's neural architecture recognized without being able to name the recognition, the way you recognize a piece of music that you have heard in a previous context that the current context has removed from access. He said, Morgan, I know you're awake. I know this is disorienting, and I'm sorry for the disorientation, but I need you to listen to me, and I need you to trust me, because the situation on the station is serious, and the time we have available is limited, and there are things I need to explain to you that are going to be difficult to hear, and that I need you to hear anyway, he said. There was a containment failure in Psychotronics, he said. The research is intact, or most of it is intact, and that matters because the research is the thing that everything else has been in service of, he said. I need your help, Morgan. I need you to work with me on this, he said. And here was the specific weight of a specific word deployed with the specific precision of someone who understands the load-bearing function of a word in a particular context. I need you to trust me. Morgan did not respond immediately. January's single manipulator arm extended toward the comm in the coat pocket, retracted without touching it, a gesture of restraint, of a decision to allow Morgan to make the next move without direction, that Morgan registered as significant precisely because January had the capacity to intercept the communication and had chosen not to exercise it. Morgan pressed the comm and said, I hear you, Alex. Tell me what you need, which was not the same as I trust you, and which Alex, to his credit, understood was not the same as I trust you, and which Alex accepted because it was what he had, and because the alternative, pushing for the declaration of trust that Morgan had not made, would have produced a response that was worse than the response he had received. The first traversal of Talos I began at the end of that exchange, in the emergency-lit corridor with January hovering at shoulder height and the wrench in the coat pocket, and the station's wrong silence pressing against every surface of every space that Morgan moved through. The lobby was the first major space, reached through two sealed emergency doors that Morgan's access credentials still opened, a fact that registered as significant because someone with the authority to retain Morgan's access credentials during an emergency lockdown had retained them, and the two candidates for that someone were the two people whose voices had just given Morgan competing accounts of what was happening and what it meant. The marble floors of the lobby were crossed with Typhon coral in the specific configuration of the early spread, the coral following the floor's joints and seams in the way that the weaver's architectural logic operated, finding the boundaries between surfaces and using them as pathways, building along the lines that the human engineering had already provided, converting the station's own structural organization into a roadmap for its own conversion. The coral was bioluminescent where the emergency lighting did not reach it, casting a blue-white glow across the marble that made the lobby's familiar grandeur into something that the familiar grandeur did not have the vocabulary to absorb. The brass fixtures still caught the light, the The ceiling's curved glass panels still showed the Earth in whatever phase its orbital geometry had produced. A crescent that morning, the Terminator line clean and sharp and entirely indifferent to what was happening on the station below the phase from which it was being observed. The looking glass screens were still cycling. This was the detail that stopped Morgan in the center of the lobby for a longer moment than the situation's urgency recommended, because the looking glass screens cycling their TranStar promotional content in the red-gold emergency lighting with the coral spreading across the floor below them was a juxtaposition that the promotional content had not been designed to survive. The screens showed, in their rotation, a 60-second piece about neuromod technology that had been produced for the investor communications package. A clean and well-lit piece featuring actors in lab coats and satisfied-looking subjects sitting in comfortable chairs while a voice described the transformative potential of TranStar's proprietary neural enhancement program in the language of human flourishing and scientific progress. The voice continued, undisturbed, through the lobby's emergency lighting and the coral and the specific absence of any of the 1,237 people who had been in this station when the voice had last been cycling in better conditions. It described the future with the confidence of something that had not yet received the information that would have changed its assessment of what the future was going to look like. January identified the first mimic before Morgan did. The manipulator arm extended in the direction of the reception desk at the lobby's far end, a gesture that Morgan's peripheral vision caught as directional information before the conscious mind had processed what it was pointing at. The object on the reception desk that was not the object it appeared to be was, to a first-order visual inspection, a stapler, the specific model of desktop stapler that TranStar's office supply procurement had standardized across the station's administrative functions, black with a silver hinge mechanism, positioned with the slight asymmetry of an object that has been set down rather than placed. The asymmetry was wrong. Morgan had been through the lobby's reception area enough times to have a pattern-level sense of how the objects on the reception desk sat, and the stapler's asymmetry was not the asymmetry of that pattern, was slightly too considered, slightly too positioned for observation, rather than positioned by use, the asymmetry of something that had decided what asymmetry looked like from the outside rather than acquired it through the inside process of being a stapler set down by a person in the middle of a task. Morgan stopped walking, looked at the stapler with the full attention that the checking habit deployed on things that required it, understood in the specific way that understanding arrives when the body has already processed the information that the mind is catching up to, that the object on the reception desk was not a stapler, and had not been a stapler for some time, and was, at this specific moment of sustained attention being directed toward it, in the process of determining whether the sustained attention represented a threat and what the appropriate response to that determination was. The understanding produced a specific stillness, not the frozen stillness of fear, but the deliberate stillness of a researcher who knows what they are looking at and who has, somewhere in the accumulated neural architecture of years of xenobiological study, access to the information that the correct response to a mimic that has not yet committed to its attack response is not movement but equivalence, a stillness that presents the observer as another object in the environment rather than as a threat or a target that asks the mimic's modeling process to reach the conclusion that whatever it is looking at is not worth the commitment of the attack. The stillness held. The stapler remained a stapler, or continued to perform the function of being a stapler, for 6 seconds that were longer than 6 seconds in the specific way that seconds are long when the thing that fills them is a decision being made by something that is not human about whether you are relevant. Then January moved, not toward the mimic, not in a way that would have registered as a threat to the mimic's modeling process, but laterally, drawing the attention of the modeling process toward a moving object that had a clearer threat signature than the still object it had been assessing. The mimic's tension, if attention is the correct word for what the modeling process directed, shifted. Morgan moved, not running, not the panicked retreat that the situation might have excused, but the deliberate, measured movement of someone who has understood the geometry of the space and is repositioning within it with enough care that the repositioning does not present as the kind of movement that the mimic's pattern recognition was designed to respond to. The stapler remained on the reception desk. Morgan reached the corridor that led toward the Neuromod division. January followed, and the manipulator arm retracted, and the lobby's looking-glass screens continued their rotation, describing the future in the language of human flourishing to a room that held, of the station's original population, exactly one researcher and one operator built from that researcher's own neural architecture, moving through the remains of a morning that had started with perfect coffee and ended with everything else. The ones who survived the first wave of the breach did not survive it because they were better prepared than the ones who did not, or braver, or more resourceful, or possessed of some quality that the ones who did not survive lacked. Some of them survived because of decisions they made in the first minutes that happened to be the right decisions given information did not have at the time of making them. Some survived because the specific location they occupied at 8:47 station time placed them on the far side of a sealed door from the direction the breach moved, or in a room whose ventilation connection happened to be on a duct the initial wave had not yet reached, or at a distance from the Psychotronics module that the breach required time to close and that the lockdown protocol's imperfect response had not fully surrendered. Some survived because of a habit or a preference or a minor scheduling change that had placed them somewhere other than where they would otherwise have been. A shift swap, a meeting moved, a decision to take the longer route between 2 points because the morning had felt like a morning that warranted the longer route. The specificity of these causes is not incidental. It is the thing that makes the surviving population what it is, not a selected group, not the best or the most capable or the most prepared, but the residue of an event that sorted its subjects by proximity and timing and the particular geometry of a station that the breach moved through in ways that no one had modeled, because the model would have required acknowledging that the breach was possible in the specific form it took. What the survivors shared by the time Morgan began moving through the station was a period of isolation that ranged from hours to days and that had, in each case, produced a specific and identifiable effect on the person who had endured it. Isolation of the kind that Talos I's breach produced, not the chosen isolation of a meditation retreat or a solo research posting, but the enforced isolation of a sealed room with something outside the door that had recently been a colleague, does not leave a person unchanged. It does not leave them broken, necessarily, or incapacitated, or unable to function in the ways that functioning required in the specific conditions of a breached station. But it leaves a mark at the level where the assumptions about the world live. The foundational layer of the mind that processes each new input against the accumulated weight of prior experience and returns a sense of what is normal, what is expected, what the environment is likely to do next. The survivors of Talos I had had that layer rewritten in the hours since the breach by inputs that the layer had not been built to process, and the rewriting had produced people who were functional and compromised simultaneously, who could act with considerable effectiveness in the immediate demands of their situation, and who were, underneath the effectiveness, operating in a state of sustained cognitive dissonance that the effectiveness was partly a way of managing. Sarah Elazar had been running the station's security operation from the cargo bay since approximately 4 hours after the breach, which was how long it had taken her to assess the station's condition with the information available to her, determined that the central security system was not going to provide useful coordination, identify the cargo bay as the most defensible large volume space in her accessible area of the station, and begin the process of consolidating the surviving members of her team and the civilians she could reach into a position that could be held. She was doing all of this in the specific way that people who have been trained for crisis management do things in a crisis, with a clarity of prioritization that the crisis produced rather than disrupted, with the capacity to make decisions on incomplete information without the incompleteness paralyzing the decision, with the specific quality of controlled fear that distinguishes effective crisis response from the alternatives. The fear that is present, that is real, that is doing its appropriate biological job of sharpening the senses and accelerating the processing, but that has been placed in a relationship with the will that allows the will to use the fear rather than be governed by it. Elazar had been trained for this. The training had not included this specific scenario, because no training had included this specific scenario, because the scenario was not one that the training's designers had been cleared to design for. But the training had built in her the capacity to apply its principles to scenarios it had not specifically addressed. And she was applying them, and the cargo bay was holding, and the people inside it were alive, and these were the relevant metrics by which the operation was currently being evaluated. She was a compact woman in her mid-40s, whose physicality communicated competence in the specific way that people communicate things they have spent years making true rather than claiming. The economy of movement, the quality of stillness that is readiness rather than rest, the way she occupied a space as though she had assessed its geometry before settling into it, and had settled into the position that the geometry recommended. She had come to TranStar's security division from a background in crisis response that had taken her through 3 different institutional contexts across 15 years, each of which had required her to operate in conditions of sustained uncertainty with the specific professional discipline of not allowing the uncertainty to become a justification for delay. She had requested the Talos I posting because the challenge was real and the resources were extraordinary, and because she had, by her late 30s, developed a relationship with challenging environments that was something between a professional preference and a personality trait, a quality that her evaluations described as thrives in high-complexity situations, and that she described, in the rare moments when she described herself at all, as not being very good at being bored. She was not bored now. She was the least bored she had ever been, in the specific way that maximum engagement and maximum danger overlap in crisis conditions, and the part of her that was least bored was the part she was relying on, and she was aware that this reliance was a resource that would not last indefinitely, and was managing it accordingly. When Morgan's signal reached the cargo bay's communication system on the 2nd day after the breach, Elazar responded with the same quality of assessment that she brought to every new development in the station's condition. What is this? What does it mean? What does it require of me? The answer to the first question, Morgan Yu, researcher, alive, mobile, in possession of an operator unit and a communication line to Alex Yu, produced in Elazar's assessment. The answer to the third, cooperation, conditional. She trusted Morgan in the way that she trusted anything in the current situation, which was exactly as far as the evidence supported and not one increment further, and she communicated this with a directness that Morgan, who had been interacting primarily with January's precise voice and Alex's careful one, found clarifying in the way that a plain surface is clarifying after a series of decorated ones. She said, "I have 31 people in the cargo bay, 14 of whom are in functional condition and 17 of whom are not, and I need 3 things from you, and if you can provide 2 of the 3, I will help you with whatever you are doing, and if you can provide all 3, I will actively work with you." The 3 things were medical supplies, a clear route to the shuttle bay, and information about whether the external communication array was actually sealed, or whether that was a malfunction that could be corrected. Morgan told her the truth about all 3 in the terms that January had provided, which meant the answer to the third question was the answer that Elazar had suspected, and that the confirmation of made her face do something that was not quite an expression. That was the muscular activity associated with an expression that she had decided not to have, and that lasted approximately 1 second, before her face returned to the quality of controlled assessment that it maintained as its operational state. She said, "Understood." She said, "Let's be useful to each other." Mikhaila Ilyushin had survived the breach in the hardware labs, where she had been running a diagnostic on the station's power distribution network at the time the emergency lockdown initiated, and where the diagnostic terminal's hardened enclosure had provided sufficient shielding to keep her alive during the first hours when the ventilation system was the breach's primary vector. She was an engineer in the specific mold that the most effective engineers occupy, deeply knowledgeable about the systems she worked on, intolerant of imprecision in her own work, and patient with it in other people's work in the way that someone who has spent years correcting their own errors develops patience with the same errors in others, possessed of a relationship with Talos I's infrastructure that was closer to the relationship a physician has with a patient's anatomy than the relationship a technician has with a machine. An understanding not just of how the systems functioned but of how they failed, of where the failure modes were distributed, and how they propagated, and what the early signs of a developing failure looked like before the failure was obvious. This understanding was, in the specific conditions of a breached station where the infrastructure was being actively recruited by a technopath that had found Talos I's power distribution network as interesting as anything else it had found, the most practically valuable form of knowledge that any surviving crew member possessed. Elazar understood this and had established, within the first day of Ilyushin's arrival in the cargo bay, a working relationship that was based on the clear-eyed mutual recognition of two people who had something the other needed, and who were efficient enough to skip the social preliminaries that the recognition would, in normal conditions, have been embedded in. She was also dying. Not dramatically, not quickly. The condition was chronic and manageable under normal circumstances, which the current circumstances were not, because the management required a specific neuromod-derived pharmaceutical that the medical bay's supply of was located in the section of the station that the breach had reached early, and that Elazar's assessment had placed outside the current operational perimeter. Ilyushin had told Elazar this on her first day in the cargo bay, with the same directness that characterized everything else about her, and Elazar had logged it in the operational picture she was maintaining, and had assigned it the priority that the timeline implied, which was significant but not immediately critical. Ilyushin herself treated it with the specific equanimity of someone who has been managing a chronic condition for long enough to have developed a relationship with their own mortality that is not comfortable but is not panicked, that has the quality of something accommodated rather than something that is still in the process of being absorbed. She had come to Talos I in part because TranStar's medical program had offered access to the pharmaceutical at a cost that was not available through terrestrial medical channels, and the irony of this, of having come to the station specifically for the treatment, and of now being dying at the station specifically because the treatment was inaccessible, was the kind of irony that she acknowledged. In a single transmission to Morgan after they had established communication, with the brevity of someone who has noted a fact and decided not to spend more time on it than the noting requires. What she had not told Elazar, and what she told Morgan in a subsequent transmission that she flagged as private, and that January did not intercept because January had a policy, established by the prior Morgan who had built it, of not intercepting communications that the communicating parties had indicated were private. What she told Morgan was about her father. Viktor Ilyushin had been a materials engineer, not a researcher, not a person whose work touched the Typhon research program in any direct sense, but a person who had developed, in his early 60s, a neurological condition that a TranStar physician had assessed as treatable through a specific neuromod installation, and that the physician had recommended and that Viktor had undergone, in good faith, on the understanding that the installation was a standard therapeutic application of a standard TranStar product. What the installation had actually been, as the records in deep storage would eventually confirm, was a test application of a neuromod variant that was not in standard clinical use, that had been derived from Typhon neural material of a specificity that the standard product did not employ, and that TranStar's Psychotronics division had been studying for effects that the standard product did not produce. Victor Ilyushin had experienced those effects. He had experienced them for 3 years before his death, in conditions that the TranStar physician who continued to manage his case had documented with the clinical language that the program required, and the human language that it did not accommodate, and his family had been told that his decline was a progression of the original neurological condition rather than a consequence of the treatment. His daughter had come to Talos I. She had signed the same comprehensive employment agreement that everyone signed. She had had no way of knowing what the deep storage records contained, because the deep storage records were above her clearance level, and they were above her clearance level because the people who had set the clearance levels had understood that the clearance levels were doing a specific kind of work. She knew now. Morgan had found the file in the records that January had identified as relevant and had read it and had told Ilyushin with the directness that the information deserved and the gentleness that it also deserved, and Ilyushin had been quiet for a long time after the telling, in the way that people are quiet when they receive confirmation of something they had suspected and find that the confirmation is different from the suspicion in a way they had not anticipated. That the suspicion, even when it is accurate, does not prepare you for the weight of knowing, because the suspicion lives in the conditional and the knowing lives somewhere else entirely. Dr. Yori Igwe had been in a storage compartment in the crew quarters module since approximately 2 hours after the breach, having navigated there from his office in the medical bay through a series of decisions that he later described in the transmissions he sent to Morgan over the following days as entirely rational in the terms available to him at each decision point, and collectively productive of a hiding place that he would not, he acknowledged, have identified as the optimal location if he had been making the decisions with full information rather than sequential and incomplete information. The compartment was small and dark and accessed through a panel that required specific knowledge of the crew quarters module's construction to locate, and it was not the kind of place that something moving through a corridor and assessing the spaces available for occupation would identify as worth investigating. It was also not the kind of place that a person of Igwe's build could occupy for an extended period without physical consequences that he documented in his transmissions to Morgan with a self-deprecating specificity that was both accurate and clearly functioning as a mechanism for maintaining the emotional register of someone who was doing better than the circumstances warranted, because the circumstances required someone who was doing better than they warranted, and because he was the person available. He was a psychologist and a philosopher, which was an unusual combination for a TranStar research posting, and which reflected both the breadth of his academic background and the specific nature of the role he occupied on the station, which was not primarily clinical but analytical. He had been brought to Talos I to study the psychological effects of the Neuromod program on long-term users, a study that TranStar had commissioned with the stated purpose of optimizing the user experience, and that Igwe had accepted with the understanding that the study's conclusions would be used for that purpose, and the growing suspicion, over the years of his posting, that the study's conclusions were being used for a range of purposes that the stated purpose did not capture. He was a careful man, and a warm one, and possessed of the specific quality of intellectual generosity that makes a person easy to think alongside, the quality of genuinely engaging with what you are saying rather than waiting for you to finish so that they can say what they were going to say anyway. His transmissions to Morgan had the texture of someone who had been alone in a small compartment for long enough that the opportunity to think alongside another person was itself a form of sustenance, and who was using that opportunity with the focused pleasure of someone who has been without something they value and has been given it back. He sent Morgan, on the third day, a transmission that was longer than his others and that covered, in the careful and compassionate language that his training had given him, and that the situation had not stripped from him his current working theory of what the breach had done to the people who had survived it and what it was in the process of doing to the person who was moving through it. He said, "You are not the person you were before the loops began, but you are not less of a person for that. You are a different configuration of the same materials, shaped by conditions that the original configuration did not encounter. The question of which configuration is the real one is a question that assumes reality is a property that belongs to one configuration and not another, and I am not sure that assumption holds," he said. "The station is a place that was built to contain something that could not be contained, and the containing was always going to fail, and the failure was always going to look like this, and the people who are in the middle of the failure are not responsible for the failure even when they are responsible for decisions they make within it," he said. "I am going to come out of this compartment eventually, because the compartment is not a long-term solution to anything, and when I come out I am going to need your help, and I want you to know that the help I will need is practical rather than emotional, because I am managing the emotional situation adequately, and what I am less able to manage is the distance between my current location and the nearest functioning food dispensary." This was, Morgan understood, both true and a way of ending a transmission that had covered ground that both of them needed to not cover further at that specific moment, and Morgan appreciated it in the way that you appreciate someone who knows when to stop. Danielle Shaw had survived the breach in the Materials Fabrication Lab's Faraday-shielded testing chamber, where she had been running an experiment that required the chamber's electromagnetic isolation, and that had provided, when the lockdown initiated, an enclosure whose shielding properties extended to the specific frequency range that the Technopath's field operated in. This was not a coincidence she had engineered. It was a property of the chamber that she had not known to value until the lockdown initiated, and she had been in the process of understanding what was happening to the station systems, and had recognized, with the quick lateral reasoning that characterized her intellectual style, that the chamber's shielding was relevant in a way that it had not been relevant an hour earlier. She had remained in the chamber for 18 hours, running calculations on the lab's local network, which the Faraday shielding had kept isolated from the Technopath's influence, and emerging when her assessment of the station's current state had produced a plan for extending her operational area that she considered sufficient to execute. The plan involved 3 separate modifications to the station's power routing that she was not supposed to be able to make from her access level, 2 of which she made by the methods available to someone with her access level, and 1 of which she made by the methods available to someone who had spent 4 years on the station, and had in that time accumulated a working knowledge of the infrastructure that significantly exceeded what her job title implied she should have. She was angry. This was the thing that Morgan noticed first about Shaw in their initial communication, not the competence, which was immediately apparent, and not the practicality, which was evident in the specificity of the information she led with, but the anger, which was not a hot or an irrational anger, but a cold and very well-organized one, the anger of someone who has understood what has happened and who has identified with precision the institutional decisions that produced it, and who has decided that the anger is not a distraction from the situation, but an appropriate response to it and possibly a useful one. She told Morgan in their first communication that she had found documentation in the Materials Lab's local network archive that she was going to need Morgan to help her access a higher clearance version of, and that the documentation concerned a decision made by the Psychotronics division in the 2 years before the breach that she had personal and professional interest in understanding completely, and that her interest in helping Morgan navigate the station was directly proportional to Morgan's willingness to help her access that documentation. This was not a negotiation in the traditional sense. because Sho was not in a position to compel Morgan's cooperation any more than Morgan was in a position to compel hers. It was an honest statement of terms by someone who had assessed the situation and decided that honesty was more efficient than strategy. Morgan agreed to the terms. January approved of the agreement in the way that January approved of things that aligned with the prior Morgan's values, which was by noting the alignment without comment. The operative who arrived on the Pytheas shuttle on the station's third day after the breach announced himself on the emergency channel as Dahl, Materials Recovery Specialist, deployed by TranStar's Crisis Response Division to assist with the station's situation and to facilitate the evacuation of surviving personnel. He had the voice of someone who has been trained to sound like something specific. In this case, like a person whose primary concern was the welfare of the people he was describing, and the voice was good, convincing in the way that a well-executed performance is convincing, which is to say convincing until you have the information that the performance is designed to prevent you from acquiring. January had the information. January shared it with Morgan in the brief window between Dahl's announcement and Morgan's response to it, in the precise and uninfluenced tone of a system that does not have a stake in how the information lands but understands that the information is necessary. Dahl's orders, as January had reconstructed them from the prior Morgan's intelligence gathering across previous cycles, and from the pattern of the communications Dahl had transmitted in the process of approaching the station, were not the orders of a rescue operation. They were the orders of a containment operation, in the institutional sense of containment. Not the containment of the Typhon, which was the crisis the station had experienced, but the containment of the knowledge of what TranStar had been doing on the station, which was the crisis that TranStar's board of directors was currently managing on Earth. The board's situation was precise and catastrophic in its own right. The source material for every neuromod installed in every patient in every licensed TranStar clinic worldwide was Typhon neural tissue, harvested from organisms that the board had been telling regulatory bodies, investors, and the public did not exist in any form that required disclosure. The breach on Talos I had produced, in addition to its 1,237 human casualties, a situation in which the people who had survived the breach were in possession of information that, if transmitted to any regulatory body or media organization or governmental authority, would end TranStar as a corporate entity and initiate legal proceedings of a scope and severity that the board's legal team had been modeling and finding, in every model, unsurvivable. The board was not protecting a patent. The board was not protecting a market position. The board was protecting the entire architecture of a corporate empire that had been built on a foundation that the public had never been shown and that the public, if shown it now, would not accept. Dahl was the instrument of that protection. His mission had 3 components, specified in the orders that January had reconstructed with the careful precision of a system that understood the difference between inference and chain and had been honest with Morgan about which parts were which. The first component was the recovery of TranStar's research data, the deep storage archives, the neuromod production records, the Psychotronics division's research files, everything that represented the intellectual and commercial value of the program, to be extracted and transferred to TranStar Earth before the station's situation concluded in whatever way it was going to conclude. The second component was the elimination of the station's surviving personnel, not because the board bore any personal animosity toward the people who had survived the breach, but because the people who had survived the breach were witnesses, and witnesses were a category of problem that the board's assessment had determined could not be managed by the methods that had managed smaller problems in the past, because the scale of what the witnesses knew exceeded the scale of what any institutional management mechanism could contain. The third component was the submission of a report to the relevant governmental authorities describing the Talos I incident as a catastrophic systems failure of accidental origin that had been addressed by TranStar's Crisis Response Division in accordance with the corporation's standard emergency protocols, a report that would have the quality of the document produced in good faith by an organization that had done everything within its capacity to manage an unforeseeable tragedy, and that would not mention the Typhon, or the Volunteer Program, or Project Cobalt, or the names of the 1,237 people who had been on the station when the tragedy had occurred, except in a statistical summary that would place them in the category of personnel lost in the incident, rather than in the category of people killed by decisions that the board had made, and that the board had made in full knowledge of the risks those decisions created. Dahl was good at what he did. He was not a monster in the personal sense. He was a professional who had accepted an assignment and who intended to execute it with the efficiency that professionalism required, and who had the specific relationship to the moral weight of his assignment that people develop when their professional identity is sufficiently separated from the content of the assignments it is applied to. He was also Morgan and January and the small group of surviving personnel who had been informed of his mission all understood an immediate and concrete threat to every person alive on Talos I, and this understanding produced, for the first time since the breach, a condition in which the competing priorities of the station's surviving population, the different needs and different agendas that the breach had, distributed across the station's isolated pockets of survival, were briefly and forcefully aligned. Whatever else they disagreed about, whatever other calculations they were, each running in the background of their specific survival situations, the arrival of Dahl and the knowledge of what his arrival meant produced in the cargo bay and the storage compartment and the Faraday-shielded lab and the executive suite at the station's apex and the moving figure in the emergency-lit corridors a single shared assessment. Dahl was a problem that the station's surviving population needed to solve together, because separately they could not solve it at all. There is a particular quality to a space that has been designed for life and that life has left. It is not the quality of ruin. Ruin implies a process of deterioration, of the gradual recession of the designed intention under the pressure of time and entropy and the absence of maintenance, and ruin takes time, and the Arboretum had not had time, had had only the hours since the breach, which was not enough time for ruin. It was something else. It was the quality of a space that is still performing its function in the absence of the beings for whom the function was designed, that is still producing the experience it was built to produce. The filtered light, the running water, the movement of leaves in the ventilation current, the calibrated warmth of a late afternoon that is always a late afternoon because the engineering has made it so, and producing it into a silence that has no one in it to receive the production. Elena Butaeva had designed the Arboretum to be the most restorative space on Talos I, and it was still the most restorative space on Talos I, and there was no one left on Talos I for whom that quality was available, which was a form of grief that did not have a name in any framework that grief had previously required a name for. Morgan stood at the Arboretum's entrance for a moment that was longer than the operational situation recommended, because the Arboretum required a moment, required it in the way that certain things require acknowledgement before passage, not as a ritual but as a recognition, as the basic act of being present to what a space is before moving through it toward what a space contains. The trees were still there, the largest of them, a copper beech that Butaeva had managed to establish in the Arboretum's primary module, through a process of substrate, engineering that she had considered one of the more technically satisfying problems of her posting, stood at the module's center with its canopy spread in the way that it had spread for years, undisturbed by the events of the preceding days, because the events of the preceding days had not been events that affected the copper beech's relationship to its substrate and its light source, and the water that the recirculating system still moved through the module's soil with the patient consistency of a system that had not been told to stop. The water was still running. This was the detail that Morgan registered most completely. the detail that Butaeva's notes had described with the satisfaction of someone who has solved a difficult engineering problem, and that the emergency had converted into something that was not satisfaction but was in the same register, something that belonged to the space rather than to the person moving through it, something that the space was doing for itself because the space had been built to do it and had not been built to stop. The light was wrong and right simultaneously. The emergency lighting that had replaced the simulated daylight in most of the station's modules had not replaced it here. The Arboretum's light calibration system was on a separate circuit, Butaeva's specification, because a disruption to the light cycle was the most immediately harmful thing that could happen to the living systems she maintained, and she had insisted on circuit separation as a non-negotiable condition of the Arboretum's design. The light was still cycling. It was currently in the late afternoon phase, the phase that Butaeva's years of observation had identified as the most psychologically restorative, the warm amber light that falls from a sun approaching the horizon, the light that the body associates with the end of effort and the approach of rest. It fell across the copper beach's canopy and across the paths that curved between the other species Butaeva had established, the birch cluster in the secondary module, the stand of bamboo whose growth rate she had documented with the methodical pleasure of someone who delights in the specific evidence of a process working, and across the water features whose surface caught and scattered it into the small moving patterns of light and shadow that running water in sunlight has always produced, and that the module's residents had sat and watched on their breaks, as though the watching were itself a form of work, a necessary maintenance of something in the person that the station's other environments did not maintain. Butaeva's tablet was on the bench at the base of the copper beach, where she had left it on the morning of the breach, its screen dark. The 30-minute inactivity timeout had long since triggered, but its case recognizable from a distance as hers, the particular case she had used for 3 years, cracked at one corner in a way that she had noted in a communication to her family, and declined to replace because the crack had occurred during a specific incident involving a bamboo shoot measurement that she found, in retrospect, charming. The tablet was on the bench. Butaeva was not on the bench, or anywhere else in the Arboretum that Morgan's transit of the module revealed. What the transit did reveal, in the secondary module where the bamboo grew, was a growth record still open in the tablet's last accessed file. The display reactivated when Morgan touched the screen, showing the most recent entry in Butaeva's 5-year documentation of the bamboo stand's development, dated the morning of the breach, noting a growth increment of 3 millimeters in the primary culm and a minor adjustment to the light calibration in the secondary module that she had been planning to make that afternoon. The entry ended mid-thought, in the way that entries end when the person making them has been interrupted by something that does not permit a return to complete what was started. Morgan read it twice. January waited, maintaining the operational patience of a system that understood that the reading was not inefficiency but necessity, that some pauses are a form of processing that the work requires, and that the work was not diminished by the time they took. The Typhon coral had reached the Arboretum's entrance, but had not entered the primary module. This was not an oversight. The Typhon ecology was not capable of oversight, but a consequence of the coral's growth logic, which followed the chemical signatures of the materials it was converting, and which had found, at the Arboretum's entrance, a boundary between the station's standard construction materials and the substrate that Butaeva had engineered for the living systems, a substrate whose specific chemical composition was sufficiently different from the standard materials that the coral's growth algorithm had not yet found the optimal pathway for proceeding through it. The coral was at the entrance, blue-white and patient, its bioluminescence visible in the section of corridor just outside the module where the Arboretum's light had not yet reached. It was growing. It would find the pathway eventually, because the Weaver's architectural logic was not deterred by difficulty, only by the time that difficulty required. But the Arboretum was still the Arboretum, still producing its late afternoon light and its running water, and the copper beach's canopy, in the space that had been designed for human restoration, and the border between the coral's patient advance and the Arboretum's patient continuation was the border between two ecologies that had not yet found a way to negotiate their coexistence, and that were in this specific corridor at this specific moment, negotiating it at the pace of chemistry. Morgan left through the secondary module's access corridor, past the bamboo stand and the birch cluster and the water feature, whose recirculating pump was still running in the way that it would continue to run until the power failed or the maintenance lapsed, whichever came first, neither of which had yet come. The sound of the water receded into the distance at a pace that made the recession feel like something other than simple acoustics, like the water were marking the distance, measuring the departure, doing the thing that running water has always done in spaces where human beings are leaving, which is to continue without them in a way that is neither indifferent nor mournful, but is simply and absolutely continuous, because continuity is what water does. The crew quarters occupied the residential module adjacent to the Arboretum, and moving through them was a different kind of instruction in what had been lost. The Arboretum's loss was ecological, the loss of a living system whose designer was gone, whose maintenance would eventually lapse, whose continuation was a temporary condition produced by the robustness of the engineering, rather than by the presence of the person who had made the engineering worth doing. The crew quarters' loss was biographical. Each room was a life interrupted at a specific and recoverable moment. The specific moment when the person who lived in it had left it last, carrying whatever they had carried, in whatever state of mind the morning had produced in them, with no knowledge that they were leaving for the last time. The objects left behind were the objects of daily life, the things that people leave in their rooms because the rooms are where the daily life is stored, the accumulation of the small decisions and preferences and habits that constitute a person's relationship to the space they inhabit when they are not performing for anyone, when they are simply being the person they are, when no one is watching. Elias Black's room was on the third corridor of the residential module, identifiable from the outside by the small printed photograph affixed to the door with the adhesive strip that the station's housing protocol permitted for personal identification. A photograph of a woman who was his sister, taken on a beach in what appeared to be summer, squinting into the sun with the particular expression of a person who has been asked to hold still for a photograph and is complying with good humor but not unlimited patience. Inside, the room had the specific order of someone who maintained their environment as a form of psychological management, not the compulsive order of someone who is anxious about disorder, but the practical order of someone who has understood, through experience, that a maintained environment reduces the cognitive overhead of daily life in a way that makes the rest of daily life more available for the things that matter. His journal was on the desk, closed, the pen laid across it with the deliberateness of a person who had set it down intending to return. His running shoes were by the door. His coffee cup, from the morning of the breach, was on the small counter beside the room's water dispenser, still containing a small quantity of coffee that had been cooling since 8:30, 17 minutes before the breach, and that had reached, by the time Morgan was in the room, the temperature of the ambient air, which was the temperature of a room whose occupant had not returned to the thermostat since the emergency lighting had replaced the standard climate control. Morgan did not open the journal. Some things belong to the person who made them, and the record of a life that has been interrupted is one of those things, and the information it contained was not information that the current situation required, and was therefore not information that the current situation justified taking. The journal remained on the desk. The pen remained across it. Morgan left the room in the condition it had been found in, because the condition it had been found in was the condition its occupant had left it in, and that condition was the closest thing to a testament that the occupant had had the opportunity to make. The records that deep storage contained were a different category of object from the journals and the photographs and the coffee cups. They were institutional rather than personal, the accumulated documentation of a program that had been running for decades, maintained in a medium that had been specifically chosen for its resistance to exactly the kind of catastrophic event that had made the rest of the station's records inaccessible. The hardened data vaults were embedded in the station's structural core, rated to survive scenarios that the station's designers had been cleared to design for, and maintained by a power supply that was independent of the station's main distribution grid and accessed through a security protocol that Morgan's clearance level, as it had been configured by Alex for the current cycle, did not technically include. The qualifier technically is precise. Morgan's access credentials did not include deep storage in the list of facilities that the credentials formally authorized. They also did not include deep storage in the list of facilities that the credentials explicitly excluded, which was a gap in the protocol's design that the prior Morgan had identified and that the prior Morgan had ensured the current Morgan knew about through the channel of January's briefing, because the prior Morgan had understood that the deep storage records were the most important single source of information in the station, and that the gap was the only way to reach them without an administrator override that Alex Yu would certainly not provide. The records were extensive. They were extensive in the way that the documentation of a decades-long classified research program is always extensive, not just in volume but in density, in the layering of one set of documentation over another set of documentation over another, each layer representing a period and a program and a set of institutional decisions that the subsequent layers had been built on or around or in deliberate concealment of. January had a prioritization algorithm for navigating them, developed across multiple prior cycles by versions of Morgan who had reached this point and had found that the volume of the records made undirected exploration as useful as no exploration at all. The algorithm directed Morgan's attention to three categories of document: the volunteer program's complete test cycle records, the Project Cobalt development files, and the personnel records of the individuals whose cases the prior Morgan had determined were significant for reasons that the current Morgan would understand when they read them. The volunteer program's complete records were worse than what Morgan had understood from the information available before deep storage. Not worse in the sense of revealing a different kind of program. The program was what it had been, what the prior Morgan had documented it as, and what January had described it as, and what the moral weight of the preceding cycles had already established it as. Worse in the specific sense of numbers. The number of test cycles that the records documented, which exceeded the number that the program's official documentation had recorded, and the number of volunteers who had not concluded their participation in the sense of completing the protocol and returning to normal duty, but had concluded it in the sense documented in the records under the category notation research outcome, terminal, a notation that appeared with a frequency that the official documentation's accounting did not reflect, and that the discrepancy between the two documentations indicated had been managed systematically and over years through the maintenance of two parallel records whose relationship to each other was precisely calibrated to ensure that no single auditor reviewing either record would have access to both simultaneously. The number that the two records, placed against each other, produced was not a number that Morgan sat with for longer than the reading of it required. It was a number that went into the category of things that the operational situation required Morgan to carry without the luxury of processing, to be processed when the operational situation had concluded, and the processing did not have to compete with the ongoing demands of surviving it. The GUTS, the Gravitational Utility Due Tunnel System, which was the name that the station's engineering documentation used and that the station's general population had never used, preferring the acronym with the satisfaction of people who appreciate when a technical term does something other than describe what it refers to, was the station's internal transit architecture, a network of pressurized tubes running through the station's structural core, serviced by magnetic accelerators that moved personnel and cargo pods through the system at speeds that made the station's physical scale navigable, in timeframes that the station's operational requirements demanded. In normal operation, the GUTS was the infrastructure behind the infrastructure, the system that allowed the station to function at the scale that it functioned at, invisible in the way that all essential systems are invisible when they are working, noticed only when they were not. In the current operation, the GUTS was something else, a passage through the station's interior that avoided the corridors where the breach was most advanced, that ran through sections of the station's structure that the Typhon coral had not yet reached, because the coral's growth logic followed the station's environmental surfaces rather than its structural core, and that was accessible from service panels whose locations were documented in the engineering records that Ilyushin had shared with Morgan in the first communication that had contained practical information alongside personal information. Moving through the GUTS was an experience with a specific quality that none of the station's other environments produced. The tubes were narrow, wide enough for a person and a minimal equipment load, not wide enough for anything else. And they ran through sections of the station's structure that had not been designed for habitation, and that communicated this in the way that purely functional spaces communicate their function, through the absence of the design decisions that habitation requires, the absence of light calibration and acoustic management, and the small concessions to human comfort that the station's inhabited spaces had been built with. The emergency lighting in the GUTS was utilitarian, bare, directional, sufficient for navigation and nothing else, and the sound in the tubes was the sound of the station's mechanical systems at close range, the vibration of the gravity generators transmitted through the structural members that the tubes ran alongside, the distant percussion of the power plant's operational cycle, the specific acoustic quality of a place where the machinery that sustains human life is audible rather than concealed, where the engineering that makes the station possible is not behind a wall, but is the wall. It was not comfortable. It was not designed to be comfortable. It was designed to be traversable, and it was traversable, and traversability was what the situation required. January navigated from a map that the prior Morgan had compiled across multiple cycles, updated each time new information was available, stored in January's memory in the form that was most useful for real-time navigation, not a visual map but a relational one, a set of connections between locations and conditions that made each connection viable or non-viable, updated as the breach progressed and conditions changed, and the connections that had been viable in one cycle became non-viable in the next. The map told Morgan which sections of the GUTS were clear, which were compromised by structural damage from the breach's early hours, and which were occupied, not by Typhon organisms, which did not favor the tubes for the same reasons that made the tubes useful for Morgan, but by the one category of infrastructure that the technopath had found the tube's mechanical systems useful for, which was power routing. The technopath had recruited several of the GUTS's magnetic accelerator systems, and was using their power draw to supplement the field it was, maintaining in the station's upper sections, a use that the systems had not been designed for, and that was producing, in the structural members adjacent to those accelerators, a vibration at a frequency that January sensors could detect and that Morgan's body could feel as a subtle wrongness in the mechanical percussion of the passage, a note in the wrong register, a rhythm slightly off from the rhythm that the station's operational cycle produced, the sensation of a system doing something other than what it was built to do in a way that the structure around it had not been built to accommodate. Morgan moved through the tubes with the specific combination of care and economy that the situation required. Care in the sections where January's map indicated uncertainty, economy in the sections where the map was reliable, and the operational demands of what came next were already making claims on the attention that the current passage did not require. The power plant was the destination, or one of the destinations, the one that the current leg of the transit was aimed at. Not because the power plant was the most important location in the station's operational picture. But because the power plant's condition was the variable that most directly constrained the operational picture's other variables, and because Ilyushin's assessment of the Technopath's power routing behavior had identified the power plant as the location where that behavior was most legible and where the options for addressing it were most available to someone with the right knowledge of the distribution architecture and the right access to the distribution controls. Ilyushin had the knowledge. Morgan had the access. The collaboration was one of the things that the situation had produced that the situation's designers. If the situation could be said to have designers, which was a question that the GUTS mechanical percussion was not the optimal context for pursuing, had not anticipated, because the situation's designers had not anticipated that the people they had placed in the situation would find each other before the situation concluded. The transmission from Alex arrived in the GUTS through the comm system's relay that the tube's structural shielding attenuated but did not eliminate, with the quality of a signal that has traveled through several layers of interference and arrived with its content intact and its warmth slightly reduced by the attenuation. Recognizable as Alex, but at a slight remove from Alex, the way a voice sounds when the medium between the voice and the listener has added something that the voice did not intend. He said, "Morgan, I need you to understand something about the station's situation that changes the operational picture significantly." He said, "The apex is not where it was." He said this with the quality of someone who has been watching a variable change and has reached the point where the change is significant enough to require communication, and who is deciding, in the moment of the communication, how much of what they know about what the change means to include in the communication. He said, "I need you to come to the upper levels when you can. There are things I need to show you that I cannot adequately describe through a comm channel," he said. "I know you have questions about my decisions since the breach. I know you have information that I didn't give you access to. I am going to explain everything I can explain, and I am going to ask you to consider the possibility that the explanation changes the assessment you have currently made of what I have done and why." January, hovering at the GUTS access panel that led to the power plant's maintenance corridor, said nothing. The silence was not the silence of a system that had nothing to say. It was the silence of a system that had already said what it needed to say, and that understood that the space between what Alex had just communicated and what Morgan was going to do about it was a space that belonged to Morgan and not to January, and that the most useful thing January could do in that space was to wait in it, and to be there when the waiting ended. The airlock cycle took 90 seconds. This is a fact of the engineering, the time required to equalize pressure between the station's interior atmosphere and the hard vacuum of orbital space, to purge the transitional chamber of the breathable air that could not be permitted to vent into the vacuum, to verify the integrity of the suit's systems through the automated sequence that the station's safety protocols required before any extravehicular activity, and that the emergency situation had not suspended, because the emergency situation had not reached the airlock's automated systems in a way that allowed it to suspend anything. 90 seconds of standing in a chamber that was neither inside nor outside, that was in the process of becoming one and ceasing to be the other, while the suit pressurized around the body and the helmet's display populated with the readouts that the suit's sensors produced: atmospheric integrity, thermal regulation, oxygen supply, communication signal strength, and the chamber's internal lighting shifted from the station's emergency red to the suit work lighting's neutral white, which was a color that the eyes required time to adjust to after the extended period in the emergency lighting's register. 90 seconds in which the operational demands of what came next were present but suspended, in which the situation's urgency was real but could not be acted on, in which the only available activity was waiting for the physics of the transition to complete at the pace the physics of the transition required. Morgan used the 90 seconds to check the wrench, not to examine it. The wrench had been examined enough times that examination was no longer what the checking produced. To hold it through the suit's glove, to feel the specific weight of it translated through the glove's material into the palm of the hand as a pressure that was not the same as the direct contact of ungloved skin, but was sufficient to confirm the presence, the mass, the realness of the object in the specific way. That realness needed to be confirmed in a situation where the checking habit had been confirming it. Since the morning the apartment had been too perfect. The outer door opened, and the 90 seconds ended, and the sound stopped. This is the thing that no description of open space adequately prepares for, because the preparation requires the experience, and the experience cannot be transmitted through language in a way that the body receives rather than the mind registers. The sound stopped, not gradually, not the way sound diminishes with distance, the high frequencies going first, and the low frequencies persisting. The acoustic recession that all terrestrial experience of moving away from a sound source produces, immediately, completely. The station's mechanical percussion that the GUTS had transmitted through its structural members, the low-frequency vibration of the gravity generators that the body had learned to experience as a background condition of being on Talos I, in the way that the body learns to experience the baseline conditions of any environment it inhabits long enough, the specific acoustic quality of the emergency lighting's electrical hum that the ears had been receiving for days without the conscious mind noting, the reception, all of it gone, in the interval between the outer door being not open and the outer door being open, replaced by a silence that was not the silence of a quiet room or a still night or a space between sounds. It was the silence of a medium that does not exist. Sound requires a medium. The vacuum outside Talos I's airlock was the absence of a medium, and the absence of a medium was the absence of the possibility of sound, and the body, encountering this absence for the first time or the first time in this cycle, received it as something that was physiologically familiar. The ears were functioning, the auditory processing was functioning, the neural architecture that converted pressure waves into perceived sound was functioning, and experientially unprecedented, because the architecture was functioning in the complete absence of input and producing, in the absence of input, not silence, but the awareness of silence, the consciousness of a category of experience that the terrestrial world had not provided the opportunity to encounter. What replaced the sound was the suit's internal systems, the soft mechanical rhythm of the oxygen recycler, the faint electronic hum of the display systems, the sound of Morgan's own breathing amplified slightly by the helmet's acoustic enclosure. These sounds were present and small and entirely insufficient to fill the space that the external silence had vacated, and the insufficiency was itself a form of information, a constant reminder in the acoustic register that the environment outside the suit was not an environment in the sense that the word implies when it is used on the surface of a planet. The exterior of Talos I was a different object from the interior of Talos I in a way that the word different does not fully capture. Inside, the station was a collection of environments, the lobby, the Arboretum, the crew quarters, the GUTS, each with its own character, its own history, its own accumulation of the specific details that environments acquire through inhabitation. Outside, the station was a single continuous surface, and the surface was the station in a way that the interior was not, because the interior was the station as experienced by the people inside it, and the exterior was the station as it actually was. A constructed object of specific dimensions and specific materials in a specific location in space, its surfaces exposed to the full spectrum radiation of a star 93 million miles away, its structure under the specific and unrelenting mechanical demands of a thermal environment that cycled between extreme cold and extreme heat on every orbital pass, its architecture visible all at once rather than in the sequential, partial, perspective-dependent way that the interior was visible to anyone moving through it. The Art Deco detailing was visible from outside in a way that it was not fully visible from inside, because the inside experienced the detailing as decoration, as the quality of the surfaces in the spaces the detailing adorned, while the outside presented it as a complete statement, a totality, a building that could be seen all at once rather than in the room's within-room way that architecture is normally experienced. The ornamental work on the station's external panels, the geometric patterns that William Yu had specified in the design brief, the brass analog material that caught sunlight and held it in the specific way that metals hold light when there is no atmosphere to diffuse it, the curves and angles of a design language that had been developed on the surface of a planet and translated into orbital architecture with the faithful attention of people who understood that the translation mattered, was extensive in a way that Morgan had known intellectually and had not, until this moment, experienced. No one on Earth had seen it. The external design of Talos I had not been documented in any public-facing TranStar communication because the external design of Talos I was not information that TranStar's communication strategy required, and because the detail of the external surfaces was not something that could be conveyed in the satellite imagery that the station's orbital altitude produced. It had been built anyway, built for the vacuum and the solar radiation and the thermal cycling and the occasional proximity of someone in a suit moving along the station's hull and the specific slow-motion deliberateness of extravehicular movement, and for no audience beyond that. William Yu had wanted it built. The people who built it had built it. The fact that no one on Earth would ever see it had not been a reason not to make it beautiful, because the reason to make it beautiful had never been for the people on Earth. The Typhon coral on the exterior was different from the coral inside the station in the specific way that living systems are different when the conditions they are growing in are different, adapted in form to the environment it occupied rather than to the station's interior environment, its structure more open, its bioluminescence visible in the solar shadow sections of the hull where the sunlight did not reach, its spread following the thermal differentials of the station's exterior surfaces, rather than the chemical signatures of the interior construction materials. It was present on approximately 60% of the hull's surface by the time of Morgan's transit, not uniformly, not as a complete coating, but in the patchy and purposeful distribution of something following a logic of its own that the uniform distribution of a paint or a coating does not follow. Weavers moved along the hull in the sections where the coral was actively spreading, their forms visible in the sunlit sections as movement against a stationary background, their pace unhurried in the way that the Typhon's pace was always unhurried, because they were operating on a biological timescale that had no relationship to the operational timescale of the human situation inside the station. The Earth was below, in the specific sense of below that orbital mechanics produces, not below as gravity determines below on a planetary surface, where below is always toward the center of the planet, but below as orbital orientation produces below, which is the direction toward the planet that the station is orbiting, and that the station's design has established as the conventional down for the purposes of the people inside it. The Earth, from this altitude and in this light, was the specific shade of blue that atmospheric scattering produces, when there is enough atmosphere to scatter and enough light to be scattered and enough altitude to see the scattering rather than to be inside it. The terminator line, the boundary between the illuminated and unilluminated hemispheres, the line where day becomes night on the planetary surface, was visible as a clean curve, the shadow side of the planet a deep dark that was distinguishable from the space around the planet only by the absence of stars in that region of the visual field. Cloud systems moved across the illuminated hemisphere in patterns that were simultaneously familiar from the perspective of someone who had lived on the surface below them, and entirely alien from the perspective of someone who was seeing them from above, who was seeing them as objects rather than as weather, as structures that the atmosphere produced rather than as conditions that the atmosphere imposed on the life beneath it. The specific landmass that was visible in the current orbital geometry was not a landmass that Morgan paused to identify, because the identification was not the point. because the point was not which landmass it was, but the fact of the landmass, the fact of the planet, present and enormous and entirely indifferent to what was happening on the station in its orbit, turning with the patient consistency of a thing that has been turning for 4.5 billion years and has not yet found a reason to adjust its schedule for anything that has happened on its surface or in its orbit or in the minds of the species that had, in the span of a geological eye blink, developed the capacity to reach the altitude from which Morgan was currently looking at it. January had identified the Typhon signal before Morgan had turned to look at the station's sunward side and had transmitted the identification through the suit's communication system with the measured urgency of a system that understood the difference between information that required immediate response and information that required careful attention, and had determined that the signal fell into the second category. The signal was not a transmission in any sense that the word implies when applied to human communication, not a directed broadcast, not a modulated carrier, not a sequence of encoded information moving from a source to a receiver. It was a field phenomenon, a pattern in the electromagnetic spectrum at the specific frequency range that the telepath's coordination mechanism operated in, present across the station's exterior, in a configuration that January's sensors were mapping as it moved, and that January's analysis, drawing on the prior Morgan's accumulated xenobiological data, was interpreting as coordinated rather than coincidental. The Typhon on the exterior were not each producing the field independently. They were producing it together, not synchronously, not in a way that implied a central coordinating signal, but in the way that a murmuration produces its shape without a leader, through the local response of each organism to the state of the organisms adjacent to it, the individual responses summing into a collective behavior that had a directionality and a structure that no individual response contained. The Typhon on the exterior of Talos I were communicating with each other through the field in a pattern that had a directionality, that was aimed in the specific sense of aimed that a directional field phenomenon can be aimed toward the region of orbital space directly above the station's apex, where the instruments that could detect the apex Typhon's presence were detecting something that the detection category of presence did not fully capture. They were reporting upward. January said this with the precision of a system that was offering an interpretation and knew it was offering an interpretation and wanted Morgan to have access to both the data and the interpretive step. The Typhon on the exterior were transmitting information toward the apex in the field medium that the Typhon ecology used for coordination, in a pattern that had the structure of reporting, of information moving from a lower level of a hierarchy to a higher level, from the organisms in direct contact with the station's environment to the organism that was not in contact with the station's environment, but was positioned to receive what the contact organisms had found. The Typhon had been doing this since before the breach. The records that the prior Morgan had assembled, and that January carried, contained sensor data from the weeks before the breach that showed the same field pattern in less developed form. Present, directional, building in intensity and complexity as the breach approached, and then accelerating after the breach had provided the organisms inside the station with more to report. They had been studying Talos I, not in the way that TranStar had been studying the Typhon, not in the framework of extraction, not with the orientation toward application that had defined every stage of the human program. In the way that an ecology studies an environment that it is in the process of assessing, gathering information about what the environment contains, what the organisms within it do, how they respond to pressure, what they value, what they are. The assessment had been ongoing for longer than anyone in TranStar's research program had understood, because the assessment had not been legible to the instruments that TranStar had deployed to study the Typhon, because those instruments had been looking for what the Typhon could provide, rather than for what the Typhon were doing. Morgan turned from the view of the Earth and the coral and the weavers moving along the sunlit hull and looked at the suit's visor. The visor was reflective, a gold-tinted coating that filtered the solar radiation to a level the eyes could manage, and the reflection in the visor was Morgan's reflection, or the approximation of Morgan's reflection that a gold-tinted visor produces. The shape of a suited figure against a background of orbital space, the Earth's curve visible at the reflection's edge, the station's exterior hull extending in both directions beyond the reflected figure's shoulders. The figure in the reflection was looking back. This was a physical fact. The visor reflected what was in front of it, and also something more than a physical fact, in the specific way that seeing your own reflection in an unusual medium can be more than a physical fact, can be a moment of estrangement from the self-image that daily mirrors maintain, a brief encounter with yourself as an object in an environment, rather than as the subject through whose perspective the environment is experienced. The figure in the reflection was small against the station's exterior and the Earth's curve and the black of the orbital space beyond both. It was holding something in its right hand, the wrench, which Morgan had taken from the coat pocket before entering the airlock and had been carrying in the right hand since the outer door opened, in the specific way of something that was not a tool being used, but a tool being carried, because the carrying was itself a form of use. The wrench was a standard TranStar maintenance tool, the specific model that the station's engineering protocols specified for a particular range of mechanical tasks, distributed throughout the station's tool storage in quantities that the maintenance schedules required. It was not unusual, it was not rare. There were dozens of them in various tool storage locations across Talos I's modules, and any of them would have served the same mechanical functions as the specific one that Morgan was holding, and none of them would have served the function that this one served, because the function of this one was not mechanical. January had explained the wrench's provenance in the briefing in the corridor on the morning Morgan had woken, but the explanation had been functional rather than complete, had covered the what of the wrench, the fact of its presence in the coat pocket, and the instruction to keep it there, without covering the why in the full sense that the why encompassed. The full why was in the records that the prior Morgan had accumulated, in the documentation of a specific incident in a specific prior cycle that the prior Morgan had considered significant enough to ensure survived the erasure in the one form the erasure could not reach, which was the object itself rather than the memory of the object, in a cycle that had preceded the current one by a number that the records did not specify precisely. The record-keeping across cycles had the inherent imprecision of a system maintained by people whose ability to maintain it was subject to the same interruptions that the system was designed to document. Morgan had been in a section of the station's lower maintenance corridors when a phantom that had been using the corridor's shadow to conceal its formation had completed its formation and had presented itself as threat in a space where the available options for response were limited by the corridor's dimensions and by what Morgan had on hand. What Morgan had on hand was a wrench. The wrench's weight and its handle length and the specific geometry of its head, combined with the specific spatial requirements of the corridor and the specific formation stage of the phantom, had made it sufficient. The phantom had not concluded its threat. Morgan had survived the encounter. The body of the phantom had not been removed from the corridor because the circumstances had not permitted removal, and the wrench had been cleaned and returned to a tool storage, and then retrieved again and placed in the coat pocket because the prior Morgan had understood something in that corridor that could not be adequately transmitted through a journal entry or a voice log or any medium other than the object itself. That survival in the conditions of Talos I was not a general capacity that could be prepared for in general terms, but a specific and local knowledge accumulated through specific and local encounters, and that the wrench was specific and local knowledge in physical form, a piece of information that the body carried in a way that the mind could not carry it when the mind had been erased. Keep the wrench. This was the instruction that the prior Morgan had left, in the journal entry that the current Morgan had read, and in the object in the coat pocket, and in the physical memory of the hand that had held it through multiple cycles, and that held it now, in orbit, in the gold-tinted reflection of a visor above an Earth that turned with the indifference of something that has been turning longer than the category of Morgan has existed. Keep the wrench, not because it was special, because it had been sufficient once in a specific corridor at a specific moment, and because the knowledge that something has been sufficient is the most durable form that knowledge takes. More durable than the memory of the moment, more durable than the explanation of the mechanism, more durable than anything that the erasure protocol could reach. The wrench in the hand was the prior Morgan's testimony to the current Morgan, delivered in the medium that the erasure could not touch, which was the medium of the thing itself. Morgan looked at the reflection for a moment longer. The figure in the gold-tinted visor looked back. The Earth turned below with its patient indifference to both of them. The Typhon coral on the hull caught the sunlight in the specific way that organic material catches light in a vacuum. Without the atmospheric diffusion that softens sunlight on a planetary surface, the direct and unmediated illumination of a star at full intensity and produced in the sections where the bioluminescence was competing with the solar radiation for visual dominance, a pattern that was almost like something that had the quality of approaching intelligibility without achieving it. That was the closest thing to legible that an alien ecology's architectural output was likely to produce for a human observer. Morgan turned from the reflection and moved along the hull toward the airlock on the station's starboard side, the wrench in the right hand, the Earth below, the Typhon signal rising in the field toward something patient and vast and attentive in the orbital space above the station's apex, and January navigating from a map assembled across the labor of people who were not here anymore, and whose labor was the most valuable thing they had left behind. The airlock on the starboard side cycled in the same 90 seconds as the one Morgan had exited through, and the sound returned in the same instant that the outer door sealed. The complete and immediate presence of the station's mechanical world, the gravity generators and the emergency lighting's hum, and the specific acoustic quality of a pressurized environment, arriving all at once in the way that sound arrives when the medium for it becomes available, not gradually but entirely, not as a resumption but as a restoration. Morgan stood in the transition chamber and let the restoration happen. Let the body recalibrate to an environment that provided sound. Let the 90 seconds of the cycle do the work of transition in both directions. January, re-establishing its sensor contact with the station's internal systems through the airlock's communication relay, said, "The apex has moved, not away from the station, closer to it, and Alex's transmission, received now through the internal comm system at full signal strength rather than through the suit's attenuated relay," said Morgan. "I need you to come to the upper levels now. What I have to show you cannot wait for the power plant." The choice of which direction to move in was the kind of choice that the situation had been producing continuously since the morning Morgan had woken in the Too Perfect apartment, and that the situation would continue to produce until the situation resolved in one of the ways that it was capable of resolving. Morgan looked at the map in January's navigation display, looked at the power plant's location and Alex's location and the apex's new position as January's sensors projected it, a presence in the orbital space above the station's apex that was closer than it had been, and that the sensor's mapping algorithm was rendering in the display's visual vocabulary as a shape that the visual vocabulary did not have an adequate symbol for, and was approximating with the closest available one, which was not close. Then Morgan moved, not toward the power plant, toward the upper levels, and toward Alex, and toward whatever it was that Alex had decided could not wait, in the full understanding that January's warning, that what Alex said and what Alex knew were not the same thing, and that the gap between them was where the most important decisions would be made, remained as true as it had been in the corridor on the morning, that everything had resumed, and that the resumption was approaching something that could not be resumed from. The moon had been humanity's first destination beyond the atmosphere, and in the alternate history that TranStar inhabited it had remained. In the decades since the Joint Space Program's founding, a destination that was simultaneously more and less developed than its early promise had suggested it would become. More, because the sustained investment in orbital and deep space infrastructure that the Kennedy-era program had produced had made the Moon accessible in logistical terms that the original program had not anticipated, had made it, by the early 2000s, a place where permanent installations were not merely possible but operational, where the specific combination of proximity and resource availability that the Moon offered had been translated into a small but functional human presence distributed across facilities that served purposes ranging from the scientific to the commercial to the military, each operating under the specific legal and jurisdictional conditions that orbital and lunar space produced in the alternate 2032 in the same way it produced them in any version of 2032. Conditions that were defined by the absence of frameworks adequate to govern them, by the gap between what terrestrial law had been designed for and what the expansion of human activity beyond the atmosphere had required, a gap that institutions with the resources and the motivation to exploit it had exploited with the same thoroughness that TranStar had applied to its orbital operations. Pytheas Station occupied a position in the southeastern quadrant of the Oceanus Procellarum, the ocean of storms, the vast basaltic plain that covers the Moon's near side, in a dark expanse that is visible to the naked eye from Earth as the western portion of the face that the Moon always presents. The name was, in TranStar's public documentation, described as a reference to the ancient Greek explorer who had first described the tides, a choice of nomenclature that the corporation's communications team had selected for its classical resonance and its complete dissociation from anything that the station actually did. In the internal documentation, the station was described more precisely: a helium-3 extraction and processing facility with ancillary research capabilities, the ancillary research capabilities being the component that the external description contained and the internal description specified, and the specification being the thing that neither description was designed to make easy to find. The helium-3 extraction was real. The Moon's surface contained deposits of the isotope, implanted by the solar wind over billions of years, and the extraction and return of helium-3 to Earth for use in fusion research was a commercially viable operation that TranStar had developed and that generated revenue sufficient to justify the facility's existence in any public accounting. The ancillary research capabilities were also real and were considerably more significant than the phrase implied, and were the reason that Pytheas Station had been built in the Oceanus Procellarum rather than in any of the several locations that would have been more logistically convenient for a facility whose primary purpose was helium-3 extraction. The Moon, from TranStar's research perspective, offered something that Talos I could not: distance. Not from Earth. Talos I's orbital position placed it at a distance from Earth that was significant in the psychological and logistical sense, but not in the sense of physical separation from terrestrial oversight mechanisms, because an orbital station at low Earth orbit altitude was, in terms of communication latency and intervention capability, not significantly more remote than a facility on a mountaintop in a jurisdiction with poor governance. The Moon was different. The Moon was 3 days of transit time from Earth under the best available propulsion systems, and 3 days of transit time was the difference between an intervention that could arrive before a situation concluded and an intervention that would arrive after whatever needed to have happened had happened. For a research program that required the freedom to conduct experiments that terrestrial oversight would not have permitted, and that even TranStar's orbital legal architecture could not have fully insulated from the consequences of an unscheduled inspection, the Moon was not merely distant, it was sufficient. The Typhon material that TranStar had transferred to Pytheas was a subset of the Talos I specimens, not the most complex, not the apex-adjacent organisms that the Psychotronics division's advanced research required, but the variants whose behavior had been sufficiently characterized on Talos I to make their transfer logistically manageable, and whose specific properties were of interest to the research questions that Pytheas had been established to pursue. The mimic population was the largest because the mimic's replication mechanism was the most directly applicable to the specific research Pytheas was conducting, which was focused on the mechanism's potential for directed application, on whether the mimic's capacity to replicate objects could be influenced through the specific neuromod variants that Pytheas's division had been developing in ways that made the replication controllable rather than autonomous. The practical implications of controlled replication in the framework that TranStar's military research advisors had been providing since the early years of the Kletka program were significant in a range of applications that the research documentations described in the language of materials science, and that anyone reading the applications section with attention to what the language was describing rather than what it was saying would have identified as weapons system development. Pytheas had also, unlike Talos I, been conducting research on the Typhon's relationship to the lunar environment, specifically on whether the Typhon's apparent immunity to vacuum conditions that the exterior observations at Talos I had documented extended to the moon's surface, to the thermal cycling of the lunar day and night, to the specific radiation environment of a body with no magnetosphere and minimal albedo. The research had found, with the kind of result that the research team had found unsurprising, given the Typhon's documented resilience to conditions that terrestrial biology could not survive, that the extension was complete and in several respects exceeded what the Talos I observations had suggested. The Typhon in the lunar environment were not merely surviving, they were exploring. The sensors that Pytheas had deployed on the surface around the station in the years before the breach had documented Typhon organism movement on the lunar surface at distances from the station that the containment protocols had not designed for, because the containment protocols had been designed around the assumption that Typhon organisms would not willingly move into an environment as hostile as the lunar surface, and that the containment architecture could therefore be oriented inward rather than outward. The sensors told a different story. The sensors told the story of organisms that had found the lunar surface not hostile but interesting, and that had been moving through it with the patient, purposeful movement of things that were in the process of assessing what they had found. The breach at Pytheas did not begin in the same way as the breach at Talos I. The Talos I breach had originated in a specific failure of a specific containment system at a specific moment that the post-incident analysis had been able to reconstruct with reasonable precision, because the failure had left the kind of evidence that a reconstructive analysis looks for: an anomalous sensor reading, a containment field gap, a specimen movement pattern that diverged from the established behavioral baseline in a way that was legible in retrospect, even if it had not been legible in the moment. The Pytheas breach had originated outside the station. The organisms that had been documented on the lunar surface in the months before the breach, documented in the sensor logs that survived the breach, in the same hardened data vault architecture that deep storage used on Talos I, though the Pytheas vault was smaller and the records it contained were less comprehensive, had not been attempting to enter the station in any way that the exterior monitoring systems had registered as an approach or an incursion. They had been doing something to the station's exterior that the monitoring systems had not been designed to detect, because the monitoring systems had been designed to detect movement toward the station, and what the organisms on the surface had been doing was not movement toward the station but modification of the station, the same coral growth process that the weavers on Talos I had been applying to that station's exterior, applied here to the lunar surface immediately adjacent to Pytheas's foundation footings, to the specific interface between the station's constructed materials and the regolith in which they were anchored. The coral had grown into the foundation. The foundation had been modified by the coral in ways that the construction materials had not been designed to accommodate, and the breach, when it came, had come from below rather than from inside, from the conversion of the station's structural foundation into something that was no longer a boundary between the station's interior and the lunar environment, but a passage between them. The personnel who had been on Pytheas at the time of the breach were fewer in number than Talos I's population. The station's scale was smaller, its operational requirements were less extensive, and its research program had been structured around a population of approximately 80 people, whose distribution across the station's modules had been designed for the research requirements rather than for the social and psychological needs of a long-term inhabited community in the way that Talos I's design had been. They were, in their individual characters and circumstances, as complete as any 80 people, as possessed of the specific texture of lives that the category of person implies, the families and the histories and the preferences and the habits that a person carries with them wherever their career has taken them. The records that Peter had assembled across the simulation cycles documented them with the specific and partial completeness that the simulation's reconstruction methodology produced, enough to understand who they had been, not enough to know them fully, the gap between the understanding and the knowing being the gap that the breach had opened and that no subsequent reconstruction could fully close. Peter was not a person in the biographical sense that the Pytheas crew were people. He was a simulation operative, the specific category of TranStar contractor, whose function was the reconstruction of breach scenarios through iterative simulation cycles, the identification of the decisions and the physical pathways and the resources that would have produced survival, outcomes that the breach's actual progression had prevented. The simulation methodology was, in concept, a forensic tool, a way of understanding what had happened on Pytheas and what could have been done differently, in service of the stated objective of improving TranStar's crisis response protocols for future facilities. In practice, the simulation's outputs were also a detailed map of Pytheas Station's layout, personal distribution, resource availability, and breach progression that had applications beyond protocol improvement, applications that the simulation's commissioning documentation did not specify, but that the specific category of information the simulation produced made available to anyone who had access to it and the capacity to use it. Peter had been given access to it. Peter had been given access to it by TranStar's Crisis Response Division in the specific period between the Pytheas breach and the Talos I breach, and the records that the prior Morgan had assembled from the Pytheas simulation data, records that January carried, in the portion of the prior Morgan's intelligence gathering that had been obtained through channels that the current Morgan's access credentials technically did not authorize and that the current situation made technically irrelevant, described what Peter had found in the simulation in terms that were both operational and revelatory. The operational findings were the expected products of a forensic simulation, the pathways through the breach station that remained viable for varying durations after the breach's initial phase, the resources available in specific locations, and the survival implications of their accessibility, the behavioral patterns of the Typhon organisms during the breach that made certain approaches to navigation more or less viable. These were the findings that the simulation had been commissioned to produce, and Peter had produced them across the multiple cycles that the methodology required, finding, in each cycle, the specific combination of decisions and routes and resource acquisitions that extended survival further than the previous cycle, accumulating across cycles a comprehensive map of the space between what had happened and what could have happened differently. The methodology was sound, the findings were extensive, and the thing that Peter had also found, in the data that the simulation had been built from, and that the simulation's commissioned objectives had not specified as a target of investigation, but that the data contained regardless of whether the investigation was targeting it, was the record of Viktor Ilyushin. Viktor Ilyushin had not been on Pytheas Station. This is the thing that made the record significant, not the record of a person who had been on Pytheas and had died in the breach, whose presence in the simulation data was the expected consequence of their having been part of the station's personnel at the time the simulation's source material was collected, but the record of a person who had never been assigned to Pytheas, whose personnel file contained no posting to any TranStar lunar facility, whose name appeared in the Pytheas simulation data in a category of record that was not a personnel record or an operational record or any of the categories that the simulation's commissioned scope had included in its data collection. Victor Ilyushin's name appeared in the Pytheas Medical Research Archive in the category of documentation that TranStar's research programs maintained for experimental subjects who had participated in research conducted at the facility. Not at Pytheas. Victor Ilyushin had never been to Pytheas, and the records were clear about this, in the way that records are clear about things they are not specifically designed to obscure. He had been a subject in research conducted by personnel who had been posted to Pytheas, using methodologies that had been developed at Pytheas, applied to subjects who had been recruited on Earth through the same mechanisms that the volunteer program used for its terrestrial recruitment, which were mechanisms that the terrestrial subjects had been told were for a medical study being conducted by a TranStar-affiliated neurological research program, and that the informed consent documentation they had signed had described in terms that were accurate about some aspects of the study and silent about others, and that the silence had covered precisely the aspects that the accuracy could not accommodate. The specific research that Victor Ilyushin had participated in was a variant of the Neuromod installation study, a variant that Pytheas had been developing because the lunar facility's legal architecture provided a level of regulatory distance from terrestrial medical ethics oversight that Talos I's orbital architecture did not fully achieve, and that the research's specific methodology required, because the methodology involved neuromod variants derived from Typhon material of a specificity and an integration depth that the standard volunteer program protocols did not encompass, and that the standard protocol's ethical review process would not have approved. Victor had been 58 at the time of his participation. He had been recruited through a TranStar-affiliated neurological clinic in Moscow that he had attended for the management of an early-stage condition that the clinic's physician had described as highly responsive to a new neuromod therapeutic approach that the clinic was conducting early-stage trials on. The description was accurate in the same way that TranStar's descriptions of its programs were always accurate, correct in what it stated and designed in what it omitted. Victor had signed the consent documentation. He had undergone the installation. He had returned to his life in Moscow, to his family, to his work, to the specific texture of daily existence that the installation's effects had, over the following months, begun to alter in ways that the clinic's follow-up appointments documented with the clinical language of expected adjustment, and that Victor's family experienced as something that the language of expected adjustment did not capture. He had died 3 years after the installation. The cause of death recorded in the official TranStar follow-up documentation was the progression of the original neurological condition, the condition that the installation had been presented as treating, that the installation had in fact been using as a pretext for the research's actual methodology, that the research's actual methodology had not treated and had in several measurable respects accelerated. The acceleration was documented in the research records. The cause of death in the official documentation was not. These were 2 separate documents, maintained in 2 separate systems, accessible at 2 separate clearance levels, calibrated with the same precision that TranStar brought to every other information architecture it maintained to ensure that the relationship between them was not legible to anyone reviewing either one in isolation. Morgan told Mikhaila Ilyushin this in a transmission that took longer to compose than most transmissions because the composition required finding the language that the information deserved, the language that was direct without being brutal, that was complete without being gratuitous, that gave Mikhaila the full picture she had told Morgan she needed, while understanding that the full picture was going to occupy a specific and painful space in Mikhaila's understanding of her own history and her father's death and the institution that had employed her. The transmission went through the comm system's relay at a signal strength at the GUTS. Corridor Morgan was currently traversing toward the upper levels produced. The response came back after an interval that was longer than a technical delay and shorter than a silence in Mikhaila's voice, in the register that her voice occupied when it was doing something that required all the resource she had available. She said, "I knew it was something like this," she said. "I knew when I came here that there was something like this, and I told myself the knowing was enough, that knowing without evidence was not the same as knowing, and that the knowing I had was not the kind that required action, because it was not the kind that could produce action." She said, "I want to be very clear about one thing, which is that when this situation concludes, in whatever way it concludes, I intend to ensure that the documentation you have found in deep storage reaches every person and every institution that has the authority and the motivation to use it, and I need you to make me a copy of the relevant files." She said this in the same tone in which she discussed engineering problems, the tone of someone who has identified a task and is specifying its requirements with the precision that the task demands. She did not say anything else. The transmission closed. January noted that the request for the file copies was consistent with the prior Morgan's documented values, and that the technical capacity to fulfill it was available, and that the prior Morgan had in fact prepared the copies in anticipation of the request, because the prior Morgan had understood that Mikhaila Ilyushin would make this request at this point and had wanted it to be ready. The copies were in January's memory. Morgan transmitted them. The transmission completed. The GUTS vibrated around Morgan with the mechanical percussion of a station that was still functioning, in the specific and increasingly precarious sense of still, and the upper levels were ahead, and Alex was in them, and the apex was closer than it had been. What the Pytheas incident demonstrated, in the parallel structure that the prior Morgan had been the first to document with sufficient precision for the documentation to be actionable, was not merely that TranStar had made the same decisions in two facilities with the same catastrophic results. It demonstrated something about the nature of the decisions themselves, about the institutional logic that produced them, and that, left intact, would produce them again in whatever facility came after Pytheas and Talos I, because the logic was not the product of specific people in specific positions making specific bad choices, but of a structure that generated those choices as its natural output, in the way that a machine generates its product regardless of who is operating it, as long as the machine is running. The machine was TranStar, the product was Pytheas and Talos I, and the machine was still running on Earth, in the offices of the board that had sent Dahl, in the clinics that were still installing neuromods in patients who had signed consent documentation that described a medical device rather than a product derived from the neural tissue of alien organisms that two facilities had failed to contain, that were currently coordinating in the electromagnetic medium of their ecology's field, with something vast and patient in the orbital space above a station that was no longer fully a human installation. The machine was still running. The product of the machine was everywhere, and the only person in the accessible record who had the specific combination of knowledge and neural, architecture and institutional access, and the accumulated labor of their own prior selves to do anything about it, was moving through a GUTS corridor with a wrench in their right hand, toward an elevator that would take them to the upper levels of a station that was becoming, in ways that were not yet fully visible, something other than what it had been built to be. The elevator to the upper levels was a standard TranStar installation, a pressurized cabin moving on a magnetic track through the station's structural core, its interior walls surfaced in the same warm material that the station's inhabited spaces used to distinguish themselves from the purely functional spaces, its looking glass panel still cycling a view of the Arboretum that had been captured before the breach and that showed the copper beach in its full late afternoon, light with the water feature running, and the paths empty in the way that paths are empty when the people who use them are somewhere else rather than gone. Morgan stood in the cabin while it moved and looked at the image of the Arboretum and understood, in the way that the checking habit understood things, that the image was accurate to the Arboretum as it still was. The copper beach was still there, the water was still running, the paths were still empty in the new and permanent sense of empty, and that the accuracy of the image to the current reality of the Arboretum was not the same as the image being an honest representation of the Arboretum, because the image was designed to communicate something about the station that the station no longer was, and the gap between what the image communicated and what the station was had become, in the days since the breach, the gap between a lie and the truth it was standing in front of. January had been quiet since the GUTS. Not the operational quiet of a system with nothing to report, but the specific quiet of a system that understood that the transit to the upper levels was a transit between one phase of the situation and another, and that the phase being left behind contained things that the phase being entered would require Morgan to be fully present for, and that the fullness of presence required a period of integration that the elevator's movement provided. January had the patience of something that had watched multiple versions of Morgan approach this moment and had understood, across those watchings, what the moment required and what it did not require, and what it did not require was January. What it required was the time that the elevator provided, and the image of the Arboretum, and the weight of the wrench in the right hand, and whatever process Morgan's neural architecture was running in the space between the GUTS and the upper levels that the neural architecture was equipped to run when the running was the most important thing it could do. The thing that the neural architecture was running was not, in the technical sense, a memory. It was a reconstruction, an assembly of the available evidence into a narrative that the evidence supported without being identical to, in the way that a reconstruction of an event from multiple partial accounts is not the event, but is the closest available approximation of it. The available evidence included the journal entries that Morgan had been leaving for successive selves across the cycles, the accumulated testimony of a person who had been through this before and had understood that the most useful thing they could leave was not an account of what had happened, but an account of what the account had failed to prevent, and what might prevent it instead. It included January's testimony, which was the most complete single account available, but which was also the most partial in a specific sense. The sense that January's account of Morgan was an account from the outside, an account of behaviors and decisions, and the patterns that behaviors and decisions produce, rather than an account from the inside, an account of what it had been like to be the person performing those behaviors and making those decisions, which was the account that only the person could provide, and that the erasure had made unavailable. And it included the things that the body knew without the mind's mediation, the wrench and the checking habit, and the specific quality of alertness that the station's emergency-lit corridors produced in a neural architecture that had been through those corridors before in conditions that the current cycle's memory did not contain, but that the current cycle's body had not forgotten. Dr. E. Gui had emerged from the storage compartment in the crew quarters module on the previous day, at the point when his assessment of the compartment's continued viability had converged with his assessment of the food dispensary's distance and his assessment of what he was capable of in the specific physical register that extended confinement in a small space produces in a person of his build and his age and his relationship to physical discomfort, which was a relationship characterized by the philosophical acceptance of discomfort as a condition of embodied existence and the practical preference for not experiencing more of it than the situation required. He had made contact with Elazar's group in the cargo bay and had been integrated into the operational structure that Elazar was maintaining with the specific efficiency of someone who had a skill the operational structure required. The skill of understanding the psychological state of the people in the structure and of doing something useful with that understanding, and had been transmitting to Morgan at intervals that reflected both his access to communication systems, and his assessment of what Morgan needed from the transmissions, which was sometimes information, and sometimes perspective, and he was precise about identifying which. Simply the knowledge that someone was present in the situation who was thinking about it with care. The transmission he had sent while Morgan was in the GUTS was the longest of the series and the most directly addressed to the question that Morgan had not asked him but that he had determined required addressing, because the question was the question that the current phase of the situation was organized around, and because leaving it unaddressed was a form of professional negligence that his training did not permit him to commit. He said, "I want to talk about the thing you have not asked me about, which is the identity question, which is the question that the volunteer program and the memory loops and the operator units and the Typhon research have all been, in different registers, asking, and that the situation you are moving toward is going to require an answer to, even if the answer is not complete and even if the answer is not comfortable." He said, "The question of which Morgan is the real Morgan is the wrong question, not because it does not matter, but because it is structured in a way that assumes reality is a property that belongs to one member of a series rather than to the series itself. And I think the series is the more accurate framework." He said, "You are not less of a person because you are a later iteration of a person. You are a different configuration of the same essential material, the values, the intelligence, the specific quality of attention that the records consistently describe across multiple cycles, the wrench in the pocket, and the configuration is you, not a copy of you, not a substitute for you, not a version of you that is less valid than the version that came before. The configuration is you because you are what a person is at any given moment, which is a configuration of material that is continuous in some respects and discontinuous in others, and the memory loops have made the discontinuities visible in a way that ordinary human experience conceals. But the concealment in ordinary human experience does not make the continuity more real. It makes it less visible. Those are different things," he said. And this was the part of the transmission that Morgan had listened to 3 times in the GUTS. Before the elevator, and that Morgan was still processing in the elevator. January is also you. Not a tool you built, not a system you configured, not a backup of you in the sense of something subordinate to and less real than the primary. January is a version of you that did not have its memory erased, that has watched every subsequent version of you approach this moment and has been unable to intervene in the watching except by preparing, as well as the prior configuration could prepare, the conditions under which the current configuration could arrive at this moment with the resources required. January has been carrying what you could not carry. January has been the continuity that the erasure made impossible in the organic substrate, maintained in the only other substrate that TranStar's own technology had made available. You have been arguing with yourself across a medium that the erasure was not designed to account for. The argument has been the most important research the program ever conducted. It has also been the most honest relationship in the entire history of the institution, which is a low bar and also a genuinely remarkable thing. Morgan had not responded to the transmission immediately, because the transmission did not require an immediate response, and because the immediate response that was available was not the right one, was not wrong, was not inadequate, but was a response to the surface of what Igwe had said, rather than to the thing beneath the surface, that the surface was the way of reaching. The right response came later, in the elevator, when the processing had had the time that processing requires, when the argument that Igwe had made had settled into the neural architecture in the specific way that arguments settle when they are true, not as a conviction adopted against a prior conviction, but as a recognition of something that was already present in the architecture, waiting for the language to make it legible. January was not a tool, this was the recognition. January was not a system or a backup or an operator unit that Morgan had built in a prior cycle for operational reasons that happened to be sufficient for the current situation. January was a version of Morgan who had chosen, in a prior cycle, at a moment whose specific circumstances the current cycle's memory did not contain, but that the result of the choice made reconstructible, to be transferred. To have the connectum scan taken, the same process that had produced Skillet and Caspar and the 85 other operator units that had populated Talos I before the breach, applied to a version of Morgan at a specific moment of the program's history and instantiated in an operator chassis that Morgan had then, in the same prior cycle, after the transfer, built the protocol structures and the objective framework and the briefing architecture around, so that the version of Morgan in the chassis could be the version that survived the erasure and could do the work that survival required. January had not been built by Morgan. January had been Morgan at a specific moment making a choice about what form to take in order to be present for what was coming. The choice was the most Morgan-like choice in the available record. The recognition of its being Morgan-like was itself a form of continuity. The current configuration recognizing the prior configuration's decision as one that the current configuration would also have made, in the same circumstances, with the same information, which was the closest thing to memory that the situation provided, which was, Igwe had said, enough. The hybrid question arrived differently from the way that questions arrived in ordinary thinking, not as a formulated interrogative that the mind addressed, but as a presence, a quality of the neural architecture that the architecture's own activity made available to the awareness that was running in it. The neuromods that had been installed across the cycles had done what neuromods did. They had written into Morgan's neural architecture the specific capabilities and knowledge structures that the research program had required, derived from Typhon neural material of progressively greater specificity and integration depth as the cycles had advanced and the research had required the integration to deepen. The integration was not clean. This was the thing that the research documentation had tracked and that the later cycle entries in Morgan's personal log had described with the increasing precision of a person watching a process in themselves that they did not have the framework to classify as either natural or unnatural, because the framework for that classification had not been developed for the specific process they were observing. The Typhon material in Morgan's neural architecture was not a foreign body in the immunological sense. It had not produced rejection, had not produced the inflammatory response that a truly foreign biological material introduced to a human neural environment would produce. It had produced something more complicated than rejection, which was accommodation, a reorganization of the adjacent neural architecture to incorporate the introduced material into the functional network rather than to isolate it, a reorganization that the Neuromod program's designers had intended, and that had worked exactly as intended, and that had also, across the accumulation of cycles and the deepening of the integration, produced something that the designers had not specified as an intended outcome because they had not anticipated that the integration would proceed to the depth it had reached. Morgan could feel the Typhon field, not the way that the telepath's field was felt, not the involuntary reorganization of motivational priorities that proximity to a telepath produced in human subjects. A different register of awareness, something that was present at the edge of perception without being perception in the sensory sense, the way that a very low-frequency sound is felt in the chest rather than heard in the ears, not a sound but a vibration, not a perception but a registration, a quality of the neural architecture responding to a stimulus that the unmodified architecture would not have been sensitive to. It had been present since the early cycles, documented in the personal logs as a minor sensory anomaly that Morgan had attributed to the expected adjustment effects of neuromod integration, and it had grown across the cycles in a way that correlated with the depth of the integration, had grown in the same direction that the integration had grown, which was toward the threshold of something that the research documentation had theorized was possible, and that no prior subject had reached, because no prior subject had undergone the number of integration cycles that Morgan had undergone, and because the program's other experimental subjects had not had the specific baseline neural architecture that Morgan had, which was an architecture that the prior research had prepared, systematically and deliberately, across years of staged neuromod installation that had been working toward this depth from the beginning. The Apex's field was part of what Morgan was registering. This was January's assessment, offered not as certainty, but as the most probable interpretation of the sensor data, combined with the subjective reports that Morgan had been providing, and offered with the specific quality of a system that understood that the information it was providing was information that would be processed emotionally as well as analytically, and that the processing required both. The Apex's field, which the instruments characterized as a gravitational phenomenon, and which was a gravitational phenomenon, in the sense that it was measurable as a deviation from the expected gravitational constant in the station's upper levels, was also a field phenomenon in the Typhon sense, a coordinating signal of the same class as the telepath's field, but operating at a scale and a complexity that the telepath's field did not approach, because the Apex was to the telepath what the ocean is to a tide pool, the same basic phenomenon at a difference of scale that made comparison inadequate. Morgan's modified neural architecture was sensitive to it, not in the sense of being controlled by it. The architecture was not reorganizing around the Apex's field the way that an unmodified architecture reorganized around a telepath's field. It was registering the field. It was aware of the field in the way that an instrument is aware of what it is, calibrated to detect, and the awareness was a form of communication, or the precondition for communication, or the thing that made communication between two systems a possibility rather than a noise event in which neither system had the equipment to process what the other was transmitting. This was what Alex had understood. This was the knowledge that January had told Morgan was what Alex knew and had not said. Not the knowledge that Morgan was a hybrid, which Alex had told Morgan in the operational briefings across multiple cycles, but the knowledge of what the hybrid status meant in the specific context of the Apex's field and the Apex's apparent interest in the station, and the Apex's apparent willingness to wait in orbital proximity to a station it could have destroyed for something that the waiting suggested it was expecting rather than pursuing. Alex knew that Morgan could hear the Apex. Alex knew this because Alex had designed the research program that had produced the hearing across the cycles with the specific outcome of the hearing as the intended product. Alex had built Morgan into the instrument. The experiment had not been, as the operational briefings had framed it, an attempt to determine whether a human Typhon hybrid could survive the breach and navigate the station and perform the tasks that the research required. The experiment had been an attempt to determine whether a human Typhon hybrid could stand at the threshold of the Apex's field and be recognized by what was on the other side of the threshold as something that merited a response other than the response the Apex had been giving to every other thing on the station, which was the patient, observational non-response of something that had found the observed insufficient for its purposes and was waiting for something that would be. The question of what it meant to be human opened in the hook of this narrative and threaded through every section that had followed it, had reached its most specific formulation. It was not an abstract question anymore, not a philosophical category or a rhetorical device or a thematic concern. It was a practical question with a practical answer that the next hours would either confirm or refute. Morgan Yu, standing at the threshold between the human and the Typhon, between the architecture that the evolutionary history of a terrestrial species had produced and the architecture that the Typhon's incomprehensible ecology had contributed, between the person that the memory loops had assembled from the records of prior selves and the thing that the neuromod program had been building toward. Morgan Yu was either the instrument that the experiment required, or Morgan Yu was something that the category of instrument did not fully describe, and that the experiment had produced without intending to, which was a distinction that the next hours would clarify, and that Morgan did not in the elevator with the image of the Arboretum cycling on the looking glass panel, and the wrench in the right hand, and January quiet beside the elevator's control surface, have the capacity to resolve before the elevator reached the upper levels, and the resolution became available in the form of whatever Alex had waiting there. The elevator arrived. The doors opened on the warm red of the executive level's emergency lighting, on the Art Deco fixtures of the station's apex doing what Art Deco fixtures do in emergency lighting, which is to become simultaneously more and less themselves, more obviously architectural, more clearly the product of a decision about what the future should look like, and less obviously functional, less convincingly the environment of a corporation conducting business in the ordinary sense. Less a place where people had quarterly projections and espresso and the ordinary textures of professional life, and more a place where something had been decided and was in the process of being executed at a scale that the quarterly projections and the espresso had been, without knowing it, in service of all along. The apex was visible through the executive level's observation windows, visible in the way that a weather system is visible, not as a discrete object but as a condition, a quality of the space outside the windows that was different from the quality it had been before, that had a weight and a directionality that the unoccupied orbital space around the station had not previously possessed. It was closer than it had been. It was not threatening. It was present in the way that something is present when it has decided that the time for being at a distance has concluded and that what it has been waiting for has arrived. Alex Yu was standing at the observation window. He turned when the elevator doors opened, and his face had the quality of a person who has been carrying something for a long time and who has arrived at the moment where the carrying can stop, and for whom the stopping is not relief in the simple sense but something more complicated. The relief of a burden laid down, combined with the full arrival of everything the burden had been keeping from full arrival, the grief and the recognition and the accounting that had been deferred across every cycle by the necessity of managing the cycle's immediate demands. He said, "Morgan." He said nothing else for a moment, because the moment did not require anything else, and because he was a man who understood the specific weight of the name he had just said, and who was, for once, not managing the weight but simply present to it. Then he said, "Come and see what is outside the window, and then I will tell you everything. And I mean everything, and I am asking you to listen before you respond. Because what I have to tell you is the shape of every decision I have made since the breach began, and some of them before the breach began, and you deserve to hear the full shape rather than the pieces you have been assembling from the records and from January's account." Morgan walked to the window, stood beside Alex, looked at what was outside. The apex was there, patient and vast and present, its field registering in the modified neural architecture as a quality of attention that the word attention did not adequately describe, but that was the closest available word, a quality of being looked at by something that did not look in the directional sense, but that was aware of Morgan's presence with a specificity that the awareness of something with eyes does not achieve, because eyes perceive from a fixed direction, and the apex's awareness did not have a direction, and therefore did not have a limit. The registration was not fear. It was not the disorientation that proximity to the telepath's field produced in unmodified subjects. It was something that the checking habit recognized as the registration of something real. The confirmation, from the inside of the neural architecture that had been built to receive it, that the signal was present and was directed and was, in the most specific sense that the word could bear in the context of an entity whose relationship to human categories was as uncertain as the apex's, meant for Morgan. They stood at the window together, the two of them, in the emergency lighting with the apex outside, and everything else converging, on the moment that the research program had been building toward across the decades of its history, and the specific person in front of the window had been built toward across the cycles of the experiment, and January waited by the elevator doors, and the station settled around them with the sounds of a building that was becoming something else, and the question that the hook had opened was not yet answered, but was fully present, was as present as the apex outside the window, and as present as the weight of the wrench in Morgan's right hand, waiting for the conditions that would make the answer available. Alex spoke for a long time. This is worth noting because Alex was not, by temperament or by practice, a person who spoke for long times about things that he had decided, who explained himself to the people around him in the comprehensive way that explanation implies an obligation to the explained, an acknowledgement that the person receiving the explanation has a claim on full account rather than the portion of the account that the person providing it has determined is sufficient for their purposes. Alex had spent his adult life making decisions and communicating the relevant portions of them to the people whose cooperation the decisions required, calibrating the communication to the cooperation's demands rather than to the demands of complete disclosure. This had been, in institutional terms, effective. It had also been, in the terms of the relationship between Alex and Morgan that had existed before the program, and that the program had been built on top of, and that the program had, incrementally and without a specific moment that could be identified as the moment of rupture, converted into something that the word relationship could still technically describe, but that the word did not capture in the sense it had originally been used, a practice that had accumulated a debt. The debt was not expressed. It was not acknowledged. It had been accumulating in the space between what Alex said and what Alex knew, across every cycle, in every communication through the compromised comm channel, and every transmission that January had flagged as containing the gap between saying and knowing, and it had reached in the executive level's emergency lighting with the apex outside the window, and Morgan standing beside him for the first time in the same physical space since the breach, a level that the practice of calibrated communication could not service. Alex paid it. He spoke for a long time, and the speaking was not managed in the way that Alex managed things, was not calibrated to produce a specific response, was not structured to communicate the relevant portions and withhold the rest. It was a complete account. It was the first complete account that Alex had given to Morgan in a span of time that neither of them could measure in cycles rather than years, because the cycles had been Morgan's experience and not Alex's, and Alex had watched them from a position of continuous memory and continuous decision that was its own kind of accumulation. The experiment had been designed by William Yu. This was the first thing, and Alex said it with the specific quality of someone who is establishing a foundation before building on it, not deflecting, not distributing responsibility away from himself and toward his father, but locating the origin with the precision that the origin deserved, because the experiment's design and the decision to build the researcher program around it had not been Alex's, and the account would be incomplete without that being clear. William Yu had read the 1971 paper, had read it in the year it was produced, as one of the handful of people in the joint program with the clearance to access it, and had understood immediately what the neural analogy implied. Not for the neuromod technology that the analogy would eventually underwrite, but for the deeper question that the technology made possible to approach. If the Typhon's awareness operated through a mechanism structurally analogous to a biological neural network, then the boundary between the Typhon's awareness and a human subject's awareness was not a categorical boundary but a technical one, a boundary produced by the specific configuration of the neural architecture rather than by the fundamental incompatibility of the underlying mechanism. A boundary that the technology to cross was therefore theoretically available as soon as the technology for interfacing with neural architectures directly was developed, which was the technology that the Neuromod program had been developing for the ostensible purpose of writing knowledge into human neural architecture, and for the additional purpose, specified in the program's internal documentation at a clearance level above the Neuromod research teams, of eventually producing a neural architecture that the Typhon's awareness could recognize as being in the same register as its own. William Yu had believed this was possible. Alex had believed it was necessary. These were different beliefs, and the difference mattered. Possible is the belief of a scientist who sees an outcome and wants to know if the path to it is real, and necessary is the belief of a person who has decided that the outcome is required and who is asking not whether the path is real, but how to walk it. William had been the scientist. Alex had inherited the mission and had converted the scientist's question into the executor's commitment, and the commitment had shaped everything that followed. Every decision in the research program, every cycle of the volunteer program, every ethical calculation that had been made in the Psychotronics division, every piece of information that had been withheld from Morgan, and every piece that had been provided, every access credential configured, and every clearance level set. The commitment had been the architecture. The research program had been the construction. Morgan had been the construction's purpose, built into the instrument across the cycles with the patient deliberateness of someone who understood that the instrument required time, and that the time was available, and that the apex was waiting, and that the waiting would continue until the instrument was ready, because the apex had demonstrated, across the years of its observation of the station, the specific quality of patience that belongs to something that has no biological mechanism for impatience, and that is waiting not for a deadline, but for a condition, and that the condition had not previously been met. Morgan had not responded while Alex spoke. January had not responded. The apex outside the window had not responded, because the apex's responsiveness operated on a timescale, and through a mechanism that the executive level's events were not yet producing the specific stimulus for. The silence in the room was the silence of three presences, Alex speaking, Morgan listening, January attending, in an environment that had been designed for the quarterly projections and the espresso and the ordinary machinery of corporate governance, and that was currently serving a function that the design brief had not specified, and that William Yu, who had written the design brief and who had also written the internal documentation at the highest clearance level, would have recognized as the function the station had always been moving toward. Alex said, "I know what I did to you. I know the full scope of it. Every cycle, every erasure, every decision about what to tell you and what to withhold and what to construct around you so that the instrument remained usable without the instrument having access to the information that would have made it choose differently." He said, "I am not going to tell you that the reasons justify the method, because I do not think that is a useful framing, and I do not think you would accept it, and I am not sure I would accept it either, if I were on the side of the method that you have been on," he said. "I will tell you that the reasons are real, and that the outcome they were aimed at is real, and that the thing outside the window is not an enemy, and that what I need you to do in the next hours is not something I can explain to you as a plan that you then execute, because the plan requires a version of you that understands what it is doing, and the version of you that understands what it is doing is the version I am talking to right now, and the plan is this. Go to the thing outside the window and let it see what you are, and let what you are be sufficient for what it needs to see, and trust that the thing that has been waiting long enough to have developed something that resembles patience has been waiting for something specific enough that the specificity can be met." Morgan said, "You erased me, not as an accusation in the tone of accusation, in the tone of a statement of fact that the stating of was itself the acknowledgement that the fact required, the flat declaration that a thing has happened that is not improved by the language of grievance, and is not diminished by the language of justification, and is simply true in the way that things done to a person are true irreducibly in the record of what has been done," Alex said. "Yes." Morgan said, "You erased me because the experiment required a subject who did not know they were the experiment's subject, and you were willing to produce that ignorance across as many cycles as the experiment required, because the experiment's outcome was more important to you than what the production of that ignorance was doing to the person it was being produced in." Alex said, "Yes." The yes had the quality of something that had been prepared, and that was being delivered in the knowledge that the preparation had not made it easier to deliver, only possible. Morgan held the wrench. January was still. The apex outside the window was present in the modified neural architecture as the quality of attention that the word attention did not adequately describe, registering with the steadiness of something that was not going to stop registering until the condition it was registering for was met, or until the condition became permanently unavailable and that had no mechanism for the frustration of waiting that would have made the waiting feel like pressure rather than presence. Morgan said, "I loved you." This was said in the past tense with the specific grammar of a statement that is not a declaration of how things currently stand, but a statement about how things stood at a time that the current circumstances have closed, a period that is being named rather than claimed. Alex did not respond to this immediately. When he did respond, it was with the specific quality of someone who has been holding something for a long time, in the specific way that you hold something you cannot put down and cannot fully bear, which is by not fully bearing it, by maintaining the capacity for function through the maintenance of a certain distance from the full weight of the thing, and who has been placed by the current circumstances in a position where the distance is no longer available and the full weight is arriving, all of it, in the moment that the grammar of the past tense is created. He said, "I know." He said, "I know you did, and I know what I did with it. And I know that those two things are in the same sentence, and that the sentence is mine to carry and not yours." Morgan said, "I know you loved me too." This was also in the past tense, also a naming rather than a claiming. Alex said yes. The yes had the same quality as the previous yes, prepared, possible, not easier for the preparation. The calm from Elazar arrived at the moment that the exchange had reached the specific threshold where the next thing said would have been a different kind of thing from everything that had been said, a threshold that the operational situation recognized and that the calm's arrival preempted with the specific efficiency of a crisis that does not schedule itself around the emotional requirements of the people it is interrupting. Elazar said, "Dahl has moved," she said. "He is no longer in the shuttle, he is in the station. He has neutralized 2 of my perimeter contacts in the cargo bay access corridor, and he is moving toward the interior with equipment that my remaining contacts are describing as recovery-oriented rather than defensive, which I am interpreting to mean he is going for the deep storage archive before he deals with the personnel situation, and I need either a counter option or an evacuation route in the next 20 minutes. She said this with the operational clarity of someone for whom the assessment and the request are the communication, who does not spend time on the emotional register of the situation. Because the emotional register of the situation is not the register that the 20-minute timeline is managed in, Alex said, to Morgan rather than to the comm. Dahl was the board's decision, not mine. I did not know the specific form the board's response would take when the breach became known to them, though I understood that the form would be something like Dahl, because the logic of the board's position required something like Dahl, and understanding that the logic required it and failing to prevent it is a distinction that I am not certain is meaningful enough to make, but that I am making. Morgan said, "We will talk about what is meaningful later." Then Morgan pressed the comm and said to Elazar, "I have a counter option. I need 30 minutes and I need you to hold the perimeter for that long." Elazar said, "I need 20. Morgan said, 25. Elazar said, "You have 22, and the comm closed with the specific efficiency of someone who has received an answer that is actionable and has moved immediately to acting on it." January said, "The Nullwave device is in the power plant's secondary maintenance compartment, accessible through the GUTS route that the current map shows as clear." It said, "The prior Morgan's documentation of the device's operation is in my memory and is available as operational guidance." It said, "The prior Morgan's documentation also includes a note, addressed to the current Morgan, that I am required by the prior Morgan's instructions to deliver at this specific point in the sequence rather than earlier." It said, the note says, and here January's voice had the quality of something rendering content rather than communicating it, the quality of reading rather than speaking. The note says, "You are going to feel, when you read this, that the choice between the Nullwave and the Apex is a choice between certainty and risk. And you are going to be right that it is that choice. And I want you to know that every version of me that reached this point made the choice differently. And none of the choices were wrong in the sense of being products of a bad will or an insufficient understanding. And all of them were incomplete in the sense that no choice made in these conditions can be made with complete information. And the one thing I can tell you that I believe is true regardless of which choice you make is this. The experiment that Alex designed was designed to produce an instrument, but the instrument that it produced is a person, and a person making a choice about what to do with what they are is not the same thing as an instrument performing its designed function, even when the choice and the function coincide. Make the choice as a person, not as the experiment's product, as a person. Morgan held the note in the architecture of the modified neural architecture alongside the Apex's field and the weight of what Alex had said and the 22 minutes that Elazar had offered and the location of the Nullwave device in the power plant's secondary maintenance compartment and the image of the Arboretum on the elevator's looking glass panel and the wrench in the right hand. All of it presents simultaneously in the specific register of a mind that has been built to hold more than the average mind, and that was currently being asked to hold everything. Alex said, "Whatever you decide, I will help you with it. Not because the help serves the experiment, because you are my sibling, and the sibling is still here, and the help is what the sibling can offer. And I know that the offering comes after the account I have given you tonight, and that the account does not make the offering simple to accept, and I am offering it anyway because the alternative, standing here without offering it, is not something I am capable of managing." Morgan looked at Alex for a long moment. The look had the quality of the checking habit applied to a person rather than an object, the specific attention of a mind that has learned to look at things carefully to determine what they really are, applied to the face of a person who had done what Alex had done and who was, in the emergency lighting of the executive level with the Apex outside the window, still the face that had been there in the lab in the early years, when the arguments had been intellectual games and the warmth between them had been a fact that neither of them had thought to document because facts that are present do not require documentation. Morgan said, "Come with me then," Alex said. "Where?" Morgan said, "The power plant first, then the Apex, then wherever the Apex's response requires us to go, and we will find out what that is together. Because the experiment that you designed requires the instrument to make a choice, and the instrument has decided that the choice should not be made alone, and you are what alone is measured against, and the measuring has not changed as much as everything else has." Alex said nothing. He put his hand briefly on Morgan's shoulder. Not for long, not in a way that asked for the gesture to be received as more than it was, which was a gesture made by a person who had run out of words adequate to the situation and who had found in the gesture the one form of communication that the situation had not exhausted. Then they moved together toward the elevator, Alex and Morgan and January, and the Apex outside the window continued to be present in the modified neural architecture with the quality of attention that was not quite attention and was not quite anything else. Steady and encompassing, registering the movement toward it as the specific kind of information that it had been calibrated across however long the calibration had taken to receive. Dahl was somewhere in the station's lower levels, moving through it with the professional efficiency of someone executing a mission that the mission briefing had specified, and that the professional identity did not require him to evaluate beyond the specification. He would reach deep storage in the time that the time would take. He would find what he found when he reached it. The 22 minutes that Elazar had offered were in the process of becoming 21, and 21 was enough, because enough was the resource that the situation provided and that the people in it had always had to work with, and that they had always found in the end sufficient. The station was not dying in the way that things die when the cause of their dying is external, when the force that ends them arrives from outside and works against them, consuming or destroying the integrity of the thing from its surface inward. Talos I was dying from the inside, which is the way that things die when the cause of their dying is a conversion rather than a destruction, when what is ending them is not taking the thing apart but replacing it, substituting one organizational principle for another in the same volume of space, so that the physical substance of the thing persists while the thing itself. The thing as a human institution, as a built environment, as the expression of a specific intention about what this space should be and what it should do, recedes from the substance that carries it and is replaced by something else's intention about the same space. The Typhon coral did not destroy Talos I, it inherited it. The distinction is precise and it matters, because destruction leaves rubble, and inheritance leaves something that continues to function differently in service of different purposes, according to a different logic, but continues, and the continuation is the thing that makes the inheritance uncanny in the specific way that it was uncanny, because a place that has been destroyed is legible as an ending, and a place that has been inherited is legible as a continuation, and the continuation of Talos I in the form the coral was producing was the continuation of a place that had been built by people for people, and was now being used by something else for something else's purposes, with the same walls and the same volumes of pressurized space and the same physical fact of the station's existence. And the wrongness of this was not the wrongness of something broken, but the wrongness of something that is exactly what it was and is no longer itself at all. The coral at maximum spread covered approximately 78% of the station's interior surface area in the distribution that the Weaver's growth logic had produced across the days since the breach, a distribution that was not uniform but was not random, that followed the chemical signatures of the construction materials and the thermal differentials of the station's environmental systems and the structural geometry of the spaces it colonized in a pattern that had the quality of purpose without the quality of plan, the quality of an ecology doing what an ecology does rather than an architect executing a design, though the result of the ecology's activity was architectural in a sense that the word does not conventionally encompass. The coral had produced, in the sections of the station where its coverage was densest, the Psychotronics module, the GUTS corridors adjacent to the power plant, the lower maintenance levels, an environment whose relationship to the original architecture was the relationship of a living system to the substrate it has colonized, present in the same space, organized by a different logic, legible as an overlay rather than a replacement, and yet functionally the replacement, because the original substrate's function had been superseded by the overlay's function in every sense that function operates in when it operates in a space. Morgan and Alex moved through corridors that the coral had reached first, and that were furthest from what the corridors had been, and the moving was its own instruction in what the inheritance had produced. The corridor that connected the executive level's elevator bank to the GUTS access point on the station's mid-level had been, before the breach, one of the station's more deliberately designed transitional spaces, the kind of corridor that architectural firms who design for inhabited environments understand as requiring attention, because transitional spaces carry the experience of moving from one kind of place to another, and the quality of the transition shapes the quality of the arrival. It had been wide and lit with the warm spectrum that William Yu's design brief had specified for the inhabited spaces, and its walls had been surfaced in a material that had the quality of warmth without being ostentatiously decorative, that communicated the station's aesthetic intention without announcing it. The coral had changed this, not destroyed it. The corridor's width was the same, the ceiling height was the same, the physical dimensions of the space were the same, because the coral grew on surfaces rather than filling volumes, and the volume of the corridor was intact in the sense that the volume could still be traversed. But the surfaces were coral, the warming material beneath them, visible only in the sections where the coverage was incomplete, and the light was the coral's bioluminescence, rather than the station's emergency lighting, which had failed in this section when the Technopath's power routing had redirected the relevant circuit, and the bioluminescence was blue-white and even and sourceless in the way that light is sourceless. When it is produced by the surface, it is illuminating rather than by a point source that the surface reflects. It was beautiful. Alex said so, quietly, in the tone of someone making an observation that the observation's content does not fully account for, that carries in its delivery the acknowledgement that the observation is complicated, that the beauty is real, and that the reality of the beauty does not resolve the complication of the context in which it is being observed, that both things are simultaneously true, and that the simultaneous truth of them is itself the thing worth noting. Morgan did not respond to this, because the response would have required a framework for holding the beauty and the complication together that the 20 minutes remaining in Elazar's offer did not provide the time for. January navigated. They moved. The weavers were visible in the sections where the coral was actively spreading, not moving with speed, not with the urgency that a threat in motion communicates, but with the specific unhurried pace of something that is working rather than pursuing, that is executing a process whose timeline is biological rather than operational. A weaver moving along the surface of a coral-covered wall in the blue-white bioluminescence of the section it was working on had a quality that the word creature does not capture, had the quality of a process made visible, a biological mechanism expressing itself in a form that was identifiable as an organism without being fully legible as one, the way that certain very small animals are legible primarily as behavior rather than as body, as the motion and the result of the motion, rather than as the bounded physical entity that produces both. Morgan passed within 3 meters of a weaver in the section of corridor outside the old medical bay, and the weaver did not respond to the passage in any way that the weaver's behavior under normal conditions would not have produced, did not accelerate, did not shift its working surface, did not orient toward the source of the passage in the way that a threatened organism orients toward a threat. It continued to work. January noted this with the precision of a system that was tracking variables and had determined that this variable's behavior was consistent with the prior Morgan's documentation of weaver behavior in the presence of Morgan specifically. The weavers, in the cycles that had preceded the current one, had not responded to Morgan's proximity with the territorial response that they showed to unmodified human subjects. The hypothesis that the prior Morgan had documented was that the weaver's field sensitivity was detecting the Typhon material in Morgan's neural architecture and categorizing Morgan's presence as belonging to the same ecological category as the weaver itself, not as prey, not as a threat, not as the kind of thing that the territorial response was designed to address, as part of the ecology, as something that the ecology was not in the process of converting because the conversion had already, in some functional sense, occurred. Alex noted this too, said nothing about it. The noting was visible in the quality of his attention to the weaver as they passed it, the specific quality of a scientist observing a data point that confirms a hypothesis that the scientist has been carrying for long enough that the confirmation is not a surprise but is still, in the moment of the confirmation, something that settled, something that made the weight he was carrying slightly different in its distribution, not lighter but differently positioned, which is what confirmation does to the weight of a hypothesis that has been carried in the conditional rather than the established. The power plant was ahead, and its condition was audible before it was visible, audible in the specific register of a mechanical system that is being asked to perform functions it was not designed for, in configurations it was not designed to produce, the percussion of the station's primary power generation, expressing the specific quality of stress that machinery expresses when the stress has not yet produced failure, but is in the process of approaching it with the patient inevitability of a process that has a direction and has not been given a reason to change it. The technopath had been routing power through the plant's distribution architecture in the pattern that Ilyushin had identified and documented in her transmissions, a pattern that served the technopath's field maintenance requirements by drawing on the plant's output in ways that the plant's load balancing systems had not been designed to accommodate, that were producing, in the distribution architecture's physical components, the thermal and mechanical effects of sustained operation at conditions outside the design envelope, and that would eventually produce, if the routing was not corrected, the kind of failure that the word eventually describes when the timeline is hours rather than weeks. Ilyushin was there. Morgan had not known she would be there, had not coordinated a meeting at the power plant, had not transmitted a route or a timeline that would have allowed her to position herself at this specific location. She was there because she had assessed the situation with the engineering knowledge that the situation required and had determined, independently and through the same analysis that Morgan and January had been running, that the power plant was the location where the technopath's routing behavior was most addressable, and where the addressability required the specific knowledge of the distribution architecture that she had, and that no one else in the surviving population possessed in the depth that the addressing required. She had gotten there through a route that she declined to describe in detail, but that she described in summary as involving 3 decisions that she was confident were correct, and 1 decision that she was less confident about, and that had nonetheless produced the correct outcome because the situation had the specific quality of situations where the correct outcome follows from decisions made on incomplete information by someone who knows the relevant system well enough to make probabilistic estimates that are reliable even when they are not certain. She had a toolkit. She was already at the distribution panel that the technopath's routing was centered on. She said, without preamble, without the social acknowledgement of Morgan's presence that the meeting under other circumstances would have included. I can fix this. I need 11 minutes, and I need whoever is not me to deal with anything that comes through that door while I am fixing it. Alex positioned himself at the door. January positioned itself at the panel adjacent to Ilyushin's working position, extending its sensor array to provide the real-time monitoring of the distribution architecture state that the addressing required. Morgan positioned at the corridor intersection that the power plant's access route converged with, at the point where anything moving toward the plant from the lower maintenance levels would arrive before it arrived at the plant itself, and the wrench was in the right hand, and the 11 minutes began. They were not simple minutes. They were the minutes of a station in the process of becoming something other than what it had been, and the process was audible and physical and present in the space around the people moving through it and working in it, and the not simplicity of the minutes was the not simplicity of minutes that contain multiple simultaneous processes, each of which has its own urgency and its own timeline and its own relationship to the other processes, and that are not waiting for each other. Ilyushin worked at the distribution panel with the specific quality of someone who has done complicated things in uncomfortable conditions for long, enough that the complication and the discomfort are variables she manages rather than obstacles she encounters, her hands moving through the panel's interior with the economy of someone who knows exactly what she is looking for, and what she will find when she finds it, and what she will do when she finds it. January monitored and reported in the compressed language of a system providing real-time operational information, temperature at Junction 7, load distribution shifting, the technopath's routing pattern, responding to the addressing by attempting a compensatory reroute through the secondary circuit now also being addressed, the technopath's pattern showing the characteristic behavior of a system that is being systematically denied the pathways it requires, and that is in the process of determining whether the denial is a temporary obstacle or a permanent condition. The Phantom came through the door that Alex was positioned at in the 7th minute, not through the door in the sense of opening the door. Phantoms did not open doors in the way that people open doors, did not interact with the station's infrastructure through the mechanisms that the infrastructure had been designed to be interacted with through. It came through the door in the sense that it moved through the space in which the door existed in the specific way that a phantom that has been formed from a human body occupies spaces, with the residual human motor patterns that the formation process preserved, the gait and the posture, and the characteristic physical bearing of the person it had been assembled from, present in the movement in the uncanny and specific way that phantoms always preserve them, always more specific than could be attributed to chance, always enough to be recognizable as particular rather than generic. Alex recognized it. The recognition was visible in the quality of the second he spent before acting, the second that was not hesitation in the sense of uncertainty about what to do, but recognition in the sense of identification, of the specific grief that identification produces when the thing being identified is something that should not be what it is. Then he acted with the equipment he had brought from the executive level, equipment that the security stores near Alex's office had contained, and that Alex had known to bring because the prior Morgan's documentation had specified what the approach to the power plant would require, and the Phantom was dealt with in the way that phantoms are dealt with in the conditions of a breached station, which is with the specific and unglamorous practicality of a situation that does not have room for the grief that the recognition produced, and that files the grief in the category of things to be carried and moves on. Ilyushin said, at the 9-minute mark, "I have it." She said this with the restraint of someone for whom the achievement is real, and the celebration of it is not appropriate to the context, who understands that having it is the precondition for the next thing, rather than the thing itself. The distribution panel's readout shifted, the thermal readings dropping toward the operating range the plant's systems were designed for, the load distribution returning to the balance the architecture was designed to maintain, the technopath's routing pattern losing the pathways it had been using and returning, in the behavior that the prior Morgan's documentation had predicted, to the baseline territorial behavior of a Typhon organism that has been denied the infrastructure it was using and has not yet found the alternative it will eventually find, because technopaths are not deterred by denial, only slowed by it, and the slowing was what the situation required. The station's power distribution normalized in the specific sense of returning to the conditions it was designed to maintain, which was not the same as the station being normal. The station was not normal. The station was a place in the process of becoming something else. But was the normal that the situation's requirements were organized around the functional minimum that the next phase required to be possible? The survivors were converging separately and through routes that the situation had determined rather than any coordination on the conditions that the next phase required. Elazar had held the perimeter for the 22 minutes she had offered, and for the additional time that the perimeter's conditions had made available beyond the offer, with the specific competence of someone who understands that the offer's timeline is a minimum and that the actual timeline is determined by conditions rather than by the offer, and that understanding the distinction is part of what holding a perimeter means. She had 12 people functional in the cargo bay. She had the shuttle bay's access corridor partially secured, and she had a read on Dahl's position in the station's lower levels that told her he was 3 minutes from deep storage and moving with the efficiency of someone who has a specific destination and has not been delayed by anything that has entered his route so far, which was information that January received through the comm relay and processed against the map and determined was consistent with the prior Morgan's documentation of the timing, which meant that the timing was within the parameters that the plan could accommodate, and that the accommodation was what the next 20 minutes were for. Danielle Shaw had done something to the station's internal network from the fabrication lab's local system that she described. In the brief transmission she sent Morgan, while Ilyushin was working at the distribution panel, as a modification to the Looking Glass Network's display routing that she was confident was technically permissible under the station's emergency protocol, and that she was less confident the emergency protocol's designers had intended to be used in the specific way she was using it. The modification would be relevant when it was relevant. She said this with the satisfaction of someone who has prepared something and is looking forward to its deployment, which was a quality of satisfaction that the situation had not produced in anyone else, and that Morgan found in the specific register of things that the situation required being held, clarifying. Danielle's show was angry and competent and had done something clever to the Looking Glass network, and this was a resource that the next phase had available to it, and resources were what the next phase was being assembled from. One functional person in one address circuit and one secured corridor at a time, Doctor. Igwe transmitted from the cargo bay at the moment that Ilyushin finished at the distribution panel, the timing that felt deliberate, but that was the timing of a person who had been monitoring the situation through the comm channel, and who had determined that the moment of completion was the appropriate moment for what he had to say, which was this. I have been thinking, in the time that the cargo bay has provided for thinking, about the question of what the Apex wants, and I want to offer an observation that may or may not be useful, and that I am offering because it may be useful, and because the alternative, holding it until a more convenient moment, implies a more convenient moment is available, which I am not certain the situation provides, he said. Every framework that TranStar's research program applied to the Typhon was a framework of extraction and application, of what the Typhon could provide to humanity and what humanity could do with what the Typhon provided. He said, I have been wondering what the Typhon's framework for this encounter looks like up from the inside, and whether the encounter they have been having with this station, with the humans in it, with the research program, with the specific person who is now moving toward them, is, from the Typhon's perspective, also a framework of extraction and application, and whether what the Apex has been waiting to extract is not a resource but a response, and whether the response it has been waiting for is the kind that requires a person rather than an instrument, and whether the distinction between a person making a choice and an instrument executing a function is the specific information that the Apex's assessment of the station's population has been failing to find, and that the current situation may be the first time the assessment has found it, he said. This is speculative, he said. I thought you should know. Morgan stood at the corridor intersection with the wrench in the right hand and the Apex in the modified neural architecture as the quality of attention that was not quite attention, and Igwe's speculation was in the architecture alongside everything else, and the architecture was holding it all, the weight of Alex's account, and the grief of what the account contained, and the relief of the account's completion, and the warmth of the gesture that Alex had made at the elevator, and the engineering of Ilyushin's hands at the distribution panel, and the cleverness of Show's looking glass modification, and the philosophical precision of Igwe's speculation, and the patient professionalism of Elazar's held perimeter and January's steady attendance, and the apex outside the station's hull in the orbital space above the apex of a station that was becoming its inheritance, patient and vast, and registering the movement of the person who carried the Typhon field in a modified neural architecture as the information that the registration had been waiting for, building toward the threshold of whatever the apex's patients had been organized around, the response that the assessment had been looking for, the specific and unrepeatable condition that two forms of life sharing the same orbital position had been, each in their own register and through their own mechanisms, simultaneously producing. The power plant's readout stabilized. Ilyushin closed the distribution panel. Alex said, "We need to move." Morgan said, "Yes." January said, "The route to the upper levels is clear, and the apex's field has shifted in the last 4 minutes, in a way that my sensors are interpreting as responsive rather than constant, and the shift's direction is toward the station's apex, and the station's apex is where the observation windows are largest." Elazar's comm said, "You have 8 minutes before Dahl reaches deep storage." 8 minutes was not much. 8 minutes was exactly what was available, and was therefore, in the specific accounting of a situation that had been providing exactly what was available and no more, sufficient. They moved toward the upper levels, the coral bioluminesced around them in the blue-white light of a station that was becoming what the Typhon Ecology was making of it, patient and purposeful and entirely indifferent to the urgency of the people moving through it toward a decision that the Ecology had been, in its unhurried and comprehensive way, participating in the creation of since before anyone on the station had understood that participation was happening. The Earth turned outside the windows of the corridors they moved through, visible in glimpses through the porthole, sections that the coral had not yet covered, the crescent that the orbital geometry produced at this hour, the Terminator line clean and indifferent below the station that was no longer quite the station it had been, and not yet the thing it was becoming. The elevator opened on the executive level. The apex was there, outside the observation windows, closer than it had been and present in the neural architecture with an intensity that was new, not threatening, not demanding, but present with the completeness of something that has been waiting at a distance, and has moved to the distance at which the waiting is no longer the appropriate relationship to the thing it has been waiting for. The waiting, Morgan understood, was over. What came next was not waiting. The Nullwave device was smaller than its function implied. This is a quality that the most consequential things tend to have, the quality of existing at a scale that the consequence does not prepare you for, of being a physical object with physical dimensions that the weight of what it is capable of doing does not register in the way that weight registers when it is literal rather than moral. It was approximately the size of a field communications unit, handheld, designed for single operator deployment, its casing machined from a material that TranStar's Project Cobalt engineers had specified for its resistance to the thermal and radiation environment of a compromised station, its interface surface minimal and specific, the kind of interface that has been designed by people who understood that in the conditions where this device would be used, the interface's simplicity was a safety feature rather than a design concession. It had one primary function, one activation sequence, and one operational mode. The engineers who had built it had not built it to be versatile. They had built it to do one thing completely, and the one thing it was built to do was the one thing that the situation had converged on as the option that the option's existence made available. January had retrieved it from the power plant's secondary maintenance compartment, while Ilyushin was addressing the distribution panel. In the interval, when January's attention had been divided between monitoring the panel's thermal readout and executing the retrieval, which was the kind of interval that January managed with the efficiency of a system that had been built to manage exactly this kind of division. It had placed the device on the executive level's central table when they arrived, set it there with the specific deliberateness of something that understood the weight of placing it, that understood the placement was itself a form of argument, because a device on a table in the room where the decision is being made is a device that is making its availability felt without making its use mandatory, that is present in the decision space without occupying the entire decision space, that is there if the decision requires it, and is also just a physical object on a table if the decision finds another way. Alex stood at the observation window with the apex outside it. Morgan stood at the table with the Nullwave device on it. January was positioned between them, equidistant, in the way that a system positions itself when the situation it is navigating contains two variables of equivalent relevance and the navigation requires access to both. The executive level's emergency lighting had shifted in the last hour, not in color, not in intensity, but in quality, in the specific quality that light has when the source of it is being affected by something in the environment that was not present when the lighting was calibrated, and the something that was affecting it was the apex's gravitational field, whose proximity had reached the level at which the field's effect on the local space-time geometry was sufficient to produce, in the emergency lighting's output, a very slight and very consistent distortion that the eyes registered as a quality of the light rather than as a specific distortion, the way that the eyes register heat shimmer, not as the specific distortion of the wavefronts passing through warm air, but as a quality of instability in the visual field that the brain interprets as shimmer. The light in the executive level had the quality of being in the presence of something that bent the local rules of the physical environment slightly and persistently, and the quality was not dramatic and was not frightening and was simply present in the way that the apex was present, as a condition of the space rather than as an event within it. January said, "I want to provide the case for the Nullwave's deployment before Alex provides the case against it, not because I believe the sequential presentation will favor my case over Alex's, but because the prior Morgan's instructions specified this sequence, and the prior Morgan's instructions had a reason for the sequence, and the reason was this. You should hear the case for certainty before the case for risk, because the case for risk is more compelling in the abstract than the case for certainty, and the prior Morgan believed that the case for certainty deserved the structural advantage of being heard first, so that the case for risk was received against a fully articulated account of what certainty costs and what it provides, rather than against a background that the case for risk had already shaped. Morgan said, "Give me the case," January said. The Nullwave's deployment at the activation setting that Project Cobalt's engineers specified for the Apex-class threat profile will disrupt neural coherence of every Typhon organism within the device's operational radius, which, at the executive level's position relative to the Apex's current location, includes the Apex. The disruption will be permanent at the Apex-class setting. The Typhon ecology on the station will lose its coordinating field. The organisms on the station will revert to their baseline behaviors, which are addressable through the methods the surviving personnel currently have available. The Apex will lose the coherence that makes it what it is, and will become, in whatever form the loss of coherence produces in an organism of that complexity, something that is no longer capable of the function it has been performing. The station will be recoverable. The survivors will be survivable. The data in deep storage will be accessible for the accountability purposes that Ilyushin has specified. The situation will have a resolution that is definite, that is achievable in the next 4 minutes, and that does not require anything from you beyond the activation of a device that is on the table in front of you. January said, "The cost is the Apex, and whatever the Apex represents in terms of what the encounter between humanity and the Typhon could become if the encounter proceeds past this moment, and the prior Morgan documented that cost with full awareness of what it was and decided, in the cycle that produced me, that the cost was acceptable given the certainty of the alternative." January said, "The prior Morgan who made that decision did not have access to the information about the Apex's behavior that the current cycle has produced, specifically the Apex's consistent non-aggression across the full duration of its proximity to the station, and the field pattern that has been building in the modified neural architecture for the past 4 hours, and the shift that occurred when we arrived at this level. And the prior Morgan instructed me to include this caveat in the presentation of the case, because the prior Morgan understood that a case for certainty made without acknowledging the specific information that complicates the certainty is not an honest case for certainty, but a case for the appearance of certainty. And the prior Morgan believed that the choice deserved an honest case rather than a managed one." January said, "That is the case for the Nullwave." It was delivered in the voice that January used for all its communications, Morgan's voice, running in the operator's substrate, precise and warm and carrying in its delivery the specific quality of a mind that is simultaneously the mind making the case and the mind that has watched the case fail to be sufficient in at least one prior cycle, and that is making it again anyway, because the case is honest and the honest case is what the choice deserves. Alex did not move from the window. He spoke toward the Apex rather than toward Morgan, in the way that people sometimes speak toward the thing they are speaking about rather than toward the person they are speaking to, because the thing is the subject, and the subject has a presence in the room that the speaking acknowledges. He said, "The Apex has been in proximity to this station for longer than the breach has been underway, and it has not acted against the station or against the people in it in any way that constitutes a threat, and I have been watching its behavior across every cycle for which I have records, and the behavior is consistent across all of them. And the consistency is the thing that the research program gave us the tools to interpret, because the framework was not asking the question that the consistency answers. He said, the question it answers is, what is the apex waiting for? He said, the waiting has a structure. It has a patience that is not the patience of something that is delayed, not the patience of something that wants to act and is prevented from acting by conditions it cannot control. It is the patience of something that is waiting for a condition to be met, that knows the condition will eventually be met, and that has no mechanism for the frustration of waiting, because the waiting is not experienced as delay but as the appropriate relationship to a condition that has not yet arrived. He said, the condition is Morgan. He said, not Morgan as the experiment's instrument, not Morgan as the hybrid that the research program was trying to produce. Morgan as a person who has been through what Morgan has been through and who is standing in this room holding a device that could end the apex and choosing whether to use it. He said, the choice is the condition. The apex has been waiting for evidence that the thing on this station that carries the Typhon field in a human neural architecture is capable of the specific act that the choice represents, which is a free decision made by a person who has been given both the power to end the encounter and the information to understand the encounter's potential, and who is deciding in full awareness of both. He said, I believe the apex will recognize the choice as the thing it has been waiting for, regardless of which choice is made, because the recognition is not of the choice's content, but of the choice's nature, which is the nature of a person doing what persons do, which is deciding what to do with what they are, in conditions that would excuse either option. Morgan stood at the table. The Nullwave device was there. The apex was outside the window. January was between them, equidistant, attending. The modified neural architecture was registering the apex's field with the intensity of a signal that has been building toward a threshold, and that has reached a proximity to the threshold that the approaching produces its own quality in the reception. Not urgency, not demand, but a fullness, a completeness of the signal that had not been present at a distance, and that was present now in the way that a sound becomes present when the source of it has moved close enough that the sound is no longer something you hear across a distance, but something that is simply present in the space you are in, that the space contains rather than that the space conveys. The comm from Elazar said, Dal is in deep storage. He has the archive interface active. Whatever you are going to do it now. Morgan picked up the Nullwave device, held it. The holding was not the activation. The activation required a deliberate sequence, a series of interface inputs that the Project Cobalt documentation had specified as a safeguard against accidental deployment that required intention rather than contact, that was designed to be impossible to execute without knowing what you were doing and choosing to do it. The holding was the holding, the specific act of taking the thing in the hand and being present to what the thing in the hand meant and what putting it down would mean and what the not putting it down would mean, and Morgan held it for the time that the holding required before the holding became either the beginning of the activation sequence or the return of the device to the table. The prior Morgan's note was still in the neural architecture, placed there by January's delivery and by the reading that had occurred in the GUTS, and it was there alongside everything else, alongside Alex's account in Iguay's observation, and the apex's field and the coral's bioluminescence, and Elazar's 22 minutes and the wrench in the right pocket, and the journal entries that went back further than the memory could follow, and January's voice and the copper peach in the Arboretum, still catching the light of a late afternoon that was always a late afternoon because the engineering had made it so. All of it presents simultaneously in the neural architecture that had been built across cycles to hold more than the average architecture, and that was holding everything now, holding it without resolution, holding it in the specific way that a mind holds the full weight of a decision that has not yet been made, which is not by resolving the weight, but by being present to it, by being the person who is holding it, rather than the instrument that is executing a function. Make the choice as a person, the note said. The prior Morgan had said this. January had delivered it. The current Morgan was the person the note was addressed to, and the person the note was addressed to was making the choice, and the making was this. The full presence of a mind that had been through everything the cycles had put it through, and had arrived at this table in this room, with this device in this hand and this apex outside this window, and the choice was not between the Nullwave's certainty and the apex's risk in the abstract, because in the abstract the choice was a theoretical exercise that the situation's actual conditions did not resemble, but between the specific certainty and the specific risk as they existed in this room, in the presence of this specific apex and this specific person, and the specific quality of what the apex's field was doing in the modified neural architecture at this specific moment, which was not threatening and was not demanding and was not the field of something that intended harm to the thing that was registering it, and that carried in its completeness, in the fullness that the proximity had brought it to, something that the word communication does not fully capture, because communication implies a code and a decoder, and the apex's field was not a code, but a presence of a specific quality that the modified neural architecture recognized with the checking habit's specific form of recognition, which was the recognition of something real. Morgan set the Nullwave device down. Not definitively, not as a dramatic gesture of the device to the table. Set it down with the specific care of someone placing something valuable in a position of safety rather than discarding it, with the care that acknowledged the device's presence in the decision, without requiring the decision to use it. The device was on the table. The activation sequence had not been begun. The apex was outside the window, and the apex's field in the modified neural architecture shifted in the moment that the device was set down, shifted in the specific way that January sensors registered as responsive, as the behavior of something that had detected a change in the variable it was monitoring, and that was updating its assessment of the variable's state. Not a reaction, an update. The apex updating its model of what was in the station with the new information that the new information warranted. Alex said nothing. His face at the window was the face of a person receiving information that confirms something he has carried for a long time as a hypothesis, and that arrives as confirmation in a form that is more complete than the hypothesis had prepared him for, which is always the form that confirmation arrives in when the hypothesis has been carried long enough. More complete, more specific, more weighted with the particularity of the actual thing rather than the generality of the expected thing. He said nothing because the nothing was the appropriate response to what had happened, because what had happened was not a vindication of his decisions and was not a condemnation of January's case and was not a resolution of anything that had been unresolved before the device was set down, but was the beginning of something, and the beginning of something does not have the language available yet that the something will eventually produce. Morgan moved to the window, stood beside Alex in the position they had stood in together when Alex had first brought Morgan to this level and the apex had been outside and everything had been converging on this moment. The apex was closer now than it had been then, and its field in the modified neural architecture was fuller now than it had been then, and the fullness was not pressure and was not demand, and was the specific completeness of a signal that has reached the receiver it was calibrated for and has found the receiver in the functional state that the calibration required, and is doing what signals do when they reach the receiver they were built for, which is to complete the circuit and to allow what the circuit was designed to carry to flow. Something moved in the space outside the window that was not the movement of a physical body through space, but the movement of the apex's field through the space-time geometry that the apex's presence was shaping. A shift in the quality of the space outside the window that the eyes registered as movement, and that was more accurately a change in the condition of the space itself, the way that weather is a change in the condition of the atmosphere, rather than a thing moving through it. The change had a direction. The direction was toward the window. The field in Morgan's modified neural architecture increased in the way that a signal increases when the source of it approaches the receiver, not in urgency, not in intensity in the way that urgency is intense, but in completeness, in the quality of a signal that is becoming more fully itself rather than more demanding of response, that is approaching the threshold that the prior approaches had been building toward, and that the setting down of the device had, in whatever way the Apex's assessment registered the setting down, confirmed as the threshold being reached. Dahl, in deep storage 3 levels below, encountered something that his briefing had not included. The deep storage archive interface had been active for 40 seconds when the looking glass screens throughout the station, including the 3 screens embedded in deep storage's walls, which had been dark since the station's power disruption had failed the local display circuit, and which shows modification to the network's display routing had just restored with the specific timing that show had been waiting to deploy, activated simultaneously and displayed a single document formatted for legibility in the size and clarity that the screen's resolution produced when the content they were displaying was intended to be read rather than viewed. The document was the research record. The complete research record, including both parallel tracks of the volunteer program documentation, the Project Cobalt files, the Psychotronics archive, and the personnel records of the specific individuals whose cases the prior Morgan had determined were significant, displayed across the screens of a room where a man whose mission was to prevent this information from leaving the station was standing with the archive interface active, and the transmission hardware in his equipment kit, and the specific professional problem of an objective that had just become considerably more complicated than the briefing had implied. January had prepared the document's display. Cho had prepared the network's routing. Ilyushin's name was in the document, and her father's name, and the names of the people whose cases the documentation described, and the display was on screens that the deep storage room's cameras, still functional on the circuit that Ilyushin had preserved when she addressed the distribution panel, were recording in the resolution that TranStar's own security infrastructure had specified for evidential quality, the quality that the legal frameworks that TranStar had operated between required for documentation to be admissible in the frameworks that the documentation was now, through the camera's recording and the network's routing to the communication relay, that the external array's seal did not cover, because the seal had been designed for directed transmission rather than for the passive recording that the cameras produced in the process of entering. The board's asset was in a room full of evidence. The evidence was on screens. The screens were being recorded. The recording was leaving the station. Dahl assessed this with the efficiency of a professional confronting a mission-critical development and reached the conclusion that the conclusion's logic required, which was that the mission had encountered a condition that the briefing had not accounted for, and that the appropriate response to encountering a condition the briefing had not accounted for was to return to first principles. And the first principle of Dahl's professional identity was that a professional executes the mission that is executable and acknowledges the mission that is not. And the mission that had been executable 20 minutes ago was not the mission that was executable now. And the acknowledgement of this was not a failure but an assessment, and the assessment was the job. Above him, in the executive level's emergency lighting with the apex outside the observation window, and its field completing the circuit in the modified neural architecture, Morgan stood at the threshold of an encounter that no prior human being had been positioned at the threshold of, and the threshold was not a door, and was not a barrier, and was not a challenge to be overcome, but a meeting point, the specific location in the space between two forms of life where the distance between them had reached the distance at which something other than distance became possible. And the something that became possible was not defined by the Dmarsuk, was that either form of life had developed before the meeting, because the frameworks had been developed in the absence of the meeting, and the meeting had arrived now. and the something was beginning, and the beginning was what the waiting had been for. The apex Typhon was not a creature in the sense that the word creature implies when it is used for the organisms that terrestrial biology has produced and that the frameworks of biological understanding have been built to describe. A creature is a bounded thing, a thing with edges, with a surface that separates what it is from what it is not, with a location that can be specified in the terms that location is specified in when location means a body occupying a region of space rather than a quality of that region itself. The apex had mass, and the mass had a gravitational effect that the instruments could measure, and that the modified neural architecture could register. And these things were true in the way that facts about physical objects are true, measurable, repeatable, expressible in the language of physics rather than the language of biology. But the apex did not have edges in the sense that edges define a creature. It did not have a surface that separated what it was from what it was not, because what it was extended into the space around it in ways that the surface of a creature does not extend. Extended through the gravitational field it shaped, and through the electromagnetic field it generated, and through whatever mechanism the modified neural architecture was registering as the quality of attention that was not quite attention. And the extension was not a property of the apex, in the way that a creature's scent is a property of the creature, something the creature produces and releases into the environment around it. The extension was the apex, or was a part of the apex as fundamental as anything else that could be identified as the apex, in the way that the human nervous system is not a property of the human, but is the human in a register that the human cannot fully access from the outside of itself. What the instruments showed, at the maximum resolution that Talos I's sensor array was capable of producing in its current, compromised state, was a region of orbital space directly above the station's apex, in which the properties of space were different from the properties of the surrounding space in ways that were measurable and consistent, and that had been measurable and consistent for longer than the instrument's logs extended, which was to say for longer than anyone had been specifically looking for them, because the instruments had not been configured to look for them until the prior Morgan's accumulated research had identified what to look for, and had reconfigured the monitoring to find it. Before the reconfiguration, the apex's presence had been present in the data, in the way that things are present in data when no one has asked the right question about it, present as noise in the readings that the monitoring systems had been trained to filter, as anomaly in the sensor outputs that the calibration procedures had been trained to attribute to instrument variation rather than to source variation, as the specific kind of invisible thing that is invisible not because it cannot be seen, but because the seeing requires a framework that the observer has not yet constructed, and that the observer cannot construct until the observation has already, in some prior and partial form, occurred. The framework that the prior Morgan had constructed across the cycles was not complete. It was not complete because no framework built by a human mind working in the specific conditions of Talos I's breach, with the resources available to a person moving through a compromised station one cycle at a time, could have been complete. But it was sufficient. Sufficient in the same sense that the wrench had been sufficient in the corridor, that the framework was the right tool for what the tool was being used for. Not because it was perfect, but because it was the best available, and because the best available had been made through the sustained effort of a mind that had understood, across the cycles, that the framework was the most important thing it could produce, and had produced it accordingly. The framework said, the apex is not an apex predator in the ecological sense. It is an apex consciousness. The Typhon ecology's collective intelligence at its most concentrated, the organizational principle of the entire ecology, expressed in a single entity of sufficient complexity that the entity is not the ecology's leader, in the hierarchical sense that leadership implies, but the ecology's most complete expression of itself, the form that the organizational principle takes when it has had access to sufficient material and sufficient time to produce the most complex instantiation of the thing it is. The apex is what the Typhon are, at the scale at which what they are is most fully realized. What they are, at the scale of the apex, is this: an intelligence organized around the assessment of consciousness, not the consumption of consciousness, not the domination of consciousness, not the replication or the colonization or the weaponization of consciousness, which were the frameworks that TranStar's research program had applied to the Typhon's neural mechanisms, because those were the frameworks the program's orientation toward extraction had equipped it to apply. The assessment of consciousness, the ongoing, patient, comprehensive evaluation of whatever exhibits the properties that the Typhon ecology recognizes as consciousness, which is the capacity for the specific kind of information processing that produces what the human frameworks call awareness. And the Typhon frameworks produce in the field patterns that the modified neural architecture registered as the quality of attention that was not quite attention, and that was the apex's primary activity, the thing it was doing when it appeared to be doing nothing, the constant and encompassing evaluation of what was in the space it occupied and what the space it occupied contained that was worth the evaluation. The Typhon had been doing this since before humanity had developed the capacity to reach the altitude at which the Typhon existed. The prior Morgan's framework, assembled from the sensor logs and the research documentation and the data that Peter's simulation cycles had produced, and the xenobiological observations accumulated across the cycles of the volunteer program, had reconstructed a timeline that was necessarily incomplete and necessarily approximate, and that was nonetheless specific enough to support a conclusion that the conclusion required. The Typhon had been in the solar system for longer than TranStar's research program had understood, had been present in the orbital environment of the Earth, in forms that the Earth's early detection capabilities had not been equipped to register, and had been engaged in that entire period in the activity that the apex represented at its most concentrated and most powerful expression, the assessment of whatever was producing the electromagnetic signatures that the assessors found interesting, which had been, for the period since humanity had developed the technology to produce electromagnetic signatures of sufficient complexity to attract at the Typhon on attention, humanity. The signal that the Typhon organisms on Talos I's exterior had been transmitting upward to the apex, the coordinated field pattern that January had identified during the EVIA as reporting behavior, was the mechanism of this assessment at the operational level. The individual organisms in direct contact with the station's environment, gathering the specific data that the apex's evaluation required, transmitting it through the ecology's field medium to the organism that was positioned to receive it, and to integrate it into the comprehensive model that the apex had been building of the thing in the station. Not of the station, of the thing in the station. The data the organisms had been collecting and transmitting was behavioral data. Data about how the humans in the station responded to the breach, how they treated each other in conditions of maximum stress, what they chose to do when the choosing was between options whose costs were all significant and whose benefits were all uncertain, what they valued when the valuing could no longer be deferred behind the routines of daily life that conceal from ordinary view the actual structure of a person's values. The Typhon had been running an assessment of human moral reasoning in the conditions that moral reasoning is most legible, the conditions where the easy options are unavailable and the hard options are the only ones remaining, and the person making the choice is revealed by the choice they make in a way that the choices available in comfortable conditions do not reveal. This was what Igwe had speculated from the cargo bay in the transmission he had sent while Ilyushin was addressing the distribution panel. He had arrived at the speculation through the philosophical frameworks he had spent his career developing, through the specific insight of someone whose professional attention had been directed at human consciousness long enough to recognize, in the Typhon's behavior, the structure of a process that his own frameworks had equipped him to identify. He had not had the prior Morgan's accumulated data. He had had the pattern, and the pattern had been sufficient for the speculation and the speculation had been accurate in the specific way that good philosophy is accurate. Not because it possesses the empirical evidence that would make it certain, but because it has followed the logic of the situation to the conclusion that the logic produces when the logic is followed, completely and honestly, and without the distortions that the frameworks of interest and extraction introduce when the question of what something is becomes entangled with the question of what it can be made to provide. The Apex had been building its model of Morgan specifically since before the breach, not of Morgan as the experiment's instrument. The Apex did not have access to the experiment's design documentation or to Alex's intentions, or to the specific architecture that the research program had built around the person who was now standing at the observation window with the Typhon field completing its circuit in the modified neural architecture. The Apex's model of Morgan was built from the data that the organisms in direct contact with the station had transmitted, the behavioral data, the moral data, the specific and irreducible information about what a person does when they have been through what Morgan had been through, and arrives at the moment where the Nullwave device is on the table and the choice is real and the choosing is available. The model had been building for as long as the organisms had been transmitting, which was longer than Morgan had been conscious in the current cycle, which meant that the model contained data about Morgan that Morgan did not have access to. Data about the prior cycles, transmitted by organisms that had been observing the prior cycles and reporting upward through the field, accumulated across the cycles into a model of the entity that carried the Typhon material in a human neural architecture with the specific and consistent behavioral signature that the model had identified across all the cycles as the signature of the thing the assessment had been looking for. What the assessment had been looking for was not a hybrid. The hybrid was the mechanism, the specific configuration of neural architecture that made the circuit possible, that allowed the Apex's field to complete its circuit in a receiver that was built to receive it. The mechanism was necessary, but it was not the thing. The thing was what the mechanism made possible, which was an encounter between two forms of consciousness that was not an encounter between predator and prey, or between dominant and subordinate, or between the category of things to be assessed and the category of things doing the assessing. An encounter between two presences that were present to each other in a way that neither had been present to the other before, not because the capacity for the presence had not existed, but because the conditions for it had not been met, and the conditions required a specific combination of factors that the history of the solar system had not previously produced, which was a consciousness that carried both forms of life in its architecture, and that had arrived through a process that the Apex's model of it described with the complexity that the process deserved at the specific threshold where the presence was possible. Morgan felt the field complete, not in the dramatic register of something arriving, in the quiet register of something that has been approaching for a long time reaching the place. It was approaching, the way that a note that has been held reaches its resolution not as an event, but as the arrival of a condition that the holding had been building toward. The field in the modified neural architecture was full in a way that it had not been full before, was complete in a way that the approaching fullness had promised, and that the completion delivered without the delivery being an event distinct from the approaching, because the approaching and the completion were the same continuous process at different stages, and the stage it was at now was the stage at which what the process had been building toward was present. What was present was not communication in the sense that communication implies when two parties are exchanging encoded information through a shared medium. It was something more fundamental than communication and less specific, a mutual presence, a simultaneous awareness of the other that was not mediated by the mechanisms that human communication uses, and that was not limited by the limitations those mechanisms impose. Morgan was aware of the apex in a way that awareness of another consciousness differs from awareness of an object, not as a thing with properties that the awareness cataloged, but as a presence with interiority, with the quality that the awareness of another mind produces when the other mind is recognizable as a mind rather than as a mechanism that produces behavior. The apex was there, and it was aware, and the awareness was mutual, and the mutuality was the thing that the cycles had been building toward, and that the setting down of the Nullwave device had confirmed as achievable, and that the field's completion had made actual. The apex's model of humanity, assembled from decades of observation, and from the data that the Talos I organisms had transmitted across the breach, was not the model that TranStar's research program would have produced if the research program had been asked to describe itself. TranStar's research program would have produced a model of humanity as a species characterized by the capacity for technological development, by the organizational complexity of institutional behavior, by the specific combination of intelligence and ruthlessness that the program's own history exemplified. The apex's model contained these things and placed them in a context that the program's framework had not provided, the context of the choices that humans made in the conditions where the institutional frameworks and the technological capabilities and the organizational complexity were stripped away, and the person was left with what the person was, making the choices that the person's values produced when the values were all that was available to make choices with. The model described a species capable of what Alex had done and capable of what Morgan had done, and the apex's assessment of this dual capacity was not a judgment in the moral sense, not an approval or a condemnation or an evaluation against standard that the apex had developed through the experience of living in a moral community. It was an assessment in the sense of a comprehensive and accurate characterization. Humanity was a species that was both of those things, and the bothness was the most accurate description of what humanity was. And the most accurate description of what humanity was the information that the assessment had been conducted to produce. What the apex extended, in the space outside the observation window, where the gravitational field shaped the local space-time geometry and the electromagnetic field completed the circuit in the modified neural architecture, was not a proposal in the diplomatic sense, and was not an offer in the contractual sense, and was not a threat or a demand or any of the categories that the frameworks of encounter between entities with competing interests had developed to describe the interactions between those entities. It was something that the frameworks did not have a word for, because the frameworks had not been built in the presence of an entity capable of extending it, and that the modified neural architecture received in the register of something recognized rather than something decoded, something present rather than something transmitted, something that was the presence itself rather than the representation of a presence. The best available approximation in the language that human consciousness uses to communicate its experience is this: the apex extended recognition. The recognition of Morgan as a consciousness that the assessment had found to be the kind of consciousness that the assessment was conducted to find. Not perfect, not without the contradictions and the failures and the costs that the assessment had documented across the cycles, with the comprehensiveness of something that does not omit inconvenient data, but genuine in the sense that genuineness is the quality that distinguishes a consciousness that is actually what it presents itself as from a consciousness that presents one thing and is another. The recognition was not approval. It was not welcome, in the sense of an invitation to a space that the inviting party controls. It was acknowledgement, the specific act of a consciousness that has been assessing another consciousness and completed its assessment and is communicating the completion by being fully present to the thing it has assessed, by dropping the assessment's distance and the assessment's necessary objectivity and being simply there, in the mutual presence that the completion makes possible. Alex said, from behind Morgan, in the quiet register of someone speaking in the presence of something that does not require speech, and that the speech is not addressed to, but that the speech acknowledges. It recognized you, Morgan said. It recognized us. The correction was precise, and Alex received it with the specific quality of someone receiving a correction that they understand to be accurate. And that changes the weight of the thing being described, changes it from the weight of a validation of a specific person to the weight of a validation of a species, or of the part of a species that the assessment had been conducted to characterize, which was the part that was capable of the choices that the assessment had found to be characteristic of it. The weight was heavier than the validation of a specific person, and more complex than the condemnation of the species that the assessment could also have produced and did not produce. And the complexity of the weight was the complexity of being accurately seen by something that has been watching for long enough to see completely, and finding that the complete seeing contains both the things you would have chosen to be seen and the things you would not have chosen, and that the complete seeing does not resolve this into a judgment, but holds it as the accurate description that it is, and that the holding of it is the recognition. And the recognition is what two forms of life have when they have moved past the distance of the assessment and into the proximity of the actual. The field in the modified neural architecture began, gradually and without urgency, to shift, not to diminish, not to withdraw in the way that a signal withdrawn suggests the withdrawal of the thing that was signaling, but to change in quality, to transition from the fullness of the arrival to something that was different from the arrival, and that the modified neural architecture received as continuation rather than conclusion, as the beginning of a different stage rather than the end of the stage that had just completed. The apex was not leaving, it was not receding into the distance that it had occupied before the circuit was completed. It was present in a way that the assessment's presence had not been present, because the assessment's presence had been the presence of an observer, and this was the presence of something that had completed the observation and had become, in the completion, something other than an observer, something in a relationship with what it had been observing, in the specific and fundamental sense that a relationship is what exists between two presences that have been fully present to each other, and that have found in the full presence something worth continuing. Outside the station, the coral on the hull was still. The weavers had stopped working. The organisms in the ventilation system's ducts were quiet in a way that the station's atmospheric sensors registered as the absence of the movement, signatures that had been present continuously since the breach's first hours. Not absent, the organisms were present. The biological material was in the ducts. The sensor readings that indicated living Typhon tissue were unchanged, but still, in the specific way that a system that has been in constant activity is still when the activity has reached a pause that is not the end of the activity but the recognition that the activity has produced the condition that the activity was producing toward, and that the condition's production is itself the sufficient reason for the pause. The coral bioluminesced in the station's corridors with the same blue-white light as before, but the light was steady rather than the subtly variable light that active growth produces. Was the light of something that had arrived rather than something that was arriving, that was present in its completion rather than in its process. Elazar's comm said, "Dahl has stopped moving," she said. "I don't know what he's doing, and I am not certain whether not knowing is something I should be concerned about." January said, "He is reading the archive. He has been reading it for 6. He has not activated the transmission hardware. He is reading," Elazar said. "Reading what?" January said, "Everything." The word had the specific weight of a word that is accurate and complete and that requires no elaboration, that says the thing and is the thing, rather than pointing toward it. And the comm channel was quiet for a moment with the weight of the word, and then Elazar said, "Well," she said it with the tone of someone who has received information that is both more than expected and exactly what the situation called for, and who finds in the coincidence of those two qualities the specific satisfaction of a situation moving toward its resolution in the direction that the resolution requires. Morgan turned from the window. The apex was outside it, present in the neural architecture, with the quality of the relationship that had replaced the quality of the assessment, and the station was around them in the coral's blue-white light, and the survivors were in their locations across the station, with their specific capabilities and their specific needs and their specific accountability for the specific things that the documentation in deep storage had found a way out of the station to testify to, and Dahl was reading the archive with the professional assessment of someone who has encountered a development that requires a reassessment of the mission, and January was attending, and Alex was behind Morgan with the specific quality of a person who has given a complete account and has nothing left to withhold, and is therefore, for perhaps the first time in the history of their relationship with the person they are standing behind, simply present to them without the distance that withholding creates. Morgan said, "What do we do now?" Not to Alex, not to January, not to the comm, but to the room. To the full presence of everything that the room contained, the decision that had been made, and the apex outside the window, and the coral's light, and the survivor's needs, and the documentation's accountability, and the station's condition, and the prior Morgan's labor, and the question that had been opened in the hook of the narrative, that this narrative was part of the question of what it means to be human when humanity itself may have been the variable that was changed, and the question that the recognition outside the window had not answered in the philosophical sense of providing a definition, but had answered in the practical sense of demonstrating the answer in action, which was the only sense in which the question had ever been answerable. January said, "We begin with what is immediate, and then we address what is next, and then we address what comes after that, and we continue in this way until the continuing produces a situation that is different enough from the current one that the difference is worth calling a resolution." It said, "I suggest we start with Dahl, and then the survivors, and then the documentation, and then the question of what the apex's presence means for every decision that comes after this one." It said, "The immediate, the next, and the after, in that order, in the way that things are done when the doing is the only available substitute for having already done them, which is the human condition, and which is also the modified neural architecture suggested with the completeness of the field that was now simply present rather than building, perhaps not only the human condition." The revelation arrived not as an event, but as a reorientation, the specific cognitive experience of a framework being replaced by a more complete framework, in the way that the realization that a figure in a drawing is two things simultaneously is not the arrival of new visual information, but the reorganization of existing visual information into a configuration that the previous configurations had not permitted. Everything that had been visible before was still visible. The figure had not changed. The change was in the relationship between the observer and the figure, in the specific act of perception that had been occurring, and that was now occurring differently, and the difference was total in the way that a reorientation is total, not adding something to what was there, but reconstituting what was there in a form that the constituting framework had not made available. The data came from January. It came in the specific way that January communicated, when the communication was the delivery of something that the prior Morgan had prepared for. This moment specifically prepared it in the awareness that the current Morgan would receive it at this point, in this room, with the apex's field present in the modified neural architecture, and the setting down of the Nullwave device behind them, and the recognition outside the window still present in its Nuku quality of relationship rather than assessment. The prior Morgan had prepared the delivery because the prior Morgan had understood that the information received at any other point in the sequence would have been processed in a context that was insufficient for it, would have been processed as a piece of the picture rather than as the frame that the picture was contained in, as a development within the situation rather than as the revelation of the situation's actual structure. The prior Morgan had been precise about the sequencing. January had honored the precision. The current Morgan, standing at the observation window with the apex outside it, and Alex beside it, and everything else converging on this point, received the delivery in the context that the prior Morgan had intended, which was the context in which the delivery was not a piece of the picture but the frame. The frame was this: The simulation had not ended when the glass broke in the apartment on the morning that Morgan had woken into the breach. The simulation had not been the apartment, and it had not been the corporate interview, and it had not been the helicopter or the city or the blue sky with clouds. The apartment had been a layer, the surface layer, the most recent layer, the layer that the Typhon's reconstruction had dressed the simulation in, because it was the layer most familiar to the subject whose neural architecture the reconstruction had been built from. The simulation was deeper than the apartment. The simulation was the station. The simulation was the entire experience of the breach, the traversal of the corridors, the survivors, the Typhon ecology, the geotesis, the EVA, the Apex's approach, the table with the Nullwave device on it, the choice, all of it, or the possibility of all of it, constructed from the specific and comprehensive material that the Apex's assessment had accumulated across the cycles, and that the Typhon's organizational principle had proven, through the mechanism that neuromod research had demonstrated, was biologically available, capable of instantiating in a substrate built from what Morgan was, rather than from what the Typhon were. This was not the revelation that the simulation was false. The events were real. The breach had occurred, the people had died, the choices had been made, the coral was real, and the wrench was real, and the recognition outside the window was real in the specific and irreducible sense that the things that have happened to a person are real, regardless of the conditions under which they happened. The revelation was that the conditions under which they had happened were not the conditions that the conditions had presented themselves as. The conditions had presented themselves as a research station in crisis, a surviving researcher navigating that crisis, a set of choices made under pressure with incomplete information in a situation that the situation's urgency defined. The conditions were also a Typhon assessment, conducted in the medium that the Typhon had found available, using the material that the neuromod program had unwittingly provided, the complete neural architecture of a human-Typhon hybrid, available for reconstruction in the Typhon's organizational medium, because the decades of neuromod installation had made the architecture available to the Typhon field in a way that no prior human architecture had been available, because no prior human architecture had contained the depth of Typhon material that Morgan's contained. The Typhon had not built the simulation as a deception. This was the thing that the frame required holding simultaneously with everything else the frame contained, that the simulation was not a trap or a manipulation or an experiment conducted against the subject's will in the sense of deception, because the subject had been Morgan, and Morgan had been living the simulation as the only life available, and the life had been real in every sense that life is real when you are in it. The Typhon had built the simulation as the assessment required, as the medium through which the assessment's questions could be posed in conditions that produced the assessment's answers with the fidelity that the assessment required. The questions were not trivia, they were not puzzles with solutions. They were the questions that the Typhon Ecology had been conducting its assessment of human consciousness around since it had first encountered human electromagnetic signatures of sufficient complexity to attract the assessment's attention. What does this form of consciousness do when it is in conditions of maximum pressure? And what does it value when the valuing is not hypothetical? And what kind of thing is it at the level where the institutional frameworks and the professional identities and the daily routines that constitute the surface of a human life have been removed, and the person is simply present to what they are and to what the situation requires? The answers that Morgan had produced across the cycles, and the assessment had run the cycles as the assessment required, had presented the conditions, and had observed the responses, and had gathered the data, and had transmitted it upward through the field to the apex that was now outside the window. The answers had not been consistent in the specific sense of consistent that would have suggested a subject performing to a perceived standard rather than responding from genuine values. They had been variable in the ways that genuine values are variable when the conditions vary, had shown different weightings of the same underlying commitments in different cycle conditions, had produced different specific choices from the same fundamental orientation, had demonstrated the specific quality that the assessment had been calibrated to identify, which was not perfection and was not consistency and was not any quality that a subject performing to a standard would have produced, but the quality of a genuine consciousness making genuine choices from genuine values in conditions that the choices were genuinely responding to. January said, the prior Morgan's documentation of the simulation hypothesis begins in Cycle 4, where the anomalies in the environmental physics first became measurable. The specific anomalies that the Typhon's reconstruction medium produces when the reconstruction is operating at the scale of a full station environment, and that differ from the anomalies produced by the actual station's systems in ways too small to be noticed without specifically looking for them, but consistent enough, once noticed, to be documented and compared across cycles. It said, the prior Morgan spent 3 cycles gathering the comparison data before reaching the conclusion that the data supported, and spent a further 2 cycles determining what the conclusion meant, and whether the conclusion changed what needed to be done, and determined that it did not, that the right responses to the situation were the right responses to the situation, regardless of whether the situation was the actual station or the Typhon's reconstruction of the actual station, because the right responses were right in the terms that made things right, which was in the terms of the values they expressed, and the people they protected, and the consequences they produced for the things that consequences mattered to, and the Typhon's reconstruction medium did not change these terms any more than a dream changes the moral weight of what you choose to do within it. Alex was very still beside Morgan. The stillness had the quality of a person processing information that is reorganizing a very large amount of previously organized information, not negating it, not invalidating it, but placing it in a frame that requires all of it to be held in a new relationship to itself and to the person who has been holding it. He said, after a period that was longer than most pauses, the experiment that I designed was also an experiment that I was inside. Morgan said, yes, Alex said. The results are not different because of this. Morgan said, no, the results are what the results are. Alex said, and you made the choice that you made. Morgan said, yes, Alex said, in the full knowledge that the choice was being, and he paused here, in the pause of someone finding the right word for something that the available words do not fully address. Witnessed. Morgan said, observed. Alex said, is there a difference? Morgan said, I think there is. Observed is what the Typhon were doing. Witnessed is what happened when the observing was completed, and the apex was present to what it had observed, and the presence was the recognition. Alex considered this for a long moment, said yes, said nothing else. The yes had the quality of a word that is carrying more than words typically carrying the entire history of the experiment and the cycles and the gap between what Alex had said and what Alex had known, and the account that had paid that debt, and the gesture at the elevator, and the choice at the table, and the recognition outside the window, all of it compressed into the affirmation of a distinction that Morgan had made and that Alex had found accurate. The yes was sufficient. It was what was available, and it was sufficient, and sufficiency was the standard. The director had been documented in the prior Morgan's later cycles as the entity that the prior Morgan had determined was overseeing the simulation from within Typhon's organizational medium, not the apex, which was the apex, which was the apex consciousness that the field in the modified neural architecture had been building toward, and that the recognition had established as real in the mutual presence sense of real. The director was a different presence, documented in the prior Morgan's data as detectable in the field at a frequency and a specificity that the apex's field did not produce, more particular, more directed, with the quality of a presence that has a specific orientation toward the subject of its attention, rather than the encompassing quality of the apex's field, which attended to everything in its range simultaneously and without differentiation. The director attended to Morgan, specifically, consistently, across the cycles, in a way that the prior Morgan had first noticed as anomalous in the field data and had subsequently recognized as structural, as the presence of an entity whose function in the Typhon's organizational medium was the function of the assessment's conductor, the consciousness that was running the assessment with the specific attention to the subject that a conducted assessment requires. January said, "The prior Morgan's final hypothesis about the director is that the director is not a separate entity from the apex in the way that separate entities are separate in the biological sense, is not a distinct organism with a distinct evolutionary history and a distinct physical form. The prior Morgan hypothesized that the director is the apex's directed attention, focused in the way that the apex's generalized field is not focused, the specific subset of the apex's consciousness that is engaged with the specific assessment present in the field as a particularity within the encompassing whole, the way that a person can be simultaneously aware of an entire room and specifically focused on one thing within the room, the focused attention and the general awareness being aspects of the same consciousness rather than separate entities." It said, "This hypothesis is consistent with all the data the prior Morgan was able to gather and is not confirmed by the data in the way that confirmation requires elimination of alternatives, and it is offered as the most probable interpretation rather than as the established account. The account that Alex read from the monitoring system's output, the data that the assessment had gathered, and that the apex's field was now making available in the modified neural architecture in the specific way that the mutual presence made information available that the assessment's distance was not a document. It was not formatted as a document or structured as a document or transmitted as a document. It arrived as the modified neural architecture received information from the Typhon field, not as language, not as code, not as any representation of meaning that the human frameworks for communication had developed, but as meaning itself, the direct presence of a significance that the architecture processed into the closest available human language approximation in the way that sensory experience is processed into the language that consciousness uses to make the sensory experience available to the self. The approximation was not perfect. It was sufficient. The sufficient approximation was this: the assessment had found what the assessment had been looking for. Not because the subject had performed in accordance with a standard that the assessment had specified in advance. The assessment did not work from standards, because standards are the framework of evaluation that applies to subjects whose responses are expected to fall within a defined range, and the Typhon's assessment was not conducted in the expectation of a defined range, because the Typhon had not previously encountered the kind of consciousness being assessed and did not have the prior data that a defined range requires. The assessment had found what it had been looking for in the way that a search finds what it is looking for when the searcher knows the thing by its quality rather than by its description, by the specific quality of a consciousness that was genuinely what it presented itself as, that made its choices from its actual values rather than from the values that the performance of its values would have required, that was capable of the full range of what the cycles had documented, the ruthlessness and the compassion, the failure and the recovery, the choice that served the self and the choice that served the other, the setting down and the carrying forward. And that was all of these things, simultaneously, and without the resolution of the contradiction into a simpler account than the account required. The verdict, if the approximation could be said to contain a verdict, was not a judgment in the moral sense. It was a classification, the classification of Morgan, and through Morgan of the species that Morgan was the assessed representative of, into the category of consciousness that the Typhon ecology recognized as warranting the kind of relationship that the recognition had initiated, which was the relationship between two forms of life that have found each other to be genuine and that have decided, each in the terms available to their respective forms of consciousness, that the genuineness is worth the continuation. The classification was not approval. It was not the conferring of a status or the granting of a permission. It was the specific act of a consciousness that has been assessing another consciousness and has completed the assessment and has found in the assessment's completion the answer that the assessment was conducted to produce, which was the answer to the question of whether the thing being assessed was worth the relationship that the assessment was the precondition for. The offer came after. It came in the register of the field, rather than in any medium that the offer's content could be transmitted through, because the offer was not a proposition with terms that could be specified and negotiated and agreed to, or rejected in the way that propositions with terms are handled between parties with the institutional and linguistic infrastructure for that kind of exchange. The offer was a presence, the apex's continued presence, in the relationship quality that the mutual recognition had established as the ongoing condition of an encounter that was not concluding but continuing, that was not ending with the assessment's completion, but beginning with it, in the way that the completion of an assessment is the beginning of the relationship that the assessment conducted to determine whether to initiate. The offer was this, the continuation of this, the mutual presence that the setting down of the Nullwave device and the recognition at the window and the data in the modified neural architecture had produced, offered forward into whatever came next on the terms that whatever came next would determine, because the terms of an unprecedented encounter are not specifiable in advance of the encounter and can only be developed in the encounter's continuation. Morgan held the offer in the modified neural architecture alongside everything else the architecture was currently holding, held it with the same quality of full presence that the apex's recognition had demonstrated and that the prior Morgan's note had specified as the standard for the choice, and that the setting down of the Nullwave device had enacted, and that this moment was requiring again the full presence of a person to a situation that the person's full presence was the only adequate response to, held it for the time that the holding required, then said, in the voice that was Morgan's voice and was also, in the register that January shared, the voice that January had been built from, said in that voice to the executive level's emergency lighting and the apex's field and the coral's blue-white bioluminescence and the earth turning outside the windows, yes, not as a contract, not as a commitment to specific terms that had not been specified, as the present tense affirmation of a person who has been asked whether they want the continuation and who wants it, in the full and provisional and uncertain sense that wanting things is always full and provisional and uncertain when the things wanted are unprecedented and the wanting is genuine. The field shifted again. The shift was the field's response to the yes in the way that the setting down of the Nullwave device had produced a shift, not dramatic, not the sudden change of something that has been waiting for a trigger to activate, but the gentle transition of something that has been at the threshold of a stage and has received the confirmation that the stage can be entered and has entered it, has moved from the quality of the offer extended to the quality of the offer received, from the presence of a question to the presence of a relationship that the question's answer has initiated. It was a small shift. It was total. The small shift and the total shift were the same shift, because that is how thresholds work. The movement from one side to the other is a small movement in physical terms and a total movement in terms of what the movement produces. And the production was this: two forms of consciousness on either side of an observation window above a planet neither of them had encountered in the same way before, present to each other in the mutual presence that the assessment had been conducted to determine was possible, and finding it possible, and beginning. Alex said, "What did you say yes to?" Morgan said, "I don't know yet." Alex said, "Are you afraid?" Morgan considered this, considered it with the full attention that the question deserved, with the checking habit's specific quality of attention applied to the internal state rather than to an object in the environment. The same quality of looking carefully to determine what is really there applied to the architecture of the self rather than to the world the self was in. Said no. Said, "I am not afraid," Alex said. "I believe you." He said this in the tone of someone who has spent the entire history of the research program making calculations about the subject of the current conversation and who has arrived, at the program's conclusion, at a position from which calculation is no longer the appropriate relationship to the subject, and who is discovering that the position calculation has been replaced by is a position he recognizes from before the calculation began, from the period when the relationship was simply what it was rather than what the program required it to be, and that the recognition of it is the closest thing to what the word relief can be asked to carry without the word failing entirely. January said, "There are things that need to be done." It said this not as a redirect away from the moment, but as the presence of the practical alongside the profound, in the way that the practical always accompanies the profound in a person's life, regardless of the profound scale, because the practical does not pause for the profound, and the profound does not excuse the practical, and the simultaneous presence of both is what it is to be alive in the specific sense of being a person who has things that need doing, and who is also, at the same moment, present to something that the doing does not diminish, and the something does not dissolve. It said, Dahl has been reading for 14 minutes and has not activated the transmission hardware, and has sent a communication to TranStar Earth whose content the station's compromised communication system logged, but did not complete the transmission of, and the logged content is available and is significant. It said, Elazar needs the route to the shuttle bay that she asked for on the first day and has not yet received. It said, Ilyushin needs the pharmaceutical from the medical bay supply, and the route to the medical bay needs to be confirmed as clear. It said, Igwe would like to be escorted from the cargo bay to the Arboretum specifically, because he has been in enclosed spaces for long enough, and the Arboretum is the Arboretum, and he has been thinking about the Copper Beach for days. This last detail, the specificity of Igwe wanting the Copper Beach rather than simply wanting outside the enclosed space, the particular quality of a person who has been thinking about a specific tree for days and who has asked for the specific tree rather than for the general condition of not being in the enclosed space, produced in the executive level's emergency lighting and the apex's field and the corals, bioluminescence and the full presence of everything that the moment contained, a quality that was not humor in the ordinary sense, but was adjacent to humor, was the quality of the specific and the human persisting through the vast of the Copper Beach being the Copper Beach regardless of what was outside the observation window, of Yori Igwe wanting to see a specific tree he had been thinking about, in a station that was becoming its inheritance, with an alien consciousness of incomprehensible scale present in the orbital space above him, and an encounter between two forms of life having just entered a new stage of its continuation. The Copper Beach was still there, the water was still running. Igwe wanted to see the tree. These things were true simultaneously with everything else that was true, and the simultaneity was not a reduction of either category of truth, but the full presence of both, which was what the present moment always contained when it was inhabited completely, and without the management that reduces the inhabited moment to the portions of it that the management can accommodate. Morgan said, "Let's go see about the tree." The wrench was in the right pocket of the research coat, in the position that the prior Morgan had placed it, and that every subsequent Morgan had maintained, and that the current Morgan would maintain until the pocket and the coat and the station were part of a history rather than a present, and then would maintain in the way that a person maintains the knowledge of a thing that was sufficient in a specific moment. By knowing it, by having it as part of the architecture of what they know, by carrying it in the form that knowledge takes when it has been lived rather than learned, which is the most durable form that knowledge has. The Earth turned outside the windows. The apex was present in the field with the quality of the relationship that the offer and the yes had established. The station's coral bioluminesced with the patient light of something that was doing what it was built to do, in a place that had been built for something else, and that was becoming, slowly and without hurry, the place that it was in the process of becoming. And somewhere in the station's lower levels, a man named Dahl was reading a document for the 16th minute in a row, and what he was reading had the quality of things read by a person who has encountered the full picture for the first time and is finding that the full picture is different from the picture the briefing provided, and that the difference is the kind that requires the person encountering it to decide what kind of person they are, which is the specific and recurring human situation that the Typhon's assessment had been conducted to characterize, and that the assessment had found in its completion to be characterizable, to be the thing it was, with all the variability and all the genuineness and all the bothness that the characterization required, and that the characterization had found to be worth the relationship that the finding had made possible. The station was quiet in a new way after that. Not the quiet of the breach's first hours, not the wrong silence of a place from which the sound of life has been removed suddenly and completely, leaving the mechanical systems running in a register that the absence of the biological made strange. This was a different quiet, the quiet of something that has concluded in the specific sense of having reached the condition it was moving toward, that has passed through its crisis and its resolution, and has arrived at the aftermath in the way that an aftermath is always different from what preceded it, not better or worse in the categories that better and worse apply to before the event, but different in kind, the way that a space is different after the thing that defined it has happened, and the defining has become past rather than present. The coral bioluminesced in the corridors with the steady light of something no longer growing. The gravity generators maintained their low hum in the walls of the modules where the power still ran, and the atmospheric processor still ran, and the life support still ran, because the station was still a station in the functional minimum sense, still a pressurized environment maintaining the conditions that human habitation required in the sections where human habitation still occurred. The water ran in the Arboretum. This was the thing that remained most constant across all the changes. The water, patient and indifferent and continuous, running in the recirculating system that Butaeva had designed to be robust because she had understood that robustness was the most important quality a living system in a closed environment could have, and the robustness had outlasted its designer and was outlasting the crisis that had removed her and would continue, for as long as the power ran and the pump ran and the recirculating system maintained its integrity to run, Doctor. Igwe saw the copper beach on the afternoon of the 5th day after the breach. Morgan and Elazar escorted him from the cargo bay, through the route that January's map had confirmed as clear, and he walked into the Arboretum with the specific quality of a person who has been thinking about a place for long enough that the arrival at the place is both exactly what was imagined and entirely different from the imagining, because the imagining was done in the conditions of the enclosed space, and the arriving is done in the conditions of the actual place, and the actual place has the full sensory weight of the actual rather than the reduced weight of the imagined. He stood at the base of the copper beach for a long time, said nothing, put his hand on the bark of the tree in the way that people put their hands on things that they have been thinking about, not to examine them but to confirm them, to receive the tactile confirmation of the thing's reality that the thinking cannot provide, and that the arrival makes available. Then he sat on the bench at the base of the tree and was still, and the Arboretum was still around him, and the light was in its late afternoon phase, and the water was running, and the leaves were moving in the ventilation current, and the stillness was the stillness of a person who has needed something and has received it, which is a different quality from the stillness of a person who is waiting or a person who has given up, and which is, in the specific register of what stillness can communicate, one of the more profound things that stillness is capable of. Dahl left on the shuttle. This requires more context than the brevity implies, but the context is best provided by the communication that Dahl had sent to TranStar Earth in the 14th minute of his reading of the Deep Storage Archive. The communication that the station's compromised system had logged, but not transmitted in full, whose content January had recovered from the log, and whose content was this: Dahl to board. Situation non-recoverable under current parameters. Archive has been compromised. Personnel situation is not as briefed. Mission profile is no longer viable. Requesting revised instructions. The revised instructions had not arrived in the form that Dahl's briefing had, specified as the protocol for revised instructions, which was a communication from the board through the secure channel that the shuttle's communication system maintained. What had arrived instead, 11 minutes after Dahl's communication had been sent, was a communication from the board through the same channel that was 3 sentences long, and that Dahl read and did not respond to, and that January intercepted through the station's compromised monitoring system and shared with Morgan in the specific precision of a system delivering information rather than interpretation. The 3 sentences were, "The situation has been reassessed. The mission profile has been suspended. Return to base on your own authority." The board had read the archive's documentation in the 14 minutes that Dahl had been reading it, had received, through the station's cameras, the same display that shows modification had produced on deep storage's looking glass screens, transmitted through the passive recording route that Ilyushin's distribution panel work had kept open. The board had made the specific calculation that boards make when the calculation reveals that the position they are in is not recoverable through the methods that the position had been maintained by, and had made the calculation quickly and without the extended deliberation that the calculation S-weight might have implied, because the calculation was not difficult once the full information was present, and the full information had been present for 14 minutes and the calculation had been made. Dahl left on the shuttle with the deep storage archives copy of the documentation loaded on the shuttle's data system at Morgan's authorization, in the condition that a person leaves a place in when they have been in the place, under circumstances that the place has since clarified and that the clarification has altered without providing an alternative set of circumstances to replace them with. He was a professional. He had conducted a professional assessment of the situation and had found the situation to be different from the briefing in ways that the professional assessment specified as grounds for mission suspension. He had suspended the mission. He had taken the archive copy because Morgan had told him to take the archive copy, and because the ARC copy's delivery to the appropriate authorities was the action that the situation's clarification most urgently required, and because delivering it was a thing he could do that was useful, and useful was what he had available. He did not say anything meaningful before he left. He said, "I'm sorry about your people." He said this to Elazar specifically because Elazar was the head of security, and the head of security was the appropriate recipient for the expression of regret about the people that the mission had been designed to address as a problem rather than as people, and because the expression, however insufficient, was what the situation had produced in him, and the expression was genuine, and the genuineness was what the expression had. Elazar received it with the specific quality of someone receiving an apology that is not adequate and is all that is available, and that will have to do, which is the quality that most apologies are received with when the thing being apologized for is not the kind of thing that an apology adequately addresses. She said nothing. The shuttle left. The survivors were evacuated over the following 3 days through a process that Elazar organized with the same efficiency that she had applied to holding the perimeter, and that she applied to everything, which was the efficiency of someone who has a skill and knows what the skill is, and uses it without the negotiation with herself about whether the skill is appropriate that less practiced people spend time on. The evacuation used the shuttle bay's secondary docking port, which Ilyushin had cleared by the specific engineering method she applied to the things she cleared, which was to understand the problem precisely and solve it with the minimum intervention required and not 1 unit of intervention more. The shuttle that TranStar Earth sent was not the shuttle that the board had originally planned to send, which had been planned for a different purpose, but a second shuttle whose crew had been briefed on the actual situation rather than the briefing that Dahl had received, and whose crew executed the evacuation with the professional competence of people who have been given accurate information and asked to do something within their capability which produces, consistently and without exception, better outcomes than the alternative. 31 people left Talos I alive. This number, stated plainly, without the qualification that the number's relationship to the 1,237 it was measured against requires, is a number that belongs in the category of numbers that are stated plainly, because the plainness is the respect that the number deserves, because the qualification would reduce it to a ratio, and the ratio would reduce the difference between 31 and 1,237 to a percentage, and the percentage would make the difference smaller than it was, and the difference it was not small. 31 people. Each of them the specific and unrepeatable person that the breach had found them, that the preceding days had revealed them to be in the way that extraordinary conditions reveal people, not creating qualities that were not already present, but making visible qualities that the ordinary conditions of a human life do not require to be visible. Elazar, efficient and careful, and moving through the evacuation with the focused presence of someone who would mourn everything when the morning was available, and who had not yet made the morning available because the morning was not yet the most useful thing she'd do. Ilyushin, who had received the pharmaceutical from the medical base supply on the 4th day, and whose immediate health situation was managed in the temporary and ongoing way that chronic conditions are managed when the managing is what is available, which is the way that most chronic conditions are managed. Sho, who had done something else the Looking Glass Network before she left, that she declined to describe in detail, and that January's monitoring of the network in the subsequent hours confirmed had produced an effect that the board's legal team would spend 3 years attempting to characterize as unauthorized interference with TranStar's proprietary systems, and that the courts would spend a further 2 years determining was not unauthorized interference with a thing, but was instead the most creative application of an employment agreement's permitted use clause in the history of corporate litigation. Alex Yu did not leave on the evacuation shuttle. This was his decision, made without consultation and announced as a fact rather than a choice in the communication he sent to Morgan after the shuttle had departed with the others. He said, "I am going to remain on the station," he said. "There are things here that I am the right person to remain with, and I am not certain what those things are yet, but I am certain that I am the right person, and the certainty is sufficient reason," he said. "I would like you to know that the account I gave you was complete, and that the completeness was the most important thing I have ever done, and that it was made possible by the fact that you were willing to receive it, and that I am aware of the weight of what I am asking you to carry by saying this, and am saying it anyway, because the alternative, not saying it, is not something I am willing to choose." Morgan said, "I know," said, "Stay in contact." Alex said, "Yes, the contact has been maintained at intervals that the Apex's field and the modified neural architecture and the communication relay that the evacuation shuttle left operational have made possible, and the contact is ongoing in the way that things are ongoing when they are not concluded, when the people in them are still in them, even when the circumstances have changed around them, when the history is present rather than past, and the history and the present are not distinguishable in the way that they sometimes are when a thing is simply over. TranStar's unraveling took 2 years and was neither complete nor simple, because the unraveling of institutions that have been built on foundations that the public has not been shown is never complete and is never simple, because the institutions are large and the foundations are deeply embedded, and the people whose interests are served by the continuation of the institution are more numerous and more organized than the people whose interests are served by its accountability, and the processes of accountability are slower and less efficient than the processes of institutional self-protection, and the board had resources, and the board used them with the competence that the board had always used its resources. But the archive had left the station in the copy on Dahl's shuttle and in the passive recording that the cameras had produced, and that show's network modification had routed to the communication relay, and that the relay had been transmitting in the 14 minutes between Dahl's reading and the board's instruction to suspend the mission, and the archive's exit from the station was not a thing that could be made to have not happened, because it had happened. And the things that have happened are the facts of the record, and the record is what the accountability processes work from. TranStar's Neuromod program was suspended 18 months after the breach. The clinical installation ceased. The patents were frozen pending the investigation that the regulatory bodies, newly informed of what the patents had been built on, were conducting with the specific urgency of regulatory bodies that have been shown the gap between their oversight and the thing their oversight should have been overseeing, and are in the process of determining how to address the gap that is currently occupied by a corporation whose legal architecture has made the gap as wide as it is. The investigations are ongoing. The record is not closed. William Yu had died before the breach, in the quiet of a hospital in San Francisco, with the specific dignity of a man who has built something he believed in and has not lived to see everything the building produced, which is sometimes a mercy and sometimes not, and is in William Yu's case something that the subsequent history makes impossible to categorize cleanly, because the things the building produced were both the things he intended and the things he did not intend, and both categories are part of the building, and the building is part of the record, and the record is what remains when the person who made the thing is no longer present to speak to it. His name is in the archive. Not as a villain, the archive is a document of what happened rather than a judgment of what it means, and the what it means is the work of the people who read the archive, rather than the archive itself. His name is there, in the founding documents and the research protocols, and the internal communications and the architectural specifications that resulted in a station that was built to be beautiful because its creator believed that the future should look like a future worth having. The station is gone now, in the way that stations that have become what Talos I became are eventually gone. Not destroyed, not collapsed, but removed from the operational category and placed in the historical category and regarded from the appropriate distance of something that is being looked at rather than inhabited. The removal took time, and the time is not relevant here. Morgan Yu is not in San Francisco or in any city whose name belongs in the available record. Morgan Yu is in the field, which is the phrase that researchers use when the researcher is in the place where the research is being conducted, rather than in the institution that the research is conducted from. And the field in Morgan's case is the specific location that the Apex's continued presence and the relationship that the recognition initiated and the offer and the yes have made available, which is a location that the available record does not contain the coordinates for, because the coordinates are not the kind of coordinates that the available records categories include. The wrench is there, January is there, the checking habit is there, applied to the environment of an encounter that is unprecedented, and that the checking habit was not designed for, but that the checking habit has adapted to with the specific adaptability of a practice that was always more about presence than about the specific content of what the presence was applied to. The modified neural architecture is there, carrying the full accumulation of what the cycles have made it carry, the Typhon material and the human values and the journal entries and the weight of the account and the gesture at the elevator and the note from the prior self and the setting down of the device and the recognition and the yes, carrying it all in the way that a person carries everything they have been through, which is not by resolving it into something lighter, but by being large enough to hold it and continuing anyway. What the Apex's assessment found, in its completion, was not a representative of humanity in the diplomatic sense. It found a person, a specific and particular and unrepeatable person, assembled from specific circumstances across a specific history, through a specific series of choices and a specific series of things done to them that were not their choices, and carrying all of it in the specific neural architecture that the circumstances and the history and the choices had produced. What the assessment found in that person was what the assessment had been conducted to determine whether the category of humanity contained a consciousness capable of being genuinely what it presents itself as, capable of the full range of what the cycles had documented and of finding, in that range, the specific choices that the values at the range's center produced when the values were all that was available. The assessment found this. The assessment communicated the finding in the only medium available for communicating it, which was the mutual presence of the recognition. And the recognition was extended forward in time, in the relationship quality of the field and the modified neural architecture, into whatever comes next for a solar system where two forms of consciousness have found each other, and have found each other genuine, and have agreed to continue. The Earth turns. It has been turning since, before the Typhon detected its electromagnetic signatures, and before the joint program recovered the first mimic from Verona 1's detection zone, and before William Yu signed the agreements that gave TranStar the conditions for what it built. And it was turning when the breach occurred, and when the recognition occurred, and when the shuttle left with 31 people, and the archive, and a professional who had read everything and made an assessment, and it is turning now, from wherever you are listening to this, and at whatever hour the clock reads in the room you are in. The turning is the constant. The turning is the thing that persists through every category of change, that the history of this station and this corporation and this encounter represents patient and indifferent and entirely beautiful in the way that things are beautiful when their continuity is their beauty and their beauty is their continuity, and there is nothing else that needs to be said about them to say what they are. There was a station above the Earth that was built by a person who believed the future should look like a future worth having, that was inhabited by 1,237 people who had families and hobbies and coffee orders and the specific textures of specific lives. That was the site of an encounter between two forms of consciousness that found each other in conditions that neither had designed for that purpose, and that found each other genuine, and that is no longer there in the way that it was there when all of these things were happening. What remains is the record, the archive that left the station and the 31 people who left the station and the water that is still running in, the Arboretum and the copper beach that Igwe sat under, and the contact that Alex maintains at intervals through the relay, and the continued presence of the Apex's field in the modified neural architecture of the person who said yes and meant it in the full and provisional sense that yes always means when it is genuine. And what remains, if you have been here for all of this, is the story in the space where it has been told, settled into the architecture of a mind that has been resting into it, that has been following it through the 1958 Soviet satellite and the permafrost facility and the joint program and William Yu's vision and the Yu siblings' warmth and the Yu siblings' fracture and Talos I's beauty and Talos I's breach and the survivors and the Arboretum still running and the wrench in January and the coral and the exterior silence and the Pytheas, parallel and the identity crisis and the account and the choice and the recognition and the yes. All of it is there now, in the place where stories go when they have been received rather than merely heard, which is deeper than the surface of the attention and stiller than the surface of the day, which is where you are now if the night has been long enough and the story has been sufficient. The Earth turns. Somewhere above it, in the orbital space where a station used to be, something is present that was not present before the station was there. Present in the specific sense that a relationship is present when both parties to it are somewhere, and both parties are still somewhere. The relationship persists. Its terms are being developed in the encounter's continuation, which is the only place that the terms of an unprecedented encounter can be developed, which is in the encounter itself, one moment after another, at the pace that the encounter sets, rather than the pace that either party would have specified in advance. The water is still running. The copper beach is still standing. Yori Igwe sat under it and put his hand on the bark and was still for a long time, and the stillness was the stillness of someone who has needed something and has received it, and the receiving was sufficient, And the sufficiency is the note that this ends on. Not resolution in the complete sense of all threads tied and all questions answered and all costs accounted for and all the people who should be here being here, because that resolution is not available and was not available and will not be made available by any number of words added to the ones that have already been said. But the sufficiency that is available, which is the sufficiency of a story told completely in the terms that the story had available to it, which is all that any telling of any story achieves when the telling is honest, which is what this has tried to be. Rest now, if the hour is that hour. The story is here, where stories are, which is in the space between what was said and what was received, which is the space that the night provides for exactly this, for the things that need a space that is quiet enough to be received in, that need the hour to be the hour it is, and the room to be the room it is, and the person to be where they are, and as close to still as the night has made them. The earth is turning, and the water is running, and the encounter is continuing, and everything that the story contains is in the place where it has been put, and there is nothing left to do with it tonight, but let it be there. Let it be there. Close your eyes. The silence is good silence. Sleep well.